Chapter 39:12. The most dazzling battle of this era was about to begin. Above the Nine Heavens imperial court, two figures stood proudly. In the next moment, two shocking auras directly erupted from the bodies of Gu Fei and the celestial clan leader. Gu Fei revolved his mysterious technique. A faint layer of divine light of the great path was circulating on his exposed skin. The aura of the celestial clan leader was also constantly rising. The energy waves that rushed out from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble. Little fellow, today I will let you see what invincible power is. The celestial clan leader looked at Gu Fei indifferently. Tisk, Gu Fei secretly shook his head. How could invincible power be so easy to grasp? At this moment, all the spectators were nervously watching the two figures, especially the fellows from the Li clan and the Chu clan. The members of the celestial clan were confident in the celestial clan leader. In their opinion, Gu Fei was definitely not a match for the celestial clan leader. Dai, the old clan master of the Tian clan, suddenly roared in anger and directly punched towards Gu Fei. But what surprised everyone was that his punch was very slow, and it was slowly punched out. Although the speed was slow, the power of the celestial clan leader's punch continued to rise as his fist moved forward. Halfway through the punch, the entire Nine Heavens imperial court began to shake. When Gu Fei saw this punch, his pupils involuntarily constricted. In his eyes, this punch was like a world crushing down on him. Although the punch of the celestial clan leader was slow, Gu Fei was unable to dodge it. The supreme beings who saw this punch were all shocked. This punch of the celestial clan leader was incredible. It seemed ordinary, but it transcended all battle techniques, all divine abilities, and all magical arts. This punch was absolutely invincible. The celestial clan leader was able to unleash such a punch. This was the result of his countless years of battle experience and his own Tao. Even the supreme martial artists who were watching the battle from the side were unable to describe this punch. The entire Nine Heavens imperial court seemed like it was going to collapse. The Nine Heavens imperial court was the legendary battlefield of the Supremes. Even though it looked like a pile of ruins, it was incomparably stable. Ordinary Supremes wouldn't be able to shake this place at all. This was also the reason why this place could exist for so long. Good heavens! Gu Fei couldn't help but admire him, because even he was unable to unleash such a punch. This punch was already enough to prove that the Tian clan's old lord was stronger than Li Changtian, an old monster Chu. 10 Daos is 1. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He immediately manifested 10 different types of perfect power of the great path that rushed out from his body. Then they gathered and intertwined on his right hand. The power of the 10 great Daos collided with each other, and the energy fluctuations that erupted immediately multiplied. Rumble, Gu Fei struck out with his fist, and the power of 10 as one also shook the Nine Heavens imperial court, which made the saints and supreme beings watching the battle inexplicably shocked. I'm afraid that these two aren't far from transcending. In the distant sky, a tanned and skinny monk wearing a tattered kasaya said with his palms together, "That punch from the Tian clan's old monster is no longer within the scope of the extreme path." A supreme being said, "That Gu Fei isn't bad either. He actually cultivated 10 perfect great Daos. His title of Extreme Path Legend isn't just for show." Someone said, "Boom." At this moment, Gu Fei's fist fiercely smashed onto the Tian clan's old lord's fist. A loud explosion erupted, and the entire Nine Heavens imperial court shook violently. The vast and mighty power directly caused cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The broken bricks and tiles on the ground instantly turned to dust. The earth shook, and dust flew everywhere. A large circular pit appeared in the ruins. Two figures were directly sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was incomparably shocked. This Gu Fei actually blocked the Tian clan's Old Lord's punch. It was truly unbelievable. The power of that punch was definitely enough to destroy the heavens and earth. Even a supreme being in the mystic realm would not be able to block this punch. They would be directly destroyed in body and soul. How is this possible? The Li clan's third elder arrived. He was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. As for the Li clan's second ancestor, his expression was solemn. Swoosh! At this moment, the two figures rushed together, and a super great battle erupted. Whether it was Gu Fei or the Tian clan's old lord, their cultivation had already reached the end. If they wanted to take another step forward, they would need to transcend. They would need to transcend all restraints of the world. The Tian clan's old lord wanted to borrow Gu Fei's hand to allow himself to transcend and take that final step. This veteran, supreme being attacked with all his might. All sorts of mystiques, secret techniques, and battle techniques were displayed from his hands. Every one of them had terrifying power that could split the heavens and earth and destroy everything. However, compared to the Tian clan's old lord, Gu Fei's attacks were much simpler and more direct. No matter how many mystiques you had, or how invincible your battle techniques were, I only needed one punch to break them. Moreover, each punch of Gu Fei's was fiercer than the previous one. This made the Tian clan's old lord extremely depressed. Their movement speed was extremely fast. Even sages could not capture their figures. Only supreme beings could track their movements. Master, the shooting sun supreme being, and the others were extremely nervous, because once Gu Fei was defeated, then the territory that they had painstakingly snatched back would become the territory of others. Master is invincible. The Black Wind supreme being, who was standing at the side, said indifferently, Invincible, what a joke. Let me ask you, in this ancestral realm, who dares to call themselves invincible? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw that the person who spoke was the Li clan's third ancestor. Are you itching for a beating? The Thunder Path supreme being stared at the Li clan's third ancestor. A powerful, murderous aura immediately erupted from his body, causing the weather to change. What, you want to fight? The Li clan's third ancestor stared coldly at the Thunder Path supreme being. The Thunder Path supreme being took a step forward. With a wave of his right hand, a bolt of lightning immediately descended from the sky and blasted towards the Li clan's third ancestor. Every bolt of lightning directly tore through the void. A fight broke out at the slightest disagreement. The Li clan's third ancestor's body flashed, and he directly retreated over 10 miles away. The Thunder Path's supreme being had no intention of letting the Li clan's third ancestor go. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly caught up to the Li clan's third ancestor. Then he stomped down on him. Boom! Without any suspense, the Li clan's third ancestor was directly stomped down from the sky by the Thunder Path supreme being. Enough! At this moment, a deep voice rang out. A figure directly appeared in the void and blocked the Thunder Path supreme being who was about to attack again. Chapter 39:13. The Nine Heavens Imperial Court was the battlefield of the Supremes. It was beyond the ancestral realm and beyond the Nine Heavens. Only sages could enter. Cultivators below the sage level could not enter this place at all. The battle between Gu Fei and the Sky Clan leader was taking place above the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Only Supremes were qualified to come and watch the battle. The sages naturally wanted to watch the battle as well. However, the might of a Supremes was not something they could withstand. A wisp of the might of a Supremes could destroy the body and soul of a sage. Even those quasi-supremes who had 1 foot in the Supreme's realm could not withstand the might of a Supreme's. Rumble, at this moment, the entire Nine Heavens imperial court shook. All the Supremes who were watching the battle were indescribably shocked. These two were too powerful. They could actually shake the Nine Heavens imperial court. One should know that this was the battlefield of the Supremes. Ordinary Supremes could not shake the Nine Heavens imperial court at all. There was a powerful force in the Nine Heavens imperial court that suppressed everything. Even Supremes would be suppressed in this place. When sages entered here, their cultivation would be suppressed. They would not be able to use their cultivation and would be like mortals. Only Supremes could fight in this place. "Little guy, you really surprised me," the Sky Clan leader said as he attacked. This was the extreme breaking power. Under this power, no matter how powerful one was, it would be useless. It could be broken in one strike. "You surprised me too," Gu Fei said indifferently. The extreme breaking power could only be broken by the extreme breaking power. He instantly broke through to the extreme breaking realm. His battle prowess increased to an unimaginable level. Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously, like the sound of thunder coming from the primal chaos. The two figures kept colliding with each other, and every time they collided, a circle of transparent ripples would spread out in all directions. While Gu Fei was battling the Sky Clan's patriarch, Sovereign Thunder, and the others were facing off against the Li Clan's second and third primogenitors. "What? You can't wait anymore." Sovereign Black Wind glanced at the second ancestor and the others disdainfully. "Humph, my master will not lose. Go back to where you came from," Sovereign Tianfeng said indifferently. The Sky Clan leader is the first master of the southern region of the ancestral realm. Will your master be his match? Third ancestor of the Li Clan sneered. At that moment, one of the Chu clan's Supremes and 3 other Supremes from other large clans and sects stood behind the Li Clan's 2 primogenitors. In terms of strength, the Li Clan's side was not any weaker than the Shooting Sun Supreme's side. Tai Yinzi, Blazing Sun ancestor. "God, even you want to be my master's enemy?" The Sun-Shooting Supremacy glanced at the supremacies behind the 2 Li Clan primogenitors indifferently. Among these supremacies, the Chu clan's supremacies weren't included. However, the supremacies of the other great sects and clans didn't have any grudges with Gu Fei. Li Realm, Mountain Emperor, the Realm, and the ancestors of the sea, and the Emperor of the Supreme Clan. Gu Fei's Mountain River Cauldron still imprisoned the essence spirits of the 8 Supreme Masters. Only Sovereign Thunder was released. He reorganized his supreme body and became Gu Fei's subordinate. "Taoism friend Shooting Sun, we have no choice. Although your master has no grudges with us, we owe him a favor." Tai Yinzi, who was shrouded in Xianin black qi, said helplessly, "That's right." The other old man, who was surrounded by divine fire, was also helpless. In fact, if it were not for the Star Beast, the 2 ancestors of the Li Clan would have attacked Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. "Humph, you can't bear the consequences of standing on the wrong side," Shooting Sun Supreme said indifferently. He knew Gu Fei's character very well. If he did not offend others, they would be lucky. Who would dare to offend him? The consequences of offending Gu Fei were very serious. However, Tai Yinzi and Blazing Sun Ancestor God did not say anything about Shooting Sun Supreme's reminder. Just now you said that your master would not lose. Everyone, look, isn't Gu Fei about to lose?" At this moment, the 3rd ancestor of the Li Clan laughed and said. Everyone quickly turned around and saw that Gu Fei was being beaten back by the clan master of the Tian clan. This the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others could not help but be shocked when they saw this. The combat power displayed by the clan master of the Tian clan was too shocking. His combat skills had already surpassed the scope of Dao. The power of his punches and kicks was stronger than any divine sense. The clan master of the Tian clan threw out 13 punches in a row and sent Gu Fei flying thousands of miles away. He crashed through a broken wall and slid on the ground for more than 10 miles before stopping. Not bad. You didn't explode from my punches. When the clan master of the Tian clan saw Gu Fei, who was slowly standing up from the ground, his pupils contracted. You're not bad either. You're already half a step into that realm. However, if you only have this level of combat power, you will definitely lose. Gu Fei stared coldly at the clan master of the Tian clan, who was walking towards him in the void step by step. Little guy, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The clan master of the Tian clan said disdainfully. Again, Gu Fei did not say anything else. He stomped on the ground, and the entire ground exploded. At the same time, he had already rushed into the sky and attacked the figure in the sky. Without holding back, Gu Fei punched out. The power of breaking the limit exploded, and the fist force caused the void in front of him to collapse. The Heavenly Clan's patriarch reached out with his hand, as if he was grabbing all the Daos in the world. The void that had exploded was also caught in his hand. Even Gu Fei was grabbed by the clan master of the Tian clan. It was as if he was grabbed by an ancient giant. All the Supremes who were watching the battle were shocked. The clan master of the Tian clan was too powerful. That was Gu Fei, a legendary Dao legend. He had actually grabbed him in his hand. At this time, the third ancestor of the Li clan was overjoyed. The Shooting Sun supremacy and the others looked pale. If Gu Fei lost, they would be in trouble. The Li clan had already started to sharpen their blades. Roar. At this time, Gu Fei roared angrily and shattered the clan master of the Tian clan's giant hand. Then he pointed at the clan master of the Tian clan. Buzz. A sword wave immediately rushed out from the tip of his finger and instantly spread out, enveloping the old Tian clan lord within the sword wave. Humph! The clan master of the Tian clan sneered. His body trembled, and a ball of divine light exploded from his body, blocking the sword wave that was coming from all directions. At this time, Gu Fei's right hand grabbed the void. A divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. Kill! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei slashed down at the clan master of the Tian clan. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand directly broke through the domain created by the clan master of the Tian clan and landed on his shoulder. When the Supremes saw this scene, they couldn't help but be shocked. The situation had changed too quickly. A moment ago, Gu Fei was at an absolute disadvantage and was being suppressed by the clan master of the Tian clan. But now, his sword had struck the clan master of the Tian clan. Bang! The clan master of the Tian clan's body sank, and he knelt on one knee. In the next moment, a mysterious shadow rushed out from the clan master of the Tian clan's body and forced Gu Fei to retreat. The shadow then disappeared into the clan master of the Tian clan's body. Gu Fei was indescribably shocked. He never thought that the clan master of the Tian clan had actually cultivated such a sacred art. It was a primordial spirit attack, not an external incarnation technique. A simple primordial spirit attack was naturally unable to force Gu Fei to retreat. However, this was not an ordinary primordial spirit attack. The primordial spirit attack of the Tian clan master just now was definitely not weaker than his full-strength attack. The clan master of the Tian clan slowly stood up. A sword scar on his shoulder was quickly disappearing. Little Guy, the Tian clan master, was enraged. How many years had it been since he was injured? Today, he was actually injured by a junior. This was hard for him to accept. How is this possible? The Tian clan supremes who were watching the battle were all dumbfounded. Gu Fei could actually injure their ancestor. Even the ancient supremes were dumbstruck. This Gu Fei is truly heaven-defying. Someone exclaimed. The clan master of the Tian clan was the #1 sovereign of the southern region of the ancestral realm. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. In the next moment, the clan master of the Tian clan directly soared into the sky. His physical body broke through the void and directly arrived in front of Gu Fei. His physical body broke through the void. Gu Fei's 10 Daos of power was added to his body. His supreme martial body directly broke through the void and charged towards the clan master of the Tian clan, who was charging towards him. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The two figures directly collided. This was a purely physical confrontation. Whoever's physical body was stronger would be able to suppress everything and defeat the other party. At this time, Gu Fei and the clan master of the Tian clan were both in the extreme breaking realm, transcending all great Daos. Even a place like the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was pierced through. Previous chapter, next chapter, bam. Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the chest of the clan master of the Tian clan. The sound of bones shattering immediately came from the clan master of the Tian clan's body. However, at the same time, the clan master of the Tian clan also chopped at Gu Fei's waist with his hand. Gu Fei only felt a sharp pain. It was as if his entire body had been cut in half by a knife, and he was sent flying. Both sides are injured. Everyone was incomparably nervous when they saw this scene. Gu Fei was really too amazing. Even if he couldn't defeat the clan master of the Tian clan, to be able to fight to a draw with the clan master of the Tian clan was enough to shock the world. The two figures once again charged towards each other. The sound of bones shattering rang out continuously. Regardless of whether it was Gu Fei or the clan master of the Tian clan, at this time they had already fought with all their might. Especially the clan master of the Tian clan. He was even more shocked and angry. He was different from Yi Qingtian in the Lost Lands. He had already taken half a step into that legendary realm. However, even so, he still couldn't take down Gu Fei. Little Guy, die. The clan master of the Tian clan suddenly roared. In the next moment, a powerful extreme breaking force erupted from his body. Then, Gu Fei only felt the world spin, as if he had entered another world. Chapter 39:14. The battle between Gu Fei and the Heavenly Clan's patriarch attracted more than half of the primordial realm's supremes to spectate. The battle between the two powerhouses was earth-shattering. Even the battlefield of supremes like the 9 Heavens Imperial Court was almost destroyed. This shocked all the supremes. Rumble, the Heavenly Clan's old clan master, had finally used his trump card. As he waved his hands, the entire world seemed to turn upside down. In the next instant, only Gu Fei and the Heavenly Clan's old clan master were left in the world. Gu Fei felt as though he had entered another world. Where did they go? Why did they disappear? What's going on? The spectating supremes didn't see how Gu Fei and the Heavenly Clan's patriarch disappeared. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Master, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were shocked when they saw this. Ha ha! Look, I was right, wasn't I? That Gu Fei is finished. The Li clan's third, primordial ancestor, laughed proudly. The supremes behind the Li clan's 2 primordial ancestors were also overjoyed. If Gu Fei was killed by the Heavenly Clan's patriarch, it would be great news for them. Gu Fei's territory was like a fat piece of meat. It was hard to imagine how many forces would try to snatch it after Gu Fei's death. Even the forces from other regions would take advantage of this opportunity to enter the southern domain. At that time, not only would the entire southern region be in chaos, but the entire primordial realm would also be in turmoil. How can you imagine my master's abilities? The Shooting Sun Supreme stared coldly at the Li clan's third primordial ancestor. They had been restricted by Gu Fei. If Gu Fei died, they would also be in trouble. But now, they were alive and well. This proved that Gu Fei hadn't been defeated. At the very least, he hadn't died. It should be known that Gu Fei was an extreme legend in the primordial realm. If an extreme legend could be defeated so easily, he wouldn't be called an extreme legend. Ha! You're still stubborn? One of the Chu clan's supremes, standing behind the Li clan's two primogenitors, laughed heartily. The Chu clan was definitely Gu Fei's greatest enemy. Old Monster Chu was even defeated by Gu Fei and had no choice but to return to seclusion to recuperate. As a result, the Chu clan's prestige in the Southern Territory fell to rock bottom. Their influence was also greatly reduced. Some of the powers that had originally submitted to the Chu clan began to show signs of looking for other backers. The primogenitor's realm was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. When you're strong, there will be countless people following you. However, when you're weak, the countless people following you will leave you. This was the reality of the cultivation world of the primogenitor realm. After Old Monster Chu and Li Changtian were defeated by Gu Fei, countless forces in the southern region had the idea of relying on Gu Fei. No matter where it was or what world it was, the strong would always be respected, and there would always be people willing to follow the strong. If it wasn't for the existence of the number one cultivation force in the southern region, Gu Fei would have already unified the entire southern region of the primogenitor's realm. The battle between Gu Fei and the Sky Clan's patriarch had a huge impact. It directly decided who the true overlord of the southern region would be. At this time, some forces were already rejoicing that they didn't choose to rely on Gu Fei. Otherwise, it would have been a tragedy. In the end, the Sky Clan's patriarch was still stronger. Of course, it was still too early. The leaders of these forces weren't fools. They were still observing. At this time, the Shooting Sun Supremes and the Supremes of the Li clan were at daggers drawn. They were about to fight. At this time, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in the void in front of them. A beam of destructive light broke through the void and rushed out, sweeping towards the Li clan's third primogenitor. The Li clan's third primogenitor was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the speed of the destructive light was too fast. The Li clan's third primogenitor avoided being hit in his vitals, but the destructive light still penetrated his left shoulder. Roar! The Li clan's third primogenitor roared angrily. He naturally knew who the attacker was. However, it was precisely because he knew who it was that he didn't dare to be impudent. Master, the Shooting Sun Supremes were both surprised and delighted. All the Supremes who saw this scene felt their hearts tremble. An extreme legend couldn't be humiliated. The Supremes in the Li clan's camp all had ugly expressions, especially the Li clan's second primogenitor. He dared to be angry, but didn't dare to say anything. As for the Chu clan Supremes, they looked like they had eaten a fly. At this time, Gu Fei was trapped in the Sky clan's extreme break domain. Although he was suppressed, he didn't completely lose the ability to fight back. Little guy, admit defeat obediently, and I will spare your life. The Sky clan's patriarch's voice came from all directions. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess, he couldn't sense where the Sky clan's patriarch was. Ha! Gu Fei suddenly laughed loudly. You want me to admit defeat At this level? What a joke. Gu Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly to himself. He hadn't even shown his trump card yet. If that's the case, then go to hell. The Sky Clan's patriarch wasn't going to be merciful. He had lived for countless years and had seen countless outstanding people. He had even personally killed many people who were said to be heaven-defying. Although Gu Fei was an extreme legend, so what? If he wasn't of use to him, then he would just kill him. The next moment, the entire extreme break domain shook. Endless extreme break domain rushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. It was terrifying. You're not the only one with a domain. Gu Fei sneered. In the next moment, a ball of primordial divine light surged out from his body and blocked the destructive extreme break force. The Sky Clan's patriarch was shocked. He hurriedly activated an even stronger extreme break domain. The mass of divine light outside of Gu Fei's body began to shake violently. Countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the mass of divine light, forming ancient Tao diagrams. The ancient Tao diagrams stimulated the strongest power. This power surpassed the Tao and was the extreme break domain. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to block the Sky Clan's patriarch. It's the primordial divine light. The Sky Clan's patriarch's voice resounded. Extreme break domain, primordial heaven opening. Gu Fei roared. An extremely violent primordial divine light directly surged from his body. Everywhere the primordial divine light passed, the void turned into primal chaos. Then, the turbid air sank and the clear air rose. The primal chaos evolved into a heaven and earth, directly supporting the Sky Clan's extreme break domain. The power of the primordial heaven opening continued to expand outwards. In the end, with an earth-shattering explosion, the Tian clan's old clan master's extreme breaking domain had actually exploded. How is this possible? The Sky Clan's patriarch's figure directly appeared in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Then, he crashed into the ruins, causing the entire earth to shake. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. The Sky Clan's patriarch lost. The group of Supremes was dumbfounded. The Supremes of Li Clan and Chu Clan were stunned. Tai Yinzi and Burning Sun God ancestor looked at each other. They finally understood why Shooting Sun Sovereign would say those words to them. At this time, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the Nine Heavens imperial court. He walked over step by step with his hands behind his back. Preposterous! The Sky Clan's patriarch stood up from the ground. He was covered in blood, his clothes were tattered, and he looked extremely miserable. He stared at Gu Fei fiercely. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were rising and falling in his eyes. If you obediently admit defeat, I will spare your life. Gu Fei came in front of the Sky Clan's patriarch and said indifferently, The Sky Clan's patriarch was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Didn't he just say those words to this guy? Even the Sky Clan's patriarch never thought that the situation would change so quickly. Boom! The Sky Clan's patriarch directly charged towards Gu Fei. His speed was extremely fast. Stupid, Gu Fei said disdainfully. He still stood there, without moving. However, his martial body emitted a powerful and terrifying aura. He directly let the Sky Clan's patriarch collide with him. In the next moment, a figure flew up and smashed onto the ground. For a moment, he could not stand up. When everyone saw this scene, they were speechless. The strength of Gu Fei's martial body exceeded that of all the Supremes. Because he was a martial Tao supremacy, his martial body was so strong that even Black Turtle Supremacy, who was famous for his defense, could not compare to him. The Sky Clan's patriarch actually dared to get close. Wasn't he courting death? The Sky Clan's patriarch has lost. When the Supremes saw this scene, they felt as if they were in a dream. Everything was so unreal. At this time, the Sky Clan's patriarch stood up again. Pieces of red scales rushed out from his body and surrounded him. Very quickly, a set of battle armor was directly attached to the Sky Clan's patriarch's body. In the next moment, a shocking aura immediately erupted from the Sky Clan's patriarch's body. The entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court was shaking, as if it could collapse at any time. Some of the Supremes had already taken out their self-refined Tao artifacts to protect themselves. "Little fellow, I didn't expect you to actually force me to use my trump card." The Sky Clan's patriarch stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, "This is your trump card." Gu Fei was a little surprised. It was just a set of scarlet blood battle armor, and it could turn the tables. Buzz. Gu Fei raised his right hand, and a Tao artifact immediately appeared. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era spread out from the Tao artifact. Will of the Heavens. When the Sky Clan's patriarch saw the Tao artifact in Gu Fei's hand, he could not help but turn pale with fright. At this moment, the Wheel of the Heavens suddenly trembled. Then, rays of black light flew over from all directions and directly collided with the Wheel of the Heavens. The clanging sounds did not stop. The Wheel of the Heavens in Gu Fei's hand was actually repairing itself. In the next moment, the might of the Wheel of the Heavens spread out, intimidating everyone. "Ha! I didn't expect to find these things here." Gu Fei looked at the Wheel of the Heavens in his hand and could not help but be surprised and happy. Swoosh. Chapter 39:15. The Celestial Clan's patriarch disappeared. This made it hard for the spectating Supremes to believe that the Celestial Clan's patriarch was once the #1 supremacy of the Southern Domain. The Celestial Clan of the Southern Domain was not only the most ancient race in the Southern Domain, but also one of the most ancient races in the entire ancestral realm. Although the Celestial Clan had gone into seclusion, this race had never declined. In every generation, there would be stunning existences appearing, and the Celestial Clan's patriarch was publicly recognized as the strongest Supremes in the Southern Domain. But now, this supremacy, who was so powerful that all Supremes trembled, was actually defeated by Gu Fei. At this time, the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court was silent. How is this possible? The two spectating Supremes were dumbfounded. How could the patriarch be defeated? In the eyes of all the Celestial Clansmen, the Celestial Clan's patriarch was invincible. He was invincible in the entire Southern Domain, able to compete with the strongest existences in the ancestral realm. But today, the Celestial Clan's patriarch's invincible legend was shattered by Gu Fei. "Let's go." The two Supremes of the Celestial Clan directly retreated. Gu Fei did not stop them. His battle with the Celestial Clan's patriarch was a fair battle. There was no enmity between the two, and he was not a bloodthirsty madman. The most dazzling battle in the Southern Domain of the ancestral realm ended. When the news spread, the entire Southern Domain was shaken. The Supremes of the Li Clan and Chu Clan were dumbfounded, especially the third ancestor of the Li Clan. His eyes almost fell to the ground. He was shocked and angry. How could this Gu Fei be the Celestial Clan's patriarch's opponent? Not only the third ancestor of the Li Clan, but all the Supremes also found it hard to believe. The Celestial Clan could not accept this result, but whether they didn't believe it or found it hard to accept, the matter of Gu Fei defeating the Celestial Clan's patriarch was real. The honorable martial artists of the Li Clan and the Chu Clan chose to retreat immediately. Gu Fei didn't attack the Li Clan and the Chu Clan either, directly letting them leave. This made Gu Fei's subordinates, the Black Wind Supremacy, and the others very unwilling. How could they let these fellows from the Li and Chu clans off so easily? However, Gu Fei did not make a move. The Black Wind Supremacy and the others were also very helpless. Roar. That astral beast suddenly roared. The entire nine heavens imperial court trembled. Those supreme beings who had yet to leave were all indescribably shocked. They didn't expect that this astral beast was actually so powerful and terrifying. "Is that Gu Fei's mount?" someone exclaimed. Since ancient times, Gu Fei was probably the only person who had used an adult star beast as a mount. It had to be known that an adult star beast's combat strength was comparable to a supremacy's. In this battle, not only did Gu Fei defeat the Celestial Clan Patriarch, but he also repaired a portion of the Wheel of the Myriad Worlds. The Wheel of the Myriad Worlds, the number 1 Tao tool in the primogenitor realm, was too heavily damaged. After this repair, some of the parts that were missing were restored. This number 1 Tao tool in the primogenitor realm could be repaired. This was completely a pleasant surprise. Even Gu Fei did not know that there were some fragments of the Wheel of the Myriad Worlds scattered in the nine heavens imperial court. It was really hard to imagine what kind of impact this number 1 Tao tool in the primogenitor realm had received to be so heavily damaged. It had to be known that this Wheel of the Myriad Worlds was a supreme Tao tool that even a supremacy could not damage. Could it be that someone had transcended back then? Gu Fei took out the Wheel of the Myriad Worlds. The aura of the Myriad Worlds spread out and enveloped the entire nine heavens imperial court. However, no more fragments of the Wheel of the Myriad Worlds flew out from the nine heavens imperial court. Seeing that Gu Fei took out the Wheel of the Myriad Worlds, the supreme beings who had yet to leave all changed expressions. The Wheel of the Myriad Worlds was the number 1 Tao tool in the primogenitor realm. Legend had it that whoever could control this Tao tool would be able to unify the entire primogenitor realm and become the invincible ruler of the primogenitor realm. It was also because of this ancient legend that every time there was a commotion on the primogenitor sacred mountain, countless supreme beings would descend to the primogenitor mountain to fight for this Tao tool. Since ancient times, the supreme beings that died in the primogenitor mountain range were probably second only to the supreme tomb. Return and go into seclusion. Gu Fei kept the Wheel of the Myriad Worlds, then led his subordinates and left the nine heavens imperial court. He then returned to the Thunder Tao Sovereign's Thunder Lake. He directly entered the depths of the Thunder Lake to go into seclusion and did not allow anyone to disturb him. Gu Fei obtained many benefits from the battle with the Sky Clan's Patriarch. The Sky Clan's Patriarch was worthy of being a half-step transcendent being. There were many things that Gu Fei could learn from and study. The Sky Clan's Patriarch had walked a long way on this path. Compared to Yi Qingtian in the Lost Lands, the Sky Clan's Patriarch's path was undoubtedly correct. This was because the Sky Clan's Patriarch did not need any external help to break through to the legendary realm. This was the path that Gu Fei wanted to walk. To achieve true transcendence, it was impossible to rely on external help. He could only rely on himself. Gu Fei had already grasped the power of breaking through limits. He was only half a step away from reaching the half-step transcendent realm. This was also the reason why Gu Fei was so anxious to go into seclusion. He knew that after his battle with the Sky Clan's Patriarch, he should have received some sort of enlightenment. The Sky Clan's Patriarch should also be in seclusion. Once such a person came out, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. At that time, he might not be this super antique's opponent. Although Gu Fei had defeated the Sky Clan's Patriarch on the surface, no one knew better than him that the Sky Clan's Patriarch still had the strength to fight. If the Sky Clan's Patriarch fought with his life on the line, it would be hard to say who would win. Chief Shooting Sun, why has Master been in seclusion recently? Black Wind, who was guarding outside the valley, asked the Shooting Sun Supreme curiously. You're asking me? Who should I ask? The Shooting Sun Supreme said impatiently. Black Wind was a lazy fella. When he met a strong enemy, he would immediately admit defeat. He would either run away or hide at the back. All the Supremes under Gu Fei didn't like this fella. Black Wind Supreme shrunk his neck and didn't dare to ask anymore. He was the weakest among these Supremes. His fists weren't strong enough. If he could admit defeat, he couldn't force it. In the eyes of Black Wind Supreme, nothing was more important than his own life. Master's cultivation should increase by another level. A figure sitting cross-legged in the void, surrounded by lightning and fire, suddenly spoke. This person emitted a terrifying destructive aura. He was like a peerless supreme lightning ancestor. He was the master of the Thunder Lake, the Lightning Tao Supreme. The cultivation of the Lightning Tao Supreme wasn't below that of the Shooting Sun Supreme. In fact, it might even be above him. The Lightning Tao was the Tao of destruction, punishing on behalf of the heavens. Among those of the same level, the Lightning Tao Supreme was superior. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Their master was already a high lord. If his cultivation went up another level, wouldn't he become the first person in history to surpass the extreme grade? Surpassing the extreme Tao was just a legend. Master really has the ability to surpass the extreme Tao? The Wind Saint Supreme said in shock. Who knows? The Shooting Sun Supreme suddenly sighed. Regardless of whether Gu Fei could become the first person to surpass the extreme Tao, he only cared about one thing. Gu Fei mustn't die. If he died, all of them would be buried with him. At this moment, a deafening snoring sound came from afar. The star beast was like a huge mountain lying on the ground and sleeping. This guy is so carefree. He eats and sleeps. He sleeps and eats. The Black Wind Supreme said with a bitter smile. While Gu Fei was in seclusion, the old clan master of the Sky Clan passed down an order in the ancestral land of the Sky Clan. He was about to go into seclusion, and no one was to disturb him during this period of time. When the news of Gu Fei and the Sky Clan leader going into seclusion spread, everyone was shocked. The Li Clan and the Chu Clan were even more restless. The Li Clan and the Chu Clan had offended Gu Fei badly, especially the third progenitor of the Li Clan. He was scared out of his wits. If Gu Fei came out of seclusion, his cultivation would increase greatly. At that time, no one would be able to suppress Gu Fei. The Li Clan would be exterminated by Gu Fei. Gu Fei wasn't a soft-hearted guy. It wasn't like he hadn't killed people before. That won't do. The third progenitor thought about it and finally walked into the depths of the ancestral land. There was an ordinary stone house. In front of it was a stone table and a few stone stools. A figure sat cross-legged in the stone house. Big brother, you have to help me this time. The third progenitor came to the outside of the stone house and said to the person inside. This person was the first progenitor of the Li Clan, Li Changtian. Li Changtian was the first progenitor of the Li Clan. He was the strongest of the three sovereigns of the Li Clan. He was at least at the peak of the extreme path. He could even break through to the breaking limit temporarily. This kind of existence was only slightly weaker than the Tian clan's old lord, but he was stronger than old Monster Chu by a level. Li Changtian didn't say anything in the stone house. Big brother, if you don't help me, your little brother is dead. The third progenitor saw that Li Changtian didn't care about him and panicked. Big brother, please save me. The third progenitor said anxiously, Third brother, what are you doing? At this time, an angry shout came. A figure rushed in from outside and came directly behind the third progenitor. He reached out and grabbed the third progenitor. Second brother, only Big Brother can save us. If we wait for Gu Fei to come out of seclusion, we'll all die without a grave. The third progenitor said anxiously. The second ancestor couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He then said, "What are you afraid of? Do you really think that Gu Fei will dare to come here again?" With Li Changtian overseeing the Li clan's ancestral ground, it was no longer the same as before. It should be known that even the Sky Clan leader wouldn't dare to casually enter the ancestral land with Li Changtian in charge. But the third progenitor wanted to say more. "You bastard, back off." Chapter 39:16. Gu Fei's every move attracted attention from all directions. The reason was simple. It was because he defeated the Celestial Clan Master, the #1 supremacy of the Southern Domain. However, no one expected that after Gu Fei defeated the Celestial Clan Master, he didn't take the opportunity to conquer the Celestial Clan and dominate the Southern Domain. Instead, he went into seclusion. Soon after, the news of the Celestial Clan Master's seclusion also spread. The Southern Domain's two greatest powerhouses actually went into seclusion at the same time. This shocked all the supremacies. One had to know that both Gu Fei and the Celestial Clan Master were existences at the end of the extreme Tao, yet they both went into seclusion at the same time. In other words, in that battle between them, the two of them had unimaginable harvests. Perhaps someone is going to prove the true Supreme Great Tao. An ancient autarch said, "The true Supreme Great Tao isn't the extreme Tao already the Supreme Great Tao?" Someone was shocked to hear this. In the cultivation world, the extreme Tao realm was already publicly recognized as the Supreme Great Tao. Could it be that this wasn't the true Supreme Great Tao? Only those at the peak of the extreme Tao could understand the words of the old supremacies. The end of the extreme Tao was not empty. Above the extreme Tao, there was an even higher realm. However, to all the supremacies, that was only a legend. Perhaps some people walked a different path and realized relative eternity, but that wasn't the true Supreme Great Tao. It could only be said that those people walked the wrong path. Gu Fei's seclusion made some people anxious and anxious. They thought of all kinds of ways to take Gu Fei's life. They didn't have the ability to do so, so they went to invite others or offer treasures that even supremacies coveted. Whoever could kill Gu Fei would get the treasures. There was a black list in the primogenitor realm. The people on the list were all existences with bounties on their heads. Every one of them had done something that shook a region. Almost everyone on the black list was a fiendish devil, a great villain. However, just a few days after Gu Fei went into seclusion, his name was already on the black list, and he was even ranked in the top 10. This made everyone's eyeballs fall out of their sockets. This Gu Fei is really a fierce man of his generation. He actually rushed into the top 10 of the dark list, and even squeezed out the first demon of the Ancestor Demon realm. Is he even stronger than the first demon of the Ancestor Demon realm? Some people were shocked to the extreme. Ancestor Demon realm? For 1,000? The two Ancestor Devils were both on the black list, and the first Ancestor Devil was ranked 8th. But now, Gu Fei had come up. Gu Fei had pushed the first Devil Primogenitor down one spot. Gu Fei was in 8th place, while the first Devil Primogenitor was in 9th place. I didn't expect Master to be on the black list, and ranked 8th. When the news reached Black Marsh, the Shooting Sun Supreme, and the others were stunned. Who dared to place a bounty on Gu Fei? This was simply courting death. Of course, the black list did not necessarily have to have a bounty on it. The mysterious person who ranked the list was largely based on the danger level of the experts in the Ancestor realm. Being on the black list meant that one was a dangerous person. The top 10 of the black list was an extremely dangerous existence. The first demon of the Ancestor Devil Primogenitor was only ranked 9th on the black list, and even Gu Fei was stronger and more dangerous than him. This was unbelievable. However, after some people learned of Gu Fei's battle records, they no longer said anything. Gu Fei rose rapidly in the Ancestor Realm southern region. He annihilated the Wood Race, defeated the 9 Supremes, subdued the Shooting Sun Supreme, and recently defeated Supremes Old Monster Chu and Supremes Li Chang Tian. In the end, even the first Supremes of the southern region, the old clan master of the Sky Race, was defeated by him. The old clan master of the Sky Race was ranked second only to the first demon of the Ancestor Demon on the Black List. Ever since he lost to Gu Fei, he was ranked 10th. In the top 10 of the Black List, the Ancestor Realm Southern Region occupied 2 spots. This was the best result of the Ancestor Realm Southern Region on the Black List. Gu Fei's bounty on the Black List had also reached a jaw-dropping level. Khanate 5 Elements Origin Divine Beads, Immortal Extreme Young True Gold, Primordial Fortune Divine Jade, and so on. There's also a Peak Supreme's Origin, Essence Chi. All the experts in the Ancestor Realm were discussing the bounty on the Black List for Gu Fei. These heaven-defying treasures made even Supremes envious. Killing Gu Fei would allow them to obtain so many good things. This made some people extremely excited. With a great reward, there would always be brave people. Some people had already started hunting down Gu Fei. Ha! Someone actually dares to kill Master. How laughable! In front of a valley in the depths of the Thunder Lake, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others who received the news felt that it was unbelievable. Master's ferocious might shook the world. Who could be his match? Don't let your guard down. The Shooting Sun Supreme swept his gaze across the crowd and said indifferently, "Gu Fei, come out and die." Very soon, an angry roar was heard from outside the Thunder Lake. In the next moment, a powerful figure barged into the dark swamp from the outside. Violent and powerful sovereign power radiated from the figure. "You're courting death." The Shooting Sun Supreme stood up and extended his left hand. A divine bow appeared in his hand immediately. Without saying anything else, the Shooting Sun Supreme fired an arrow at the silhouette. An arrow light tore through the void and arrived in front of the silhouette. Bam! The arrow light suddenly exploded when it was about 3 feet away from the figure. Countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void along with the explosion of the arrow light. A group of transparent ripples spread out. The Shooting Sun Supreme being was shocked, and the other Supremes were even more shocked. The person who came was powerful to the extreme, and everyone was extremely cautious. "Wang Ming, it's you?" The Thunder Tao Supreme stared at the figure opposite him and said coldly, "Wang family's Royal Supreme." Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. The Wang family of the Primogenitor Realm was a great clan that had existed for countless years. The foundation of the Wang family was not inferior to the Heavenly Clan at all. The Wang family was a great clan in the central domain of the Primogenitor Realm. They were extremely powerful, and there were even 4 Supremes in this clan. With the 4 Supremes protecting the Wang family, no one dared to offend them. Wang Ming was the Supreme with the lowest cultivation among the 4 Supremes of the Wang family. However, this guy actually had the cultivation of a Great Success Supreme. A Great Success Supreme was definitely an unimaginably powerful existence. Humph, since you know it's me, why don't you ask Gu Fei to come out and wait to be captured? Wang Ming was extremely arrogant. He did not even glance at the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked and furious. "Are you stronger than the old clan leader of the Heavenly Clan?" The Dark Path Supreme stared at Wang Ming and said solemnly, "How can you understand my capabilities?" Wang Ming said proudly, "Ridiculous." A voice rang out directly in everyone's heart. "Who's the one boasting shamelessly? Come out right now." Wang Ming was instantly enraged when he heard that. At that moment, two huge balls of light suddenly lit up in the void in front of Wang Ming. A figure that was even bigger than a mountain appeared in the void. Wang Ming couldn't help but gasp when he saw that. Star Beast? And it's an adult Star Beast. Wang Ming had a bitter expression. He had heard people say how impressive Gu Fei was previously, but he did not believe them. However, it now seemed that Gu Fei was definitely the real deal. He was not someone with an undeserved reputation. It must be noted that an adult Star Beast was not that easy to subdue. Since Gu Fei could subdue an adult Star Beast, how weak could his cultivation and combat strength be? Countless shooting suns supreme, and the others had come in an overbearing manner. However, they were now frightened by the adult Star Beast that Gu Fei had subdued. "Ha ha, you're just a coward. How dare you flaunt your prowess here? What a joke." The Black Wind Supreme laughed out loud. "You're courting death." Wang Ming roared furiously and directly attacked the Black Wind Supreme. Countless transparent ripples spread from his body, and the power of the great Tao instantly enveloped the entire area. At the same time, a huge palm print directly descended from the sky and blasted toward the Black Wind Supreme. What? The Black Wind Supreme was shocked. When he wanted to dodge, he was horrified to find that he couldn't even move a finger. How can this be? The Black Wind Sovereign's shock was no small matter. The Shooting Sun Supreme, Thunder Tao Supreme, and the others hurriedly attacked. Violent supreme power erupted and blocked the huge palm. In the next moment, all the supreme martial artists were sent flying. Just as the Black Wind Supreme was about to be slapped to death by Wang Ming, the roar of a beast suddenly rang out. The entire void shook, and a violent power shook the heavens and the earth. With a blood-curdling scream, Wang Ming was directly sent flying. The Star Beast made its move. With just a roar, it sent Wang Ming flying. Wang Ming was extremely cunning. He actually took advantage of the rebound force to directly retreat thousands of miles away. Then, he directly shattered the void and escaped without a trace. The Black Wind Supreme was surprised and delighted that he survived. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. Humph! What Central Region's Wang family? They're all cowards. The Heavenly Wind Supreme sneered. The adult Star Beast intimidated all the people who came to kill Gu Fei. What a joke! This adult Star Beast's battle strength was comparable to that of a Supreme Master. If the Star Beast made its move, the fourth son of the Wang family, Wang Ming, would definitely die here. Time passed. Unknowingly, Gu Fei had already been in seclusion for 3 months. During these 3 months, dozens of experts who wanted to kill Gu Fei were either chased away or directly killed. The cultivation world of the primogenitor realm was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Between enemies, it was either you die or I die. Some especially powerful existences were handed over to the Star Beast to deal with. Existences below the mid-level Supreme Martial Artist were handled by the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. On this dark night, a mysterious black figure directly appeared outside the valley where Gu Fei was in seclusion. A cold and gloomy aura spread from the black figure. Scram! The Thunder Tao Supreme roared at the black figure. Chapter 39:17. In the Thunder Lake, where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion, a mysterious black silhouette appeared. This shocked the Dark Path Supremes, the Shooting Sun Supremes, and the others who were guarding outside the valley. Even Wang Ming from the Wang family of the Central Region had been chased away. Could this mysterious black silhouette be even stronger than Wang Ming? The black silhouette didn't say a word and immediately attacked. A black aura spread from his body. Wherever the black aura enveloped, The void was destroyed silently. Death aura. Could it be the terrifying existence that walked out of the supreme tomb? The Shooting Sun Supremes exclaimed. When Gu Fei and Li Changtian fought, two mysterious existences were alarmed. One was the existence in the blood-colored sarcophagus, and the other was the middle-aged man in hemp robes who walked out of the supreme tomb. However, the black silhouette was shrouded in black aura and couldn't be seen clearly. Even the Shooting Sun Supremes and the Thunderpath Supremes couldn't see his true appearance. The black aura spread, and the entire world turned dark. Even the light seemed to be devoured by the black aura. The Shooting Sun Supremes and the others hurriedly activated their divine light to protect themselves. However, the moment their divine light came into contact with the black aura, it became faint. Countless Tao patterns on the divine light dissipated. The black aura could actually destroy the Tao patterns of the Supremes. The Shooting Sun Supremes and the others were shocked. They hurriedly retreated and wanted to escape from the range of the black aura. However, in the next moment, they realized that the black aura was suppressing them to the point where they couldn't move at all. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. They originally thought that it was just an ordinary death aura. They didn't expect the black aura to be able to imprison them. A wisp of aura as heavy as a primordial sacred mountain. How is this possible? The Thunderpath Supremes exclaimed. Although he tried his best to activate the divine light around him, it was still gradually dimming. Could this be a mutated primordial aura? The Shooting Sun Supremes was shocked. The legendary dark primordial aura. The Black Wind Supremes were extremely shocked. One must know that the dark primordial aura was an extreme power that was the complete opposite of the primordial aura. Where there was life, there was death. This was a cycle, a heavenly Tao, a samsara. Grand mist energy was the ancestral energy of the world. It could give birth to all. However, on the contrary, the primordial dark gas represented death, extreme death. Death chi was also divided into different types. Dark primordial chi was the most powerful and terrifying of all death chi. A single strand was enough to kill a supreme. Star Beast Sovereign, aren't you going to make a move? The Shooting Sun Supremacy roared. He couldn't hold on much longer. Once his protective divine light was completely corroded by the primordial darkness chi, he would also be instantly obliterated by the primordial darkness chi. Being obliterated by the primordial dark chi would result in the annihilation of one's body and soul. While the Sun-Shooting Supremacy and the others were in danger, the Star Beast was still sleeping soundly. This left the Sun-Shooting Supremacy and the others speechless. Roar. A deep roar rang out. Then, a beast that was as large as a mountain stood up from the ground. An adult star beast. The Black Shadow couldn't help but be surprised to see this giant beast. Phew! The star beast merely spat out a breath, and the violent power of the stars turned into a storm of stars, directly blowing away the mass of black gas that pervaded the air. This was the might of a supreme beast that could compete with a supremacy. It blew away the primordial dark chi with a single breath. The Sun-Shooting Supremacy and the others immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the black gas that had been blown away gathered again and swept toward the Sun-Shooting Supremacy and the others. The black gas was like a towering black wave that slammed down on the Sun-Shooting Supremacy and the others from the sky. At that moment, 4,000 the Star Beast opened its mouth and inhaled. The overwhelming black gas that was sweeping toward them actually gathered in its mouth and was directly swallowed by the giant beast. The Star Beast could swallow the stars, the sun, and the moon. An adult Star Beast could even swallow the stars of a celestial domain with a single breath. Although the primordial dark chi was powerful, it was still swallowed and refined by the star beast and turned into its power. An adult star beast could refine all the essence in the world, including the primordial dark chi. This star beast was comparable to the legendary heaven-swallowing beast, Buzz. While the primordial dark energy was being devoured incessantly by the star beast, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded throughout space. After that, the black figure directly appeared in front of the star beast and smashed his fist towards it. Simple, direct, and violent, the mysterious Black Shadow's punch didn't use any mystical skills or great techniques. It was just a direct display of power. This punch had already surpassed the scope of Tao and was somewhat close to the extreme breaking realm. However, it still wasn't the extreme breaking realm. Boom! With a loud sound, the star beast that was larger than a mountain was continuously pushed back by the mysterious Black Shadow's punch. The ground shook with every step it took. What? The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were astonished when they saw this. This star beast wasn't an ordinary star beast. It was an adult star beast, yet it was pushed back by a punch from the mysterious Black Shadow. If even the star beast Venerable couldn't stop this guy and allowed him to enter the valley, the consequences would be unpredictable. Roar! The star beast was enraged, and a terrifying and monstrous star power erupted from its body. In the next moment, a universe actually appeared around the giant beast. Spots of starlight appeared around the star beast like twinkling stars. These spots of starlight immediately turned into shocking swordlights that pierced through the mysterious Black Shadow. However, the Black Shadow casually extended its right hand and pressed forward. The countless starlight swordlights that pierced through the star beast were all blocked as if they had hit a transparent wall. The Black Shadow's right hand trembled slightly, and the countless starlight swordlights shattered in the void. A huge black hand slapped forward with great force. Boom! With a dull sound, the giant beast was pushed back again. This time, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were dumbfounded. They knew that someone had offered a sky-high price to kill Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was a super expert ranked 8th on the black roll. The person who dared to accept this mission was definitely not simple. After the mysterious figure pushed the star beast back, he took a step forward and entered the valley where Gu Fei was cultivating in seclusion. Like a gust of wind, he passed through the protective formation that Gu Fei had set up and appeared on a huge rock. He then looked around. Everything he saw was lush and full of vitality. No one would have expected that there would be such a great place in the Thunder Lock. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock in the middle of the valley. He was digesting the things he had obtained from the battle with the Sky Clan leader. At this moment, Gu Fei's aura started to change. It became more down to earth, just like a real mortal man. Gu Fei's current state was in the most complete state of returning to his original state. At this moment, the mysterious Black Shadow was like a cloud of black smoke. He came to the opposite side of Gu Fei and stood in the air, staring coldly at Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei did not seem to know that the Black Shadow had come to the opposite side of him. He was still sitting on the huge rock and cultivating with his eyes closed. How could he break through the limit and become an eternal existence? This was the question that Gu Fei had to think about. He wanted to walk his own path to become an expert. He could only learn from others. In the end, he could only rely on himself. Humph! Seeing that Gu Fei was ignoring him, the mysterious Black Shadow was furious. He reached out and pressed his palm against Gu Fei. A cloud of black gas appeared from his palm and spread out. The black gas enveloped Gu Fei. However, a shocking scene appeared. Although the black gas had already enveloped Gu Fei did not seem to be afraid of it at all. This was dark, primordial energy. being enveloped by this deathly aura. Even a supreme being would face the fate of having his body and soul destroyed. How is this possible? The mysterious black shadow was shocked. He wanted to retract the black gas. However, at this moment, Gu Fei, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them. He opened his mouth and inhaled, immediately devouring the surrounding black qi. The mysterious black shadow was shocked. The primordial dark gas that he cultivated was useless against this guy. You dare to provoke me? You have guts. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious black shadow calmly. In his eyes, this guy was already a dead man. The mysterious black shadow did not speak. Instead, he suddenly soared into the sky, trying to escape. Humph! Since you're here, don't leave, Gu Fei said calmly. Then, he grabbed upward with his right hand. The black shadow flew toward him involuntarily and was caught in his hand. Everyone who had just rushed into the valley and saw this scene was inexplicably shocked. Gu Fei had actually grabbed this mysterious black shadow in one go. It was truly inconceivable. It was just a clone, and yet it dared to cause trouble for him. It was simply courting death. What kind of person was Gu Fei? He could see through this guy at a glance. The mysterious black shadow's cultivation was only at the peak of extreme grade. He had not even broken through to the extreme grade secret realm. However, this black shadow could suppress the star beast. This was really unbelievable. The mysterious black shadow's real body was definitely much stronger than the clone. Bam! Gu Fei exerted force in his right hand. The mysterious black shadow in his hand exploded and turned into a cloud of black gas. Then he opened his mouth and directly swallowed it. Just as Gu Fei swallowed the mysterious black shadow, in the deepest part of the supreme tomb of the primogenitor realm, a roar came from a cave that swallowed the death qi. The entire cave shook. Endless black gas rushed out of the cave and enveloped the entire sky. The void between heaven and earth was silently annihilated. Who dares to destroy my clone? Chapter 39:18. The mysterious shadow actually dared to barge into Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. Thus, a tragic scene occurred. The shadow was actually devoured by Gu Fei. No matter how powerful the shadow's primordial dark qi was, it couldn't withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. After refining the mysterious shadow, Gu Fei's primordial dark qi increased by quite a bit. However, his cultivation remained at the extreme mystic realm. It was no longer a matter of strength if he wanted to take that legendary step. Gu Fei had a feeling that no matter how strong he was, he couldn't surpass the extreme mystic realm. It was simply too difficult to surpass the myriad Daos in the heavens. One had to know that even extreme supremes were still bound by the boundary of the Tao. Since ancient times, countless supremes had attempted all sorts of things, but in the end, no one had truly transcended it. Not only Gu Fei, but even the Sky Clan leader, Li Changtian, and Old Monster Chu were also stuck at the extreme mystic realm. They couldn't advance even an inch over the years. In the southern region of the ancestral realm, the Sky Clan leader was considered the most promising existence to take that step. However, with the appearance of this variable, Gu Fei, it was hard to say who would be able to take that step. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Thunder Lake, in the southern region, in a valley, Gu Fei directly sat on a boulder and continued to cultivate after devouring the mysterious shadow. Everyone retreated and continued to stand guard outside. At this time, countless disciples of the Shooting Sun Temple, led by Shooting Sun Supreme, also entered the Thunder Lake because the ancestral land of the temple had been destroyed. Right now, there were two levels of subordinates under Gu Fei. One was the Shooting Sun Sovereign's faction, which was overseen by an autarch, and the other was Gu Fei's first-rate faction. The faction led by old ancestor Ing Tian was a second-rate faction. In the ancestral realm, strength was everything. Factions with supremes naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary factions. Although Old Ancestor Ingtian and the other sect ancestors of the second-tier forces obeyed Gu Fei, they did not dare to disobey the orders of other supremes. These guys sadly discovered that although they followed Gu Fei, it did not seem to change anything. Of course, Gu Fei was much more powerful than the previous Wood race. Following Gu Fei was undoubtedly more promising than following the Wood race. If one wanted to break free from the shackles of the Tao, one had to be Taoless. This was the theory in the primogenitor's realm, that being Taoless was better than being Taoless. Now, what Gu Fei wanted to do was to transform having a Tao into not having a Tao, transform limited into infinite, and realize the leap that transcended the myriad of Taos in the world. However, Gu Fei had mastered the perfect 10 paths. How could it be easy to dissolve the perfect 10 paths? He tried to combine the 10 Taos into one. Very quickly, 10 streams of energy appeared on his body. 10 terrifying figures appeared in the sky above the valley. What is that? The shooting sun supreme and the others who were guarding outside the valley looked up into the sky. They were all extremely shocked. The 10 illusory figures stood high up in the sky. The aura emanating from each of the illusory figures made their souls tremble. In front of these illusory figures, they were as weak as ants. Even the star beast was startled awake from its slumber. Roar! The star beast stared at the 10 figures in the sky with some fear and growled in a low voice. What is Master trying to do? Is he cultivating an avatar? The Thunder Supreme asked in astonishment. Each of the 10 figures in the sky had a different aura. They were actually 10 types of perfect Taos. Moreover, these 10 figures were all Gu Fei. Among the 10 figures, there was a figure with soaring flames, like the Supreme Fire Ancestor. There was also a figure with soaring sword, aura like the Supreme Sword Ancestor. There was also a figure with chaotic yin and yang, a figure as faint as the wind, a figure with mysterious reincarnation, a figure with 5 elements, and so on. Among the 10 figures, the primordial chaos figure and the chaotic figure were the strongest. The primordial chaos figure merely stood there, but its primordial chaos aura surged into the sky as if it could overturn the heavens. The void around the chaotic figure was constantly collapsing and reassembling. It was a shocking sight. The 10 figures stood quietly in the void. The supreme aura emitted from their bodies was so oppressive that it seemed like the entire world was going to be destroyed. Pitch-black spatial cracks kept appearing in the void. Moreover, the auras emanating from these 10 figures were still continuously increasing. Retreat! The shooting sun supreme and the others retreated immediately. Even the star beast did not dare to stay nearby. Its huge body rose into the sky and retreated into the distance. The Thunder Supreme immediately ordered all the disciples of the Thunder Clan to retreat from the Thunder Lake. The Shooting Sun Supreme also ordered the disciples of the Shooting Sun God Hall to retreat from the Thunder Lake. Then Ingtian sect and the other second-tier forces also began to retreat. In an instant, countless cultivators that gathered in the Thunder Lake retreated from the Thunder Lake like a tide. Rumble, the 3 divine halls of the Thunder Clan were uprooted from the ground and flew into the sky. Then they were taken away by the Thunder Supreme. In the end, the Thunder Supreme made his move and captured a great Earth Ancestor vein from the depths of the Thunder Clan's ancestral ground. The Shooting Sun God Hall was a good example. It was destroyed, and even the great Earth Ancestor vein was devoured by Li Changtian. The Thunder Supreme could not take the risk. As long as the great Earth Ancestor vein was fine, it would not be difficult for the Thunder Supreme to create another ancestral ground with his cultivation. After everyone in the Thunder Lake had retreated, An ancient cauldron flew out from the valley and soared into the sky. In the next moment, a huge ancient cauldron descended from the sky and covered the entire Thunder Lake. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The area of the Thunder Lake was too huge. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to cross the entire Thunder Lake even if they flew for tens of years. Even a saint would need a few years to cross the Lightning Lake if they were to fly nonstop. However, Gufei had covered the entire Thunder Lake with the mountain and river cauldron. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the other 5 Supremes used their full strength and could only bring the living beings above the immortal realm away from the Thunder Lake. As for the living beings below the immortal realm, they could not care so much. Fortunately, the Thunder Tao Essence Chi was too abundant in the Thunder Lake. As a result, other living beings could not survive in the Thunder Lake. Even so, there were still countless Thunder attribute living beings below the immortal realm cultivating in the Thunder Lake. Sigh, this little fellow Gu Fei really doesn't rest for a moment. At this moment, a disheveled old man walked out from the depths of the sky. The disheveled old man scolded out as he waved his hand. All of the living beings in the Thunder Lake flew out and disappeared into the void. The disheveled old man then turned around and walked into the depths of the sky. This guy was the god of the mountain and river cauldron. He moved all the living beings in the Thunder Lake away and sealed the Thunder Lake, isolating the supreme aura from the 10 shadows in the sky. One had to know that not everyone could withstand the aura of a supreme being. Even a quasi-supreme being would have their bodies crushed, their souls shattered, and their bodies and souls destroyed under the extreme aura. Rumble, the entire Thunder Lake began to shake. At this moment, Gufei no longer had any scruples. With just a thought, the extreme formation runes that covered the entire valley were dispersed into the void. In the next moment, the entire valley turned into ashes. The entire Thunder Lake was on the verge of collapsing. The Thunder Tao Essence Chi was boiling and dazzling rays of lightning tore through the sky. The destructive aura was vast. High up in the sky, Gufei's shadow opened its mouth and inhaled. Countless rays of lightning gathered into its mouth, and the chaotic Thunder Tao Essence Chi in the entire Thunder Lake was completely devoured by it. After Gufei's shadow devoured the Thunder Tao Essence Chi, it solidified as if it was going to materialize and walk out from the void. Is Gufei really going to break through to that realm? At the end of the sky sat a disheveled old man. The god of the mountain and river cauldron sat at the peak of the sky. Only he had the power to suppress the heavens and the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron had existed for countless years, and its origins were incomparably mysterious. In terms of knowledge, even the supremes in the ancestral realm could not compare to this disheveled old man. Since ancient times, no one has succeeded in the human realm, heavenly realm, or ancestral realm. Can this kid do it? The disheveled old man sighed and shook his head before disappearing into the void. He did not leave, but fused with the body of the mountain and river cauldron. Only then could he unleash the greatest power of the mountain and river cauldron. The disheveled old man did not dare to be careless. At this moment, the aura of the 10 shadows in the sky was still increasing as if there was no end to it. This shocked the Supremes outside the Thunder Lake. Although the mountain and river cauldron had suppressed the extreme Tao aura of the 10 shadows, it still could not completely isolate the extreme Tao aura. The Supremes could still sense the changes in the extreme Tao aura of the 10 shadows in the Thunder Lake. Master is actually this powerful. He's probably invincible in the entire ancestral realm. The Black Wind Sovereign was speechless. You underestimate the Supremes of the ancestral realm. Sovereign Thunder shook his head. Gufei might be invincible in the southern region, but it was impossible for him to be invincible in the entire primogenitor realm. Since ancient times, no one had ever been invincible in the entire primogenitor realm. Gu Fei was no exception. However, if Gu Fei could really break through to that legendary realm, then no one in the entire primordial realm would be a match for him. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others did not speak, which meant that they agreed with the Thunder Sovereign's words. What's going on? At this moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked to discover that the 10 shadows in the sky above the Thunder Lake had actually moved and started fighting with one another. The entire Thunder Lake exploded and turned into chaos. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were dumbfounded. They did not expect the 10 shadows to start fighting with one another. What's happening? Chapter 39:19. Gu Fei finally took that step. Although it was just an attempt, the phenomenon that was triggered was earth-shattering. The Black Marsh was destroyed. If the Thunder Sovereign had not moved the ancestral Earth Meridian under the Thunder Lake, even the ancestral Earth Meridian would have been destroyed. Rumble, high up in the sky, the 10 shadows were fighting. It was as if 10 Supremes were fighting each other. The mighty aura of the extreme Tao destroyed the entire void. The shadow of the mountain and river cauldron that shrouded the entire Thunder Lake was shaking. Countless ancient Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the shadow of the ancient cauldron, forming an ancient Tao diagram. The power of the great Tao triggered by the Tao pattern was extremely strong, and it completely blocked the surging divine might of the great Tao. Otherwise, if the extreme Tao aura from the 10 shadows was allowed to spread, even a small half of the ancestral realm's southern region would be destroyed, let alone the Thunder Lake. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron displayed the power to suppress the heavens. However, even so, the area outside the mountain and river cauldron still shook. Mountains collapsed one after another, the ground cracked, and dust rose into the sky, blocking out the sun. This was as terrifying as the end of the world. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others, who were watching from the outside, were extremely shocked. No one had expected Gu Fei to cause such a shocking commotion. Boom! At this moment, the 10 figures who were engaged in battle were sent flying at the same time. A power that surpassed the extreme Tao spread out, and even the mountain and river cauldron was almost shaken off. The disheveled old man was so frightened that he hurriedly attacked with all his might, and only then was he able to suppress the power that was spreading out. Gu Fei, this little b** starred, the disheveled old man, was hopping mad. If this level of power were to explode a few more times, he would not be able to withstand it. Boom! The 10 shadows that were sent flying once again rushed together, fighting so hard that even the primal chaos was boiling. The shocking sword light directly slashed through the void, broke through the chaos, and directly sent one of the shadows flying. The other shadow, surrounded by the chaotic aura, raised its palm and sent the shadow of the sword Chi soaring into the sky, flying. Then, the primal chaos phantom was swept away by a wave of primordial chaos energy. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the void. The boulder beneath him had long since turned to dust, and the 10 streams of power were constantly interweaving and colliding with his body. He wanted to fuse the 10 strands of power together, but this seemed impossible. The 10 strands of power repelled each other, and there were no signs of them fusing together. Is it really that difficult to refine 10 Daos? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. Not only did the power of the 10 rays collide with him, hideous bloody scars appeared on his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his supreme Taoist body was strong enough, his body would have long been shattered, and his soul would have been obliterated by the power of the 10 rays. If that was the case, then he would really be digging his own grave. The power of 10 Daos on Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty, as if there were 10 Supremes fighting inside his body, and the power of 10 Daos caused a phenomenon in the sky. Just as Gu Fei was trying to fuse the 10 Daos into one and walk the path of Dao transformation, a long roar suddenly came from the depths of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds. The terrifying roar instantly spread throughout the entire Tian clan's ancestral grounds. Even the other regions outside the Tian clan's ancestral grounds could hear it. What happened? The other cultivators outside the Tian clan's ancestral grounds all turned to look in the direction of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds in shock. Soon after, the roar was still lingering in the air. A huge figure appeared high up in the sky, looking down at the entire world. When the clansmen of the Tian clan saw this scene, they were all incomparably excited. The old ancestor was finally going to take that legendary step. At this time, the essence energy from all directions crazily gathered towards the Tian clan's old clan master and was continuously devoured by him. The figure in the sky, which was countless times larger than a mountain, actually gradually became more solid. In the Tian clan's ancestral grounds, the members of the Tian clan were evacuating. When all the clansmen of the Tian clan moved out, the Tian clan's old clan master no longer suppressed his aura. The entire world exploded, and the primal chaos energy was directly shot out. Whether it was Gu Fei or the Tian clan's old clan master, their goal was the same. They both wanted to take that step. The great formation of the Tian clan's ancestral grounds immediately began to operate, sealing the Tian clan's old clan master's aura within the Tian clan's ancestral grounds, preventing this kind of extreme Dao aura from spreading out. Old ancestor, you must succeed. The other sovereign of the Tian clan stared at the figure in the ancestral grounds from afar, his expression extremely solemn. Gu Fei had defeated the Tian clan's old clan master, which meant that the Tian clan's position as the #1 power in the southern region was in danger. If the Tian clan's old clan master could transcend the extreme Dao and become a truly invincible existence, then the unlucky one would be Gu Fei. The news of the shocking phenomenon that had appeared in the seclusion grounds of the two strongest experts of the southern region spread, shocking the entire world. It had been a long time since anyone in the ancestral realm attempted to break through to that legendary realm. Only now did someone attempt to transcend the extreme Dao, and it wasn't just one person. In an instant, the attention of all the major powers in the ancestral realm landed on the southern region. Who will succeed this time? Or will no one succeed at all? There were sovereigns conversing. Once a sovereign's divine sense was released, it could instantly envelop a boundless region, and they could communicate with sovereigns of other regions. This time, practically all the sovereigns in the ancestral realm were alarmed. Even some super old monsters jumped out, causing people to be greatly surprised. In truth, there were many sovereigns in the ancestral realm who were stuck in the extreme Dao secret realm. Since ancient times, no one had ever succeeded. They had all failed. The consequences of failure were extremely severe. Even if they didn't die, they would be crippled. And even if they weren't completely crippled, they would be half crippled, falling from the extreme Dao realm. This was a major matter that all the sovereigns paid attention to. If someone succeeded, the power structure of the entire ancestral realm would be reshuffled. Whoever could truly surpass the extreme Dao realm would become the realm lord of the ancestral realm, invincible in a realm. That was true invincibility, unrivaled in a realm. In the ancestral realm, there had never been an unrivaled existence who could sweep through a realm. In other words, there had never been a realm lord in the ancestral realm. No one can succeed. The end of the extreme Dao realm is already the end. There can't be a higher realm. Some of the supremes of the older generation said disdainfully, "No one has ever succeeded. Who can be an exception?" Someone supported this view. "You can't say it like that. I know someone who walked an unconventional path and achieved transcendence." Someone had a different view. that can also be considered as transcending the extreme Tao realm. Some old sovereigns didn't think so. In the Lost Lands, Yi Qingtian and the peerless evil ancestor walked an unconventional path. Even Gu Fei felt that there was something wrong with that path. As expected, the old celestial clan lord's aura soon became unstable. However, he still persisted. On the contrary, Gu Fei's aura was very stable. 10 streams of energy collided unceasingly as the 10 phantoms in the sky battled endlessly. 10 streams of energy spread out, actually showing signs of fusing together. Grand mist energy could refine the essence of the heavens. With the grand mist phantoms as the center, the 9 phantoms actually formed some sort of connection. This connection was very subtle, forming a mysterious and unfathomable force, as if a single strand of energy could suppress the myriad Taos in the world. Perhaps this was the power of Taoless. Taoless could suppress Taoless. Perhaps this was the logic behind it. Of course, all of this was Gu Fei's deduction. There was no proof. In Gu Fei's view, this was the true Tao. The extreme Tao was also a Tao. Even if one cultivated to the end of the Tao, it was still within the scope of the Tao. Taoless was absolutely beyond the Tao. The seclusion of Gu Fei and the old celestial clan lord triggered a huge debate among the extreme Tao supremes. Almost all the extreme Tao supremes were alarmed. Even the supremes of the other regions spoke out. They were all watching. This was because there was no path ahead. But now all the supremes seemed to see a path appearing in front of them. All the supremes could no longer sit still. Time passed. At the original location of the Lightning Lake, 10 blurry figures were still fighting endlessly. This battle lasted for a month, and it showed no signs of stopping. And in the ancestral land where the old celestial clan lord was, the old celestial clan lord's aura could no longer be sensed. Just when everyone thought that the old celestial clan lord had failed, his aura suddenly erupted once more, shaking the heavens. The old celestial clan lord's state seemed to be very strange. This surprised all the supremes. Could it be that this former number 1 supremacy of the southern region had chosen an alternative path of transcendence? Transcendence like Yi Qingtian wasn't true transcendence. Although he could suppress the myriad Taos in the world, he still relied on merging with the heavenly Tao to do so. Once he left the heavenly Tao, he would immediately return to his original state. But Gu Fei was different. He had always been domineering and had never thought of walking the path of transcendence like Yi Qingtian. Just how much longer does Master need before he stops? Outside the region sealed by the mountain and river cauldron, Supremacy Black Wind asked in shock. For the past month, the 6 Supremes had been guarding outside, not daring to take a single step away. It must be known that whether Gu Fei succeeded or failed, it was closely related to them. This was because Gu Fei had planted a forbidden technique on them. If Gu Fei died, they would also be buried with him. At this time, the Li and Chu clans didn't dare to act rashly. Li Changtian even taught his useless third brother a lesson, punishing him to reflect on his mistakes. As for the Chu clan, old eccentric Chu made a rare statement, ordering all the disciples to absolutely not clash with Gu Fei. Anyone who dared to defy him would be expelled from the Chu clan. After Gu Fei defeated old eccentric Chu, he had already shown mercy by not directly slaughtering his way into the Chu clan's ancestral grounds. Moreover, Gu Fei was in seclusion, with an extreme saint artifact and 6 supremes protecting him, who would dare to casually attack Gu Fei. Although no one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, who could guarantee that Gu Fei wouldn't succeed? The entire southern domain of the primogenitor realm was shrouded in a tense atmosphere. It could even be said that swords were drawn and bows were drawn. Some factions had already begun to move. The Li and Chu clans had also made their corresponding preparations. Chapter 39:20, The Seclusion of Gu Fei and the Celestial Clan Master affected the hearts of countless supremes in the ancestral realm. All the supremes were watching. One had to know that if someone could truly surpass the extreme Tao and become the legendary eternal ruler, it would be a major event that would change the history of the ancestral realm. However, many people didn't have much hope for this, because since ancient times, many heaven-defying existences had appeared in the ancestral realm, even an existence more stunning than the Celestial Clan Master failed. Could it be that Gu Fei and the Celestial Clan Master were even stronger than those predecessors? There were too many people who failed, so much so that the supremes of the ancestral realm were in despair. Of course, many supremes believed that there was still a path at the end of the extreme Tao, but no one had ever been able to surpass it. At this time, there were still no signs of Gu Fei and the Celestial Clan Master coming out. However, their auras gradually changed, especially the Celestial Clan Master. His aura became very strange. The Celestial Clan Master's aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, it was as if it was about to disappear. When it was strong, it shook the heavens. It was absolutely terrifying. The Celestial Clan Master's aura had long been empty. All the disciples of the Celestial Clan had already left. Only the Celestial Clan Master was in seclusion. Rumble, the Celestial Clan Master's aura instantly became extremely powerful. The great Tao of the heavens was completely suppressed. It was as if he had successfully broken free. At this moment, the divine souls of countless supremes trembled. This was a suppression that surpassed everything, a complete suppression. In front of this divine might, even supremes of the extreme Tao had to lower their heads. Only existences at Yi Qingtian's level could barely withstand it. However, how many existences like Yi Qingtian were there in the ancestral realm? However, this divine might from the Celestial Clan Master only lasted for less than an hour before suddenly disappearing. It was as if it had never appeared. This is so strange. The Celestial Clan Master is most likely going to be unlucky. Someone said something like that. No one was optimistic about the Celestial Clan Master. This way, those who had offended Gu Fei would also be unlucky, especially the Li clan and the Chu clan. I hope that Gu Fei doesn't succeed. The Li clan's third progenitor appeared outside Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. His expression was incomparably grave. He wanted to ask his elder brother to take advantage of Gu Fei's seclusion to deal with Gu Fei. However, Li Changtian taught him a lesson instead, and even punished him to reflect on his mistakes. However, this guy had only faced the wall for a few days before he slipped away. The second primogenitor's figure appeared beside the third primogenitor, grabbing him with one hand. "Follow me back." The second progenitor of the Li clan said solemnly, "Second brother, the third ancestor of the Li clan was unhappy. He had been controlled by the first ancestor and the second ancestor all his life. They were always a hindrance to everything he did. This made him extremely depressed. You dare to disobey boss. Be careful. Boss might seal you in the ancestral vein for 10,000 years out of anger." The second progenitor of the Li clan frowned. "Second brother, can you leave me alone?" The third ancestor of the Li clan said angrily, "Leave you alone? If we didn't, you would have been beaten to death by Gu Fei long ago." The second ancestor of the Li clan said angrily. His younger brother didn't have any other abilities, but he was very good at causing trouble. If it weren't for him and his elder brother protecting him, he would have died countless times already. Boom! At this moment, An even greater divine might erupted from Gu Fei's seclusion grounds. The entire world shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared like black lightning bolts wreaking havoc. This, the third ancestor of the Li clan, was extremely shocked. He felt like his soul was about to collapse, and his skin felt like it was about to split open. He had no choice but to retreat even further. How is this possible? The second ancestor of the Li clan was also stunned. This kind of divine might had already surpassed the extreme Tao. It was the pressure of a different realm, suppressing all the other supremes. Did he succeed? One of the Paragon old-timers said something like that. Impossible. This is simply impossible, a supreme muttered to himself in a daze. However, this kind of divine might that reigned above the myriad Daos was absolutely not fake. Even the supremes from other regions were bewildered. They were all existences of the extreme Tao. At their level of cultivation, they could already sense that there might be a higher realm than extreme supremes. However, this feeling was illusory and very surreal. They didn't know where to start or how to comprehend this realm. But now they saw hope. They felt like the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. Buzz, the mountain and river cauldron that enveloped the world, shook constantly as if it was about to soar into the sky. Ancient Tao runes appeared on the cauldron. Every rune was releasing the powerful power of the great Tao of primordial chaos. However, although the great Tao of primordial chaos was strong, it was still within the realm of Daos. The divine might released by Gu Fei had surpassed Daos. At this time, even the mountain and river cauldron couldn't withstand it. This Tao treasure, all the supremes were shocked. The mountain and river cauldron's aura was too powerful. It could actually suppress the Tao aura that erupted from Gu Fei's body. It seems like a supreme antique who had lived for countless years suddenly had his eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. Gu Fei, you little ****starred. Your grandfather can't hold on any longer. A disheveled old man rushed out of the mountain and river cauldron and started yelling the moment he came out. The spectating supremes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. This guy actually dared to speak to a peerless villain like Gu Fei, a supreme killer? One had to know that ever since Gu Fei successfully passed the sovereign heavenly tribulation and became a supreme, he had continuously defeated supremes. Even the Wood clan, one of the 5 elements divine clans, was annihilated by him. The old clan leader of the Sky clan, Li Changtian, and Old Monster Chu were all defeated by him. Even the old clan leader of the Sky clan wouldn't dare to speak to Gu Fei like this. Just as the disheveled old man finished speaking, an item immediately flew out from the void sealed by the mountain and river cauldron and was caught by the disheveled old man. Ha! This is different. The disheveled old man laughed and immediately took out the item in his hand. In the next moment, it was as if the power of the great Tao in the universe was drawn over. Countless divine lights descended from the sky and directly entered the item in the disheveled old man's hand. Then, a pitch-black roulette flew out from his hand, instantly becoming much larger than a mountain, enveloping the entire world. A godly might that wasn't any weaker than the mountain and river cauldron, and even surpassed it, spread out from the wheel in the sky. The wheel of the heavens and realms, all the supremes in the primogenitor realm were shocked. They never expected Gu Fei to hand the wheel of the heavens and realms to an artifact spirit to use. The moment the wheel of the heavens and realms appeared, almost all the supremes were envious. This was the publicly acknowledged #1 Tao artifact in the primogenitor realm. It could gather the power of the heavens and unleash godly might that could destroy the world. In particular, the legends regarding the wheel of the heavens and realms tempted these supremes even more. Whoever obtained the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms would have the chance to become the ruler of the primogenitor realm. However, no matter how envious they were, no one dared to make a move. Be it the mountain and river cauldron or the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms, the power that they unleashed was too strong. Ordinary supremes would be destroyed before they could even get close to these two Tao artifacts. Even the supremacies in the extreme mystic realm didn't dare to take the risk. It wouldn't be worth it if they ended up dying just to fight for the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms. Although there was the risk of death for supremes, theoretically, the lifespan of supremes was already unlimited. The death of supremes wasn't because of their lifespan, but because of their power. For supremes, they wouldn't die if they didn't court death themselves. Even for the supremes killed by Gu Fei, if they hadn't offended Gu Fei right from the start, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't have killed them for no reason. At that moment, the second and third primogenitors of the Li clan were filled with regret. If they hadn't offended Gu Fei, the Li clan wouldn't have faced the danger of being exterminated. Once Gu Fei succeeded in crossing the supreme Tao and became the first existence in history to do so, he would most likely attack the Li clan. At that moment, the power of the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms was displayed. The power of the heavens and realms surged from the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms and immediately suppressed the power of the supreme Tao that erupted from Gu Fei's body. The primordial power of the mountain and river cauldron, and the power of the myriad realms guided by the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms immediately blocked the power of the supreme Tao that erupted from Gu Fei's body. Master is going to succeed. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were surprised and delighted. Ha! The primogenitor realm is going to be our world. The Black Wind Supreme laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the other Supremes. Master hasn't truly succeeded yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms. The Thunder Tao Supreme frowned. He didn't feel any heartache over the destruction of the Lightning Lake because he had already moved away the lightning ancestral earth vein beneath the Lightning Lake. With the lightning ancestral earth vein, he could rebuild the Lightning Lake. However, the fact that Gu Fei was going to use the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms shocked the Thunder Tao Supreme. Hearing the Thunder Tao Supreme's words, the faces of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others immediately turned solemn. Their fates were already tightly tied to Gu Fei. If Gu Fei perished, they would also perish. However, if Gu Fei could become the first person in history to break free from the Supreme Tao, their status would also rise. The primogenitor realm would really become their world. What's going on? Less than an hour after Gu Fei used the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms, the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms was actually shaken by the mighty power of the Supreme Tao and was shaking nonstop. What? Even the Wheel of the Heavens and Realms can't suppress it? Seeing this scene, all the Supremes were dumbfounded. Chapter 39:21. Even the mountain and river cauldron and the Wheel of myriad celestial realms were incapable of suppressing the aura surging out from Gu Fei's body. The two most powerful Tao artifacts shook violently, seemingly on the verge of being blown away. How is this possible? The Li clan's third ancestor was shocked. If the current Gu Fei wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. The Chu clan's supreme's expression changed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more impossible it was for them to survive. They had already offended Gu Fei. Is he really going to take that step? An old monster among the supreme beings said this. Gu Fei and the celestial race. 1C84? The clan leader's seclusion had alarmed all the supremes in the primogenitor's realm. Even those old supremes who had long since ceased to care about worldly affairs jumped out. This guy, the Chu clan's old monster Chu, appeared in the sky. He stared at the extremely chaotic space in front of him, and the sun, moon, and stars seemed to sink in his eyes. Someone saw Li Changtian's figure appearing nearby. Li Changtian also came. He hid in the dark and observed Gu Fei. He also wanted to break through the extreme Tao and become a true invincible expert who surpassed all existences. Different from the Tian clan's old clan master, Gu Fei's aura was extremely strong from start to finish. Buzz. The space shook. Roar. In the middle of the void that was sealed by the mountain river cauldron and the wheel of myriad realms, Gu Fei roared towards the sky. Terrifying sound waves spread out and ancient Tao patterns exploded in the void. The mountain and river cauldron and the wheel of worlds shook violently. They were about to be shaken away. At this critical moment, a demonic pagoda and a divine sword flew out. The demonic pagoda became as large as a mountain, suppressing the area. The divine sword also emitted astonishing waves of sword chi. The formless sword chi enveloped the entire area and sealed it. It was the heavenly demon pagoda and the myriad god ancestral sword. Once these two supreme Tao treasures appeared, the cauldron of mountain and river and the wheel of myriad realms that were about to be sent flying stabilized again. The four sovereign Tao artifacts floated in the four directions. At the same time, the vast and powerful sovereign energy finally suppressed the supreme power that was surging out from Gu Fei's body. When they saw this scene, all of the nearby supreme beings were stupefied, finding this hard to believe. Four great Tao artifacts, that was definitely comparable to four great supreme lords. This was especially true for the wheel of the myriad realms and the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Even supremacies might not be able to compete with these two great Tao artifacts. As for the heavenly demon tower, it was a supreme demonic tool that was jointly refined by the 12 ancestral demons of the ancestral demon realm. It was known as the number 1 demonic tool in the ancestral demon realm. So the power of the heavenly demon tower was naturally not to be underestimated. As for the 10,000 gods' ancestral sword, it was the number 1 divine artifact in the ancestral god realm. Its power was no weaker than the heavenly devil tower. In fact, it might even surpass it. At this time, the four great super Tao artifacts displayed their might at the same time. Even an existence like the old Tian clan master had to kneel before them. In front of these four great Tao artifacts, the other supreme beings were as weak as ants. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. The energy waves that erupted from Gu Fei's body became even stronger, actually shaking the four great Tao artifacts. This gave all of the watching supreme beings quite a fright. At this time, Gu Fei's essence, breath, and spirit had already been fused into one. The 10 great phantoms that were fighting endlessly in the sky became even more illusory, as if they were about to disappear into the void. The power of the 10 paths actually began to fuse. This was unbelievable to everyone. Gu Fei's essence, breath, and spirit began to fuse into the power of the 10 paths. The power of the 10 paths gradually fused with his mental energy, circulating wildly in his body. The power of the 10 paths fused with Gu Fei's essence, breath, and spirit. After circulating countless times in his body, the power gathered at the top of his head. He wanted to leap out, rush out of the top of his head, and transcend everything. The power of the 10 paths within Gu Fei's body was gradually changing his physique. His physical body was undergoing a subtle yet thorough transformation. His physical body was gradually transforming into an eternal body. Gu Fei immersed himself in cultivation. He didn't care about anything happening in the outside world. Time continued to pass. Unknowingly, he had already been in seclusion for a year. The 10 paths finally turned into the tyrannical Tao. Gu Fei's body no longer had the slightest bit of Tao aura. The power of eternity condensed on his body. Every single move he made contained great might. The power of eternity wanted to rush out of his body, but it failed time and time again. It was as if there was a towering mountain in front of him that he couldn't climb. After Gu Fei's power turned into the tyrannical Tao, the pressure that emanated from his body gradually weakened. In the end, this aura even disappeared. Did he succeed or fail? The spectating Supremes were all guessing nervously. In the end, everything returned to nothingness. A figure sat in the void. The 4 supreme Tao treasures turned into 4 rays of divine light that rushed into this figure. Gu Fei. When the Supremes of the Li clan and Chu clan saw the figure in the void, they couldn't help but feel fearful. No one knew exactly how powerful this peerless savage was. Over the past year, the primogenitor's realm had been in turmoil. Various heroes fought for supremacy. The entire primogenitor's realm was gradually thrown into chaos. If it was completely thrown into chaos, it would definitely be a disaster for the countless living beings in the primogenitor's realm. What's going on? Everyone was extremely curious. However, no one dared to step forward and provoke Gu Fei. In particular, the Li clan's 3rd ancestor and 2nd ancestor carefully sized up the figure floating in the void. Boom! Just when no one dared to make a move, a ball of demonic lightning descended from the sky and blasted the figure. In the next moment, the demonic destructive power that erupted was actually devoured by Gu Fei's physical body. How is this possible? The voice of one of the Chu clan's elders was trembling. Just as Gu Fei devoured the demonic lightning, a sea of lightning appeared in the sky. Endless lightning bolts were wreaking havoc. They were like black lightning that flashed for a moment before reappearing again. Gu Fei, how dare you kill the supremacies of my primogenitor demon territory? Go to hell! An angry roar came from the sky. The sea of lightning directly obliterated Gu Fei. Everywhere it passed, the void was constantly annihilated. The primogenitor demon had arrived. Gu Fei suddenly raised his head. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. The terrifying sea of demonic lightning was actually devoured by him. Damn it! An angry roar came from the depths of the sky. Then a huge demonic figure appeared in the sky. A huge hand that was even larger than a mountain grabbed at Gu Fei. You're courting death. Gu Fei sneered and waved his sleeve. The demonic figure immediately vanished into thin air as if it had never been there. Kill! Shocking killing intent erupted. The extremely powerful demonic figure stepped out of the void and attacked Gu Fei. Come on, what's there to be afraid of? Gu Fei stood up in the void and stared at the demonic figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Then he opened his mouth and inhaled. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out. Countless demonic figures were directly devoured by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's inhalation seemed to be devouring the entire world. Go! In the sky, the guy who had not shown himself all this time wanted to escape. Come out! Gu Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed at the sky with his 5 fingers. His 5 fingers closed and shrouded a part of the world. A figure was caught by Gu Fei's grab. You can't kill me. The demonic figure begged for mercy in fear. However, Gu Fei did not care at all. He directly grabbed the monstrous demonic figure and destroyed his body and soul. You're just a little demon from the ancestor demon territory. How dare you come here and act presumptuously? 111C, Gu Fei said indifferently. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. When they saw this, Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess had actually risen once again. At this moment, he would be able to kill an honorable existence with a single hand. An ordinary supreme was as weak as an ant in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei, eat my sword. At this moment, a furious roar resounded from afar. After that, an extremely dazzling sword light swept towards Gu Fei. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been split into two by the sword light. This kind of sword chi could destroy everything. It was the power of the emotion destroyer swordsmanship. This was a cultivation force outside the southern region. This emotion destroyer swordsman did not think that Gu Fei would be his opponent. What extreme path legend! It was all bullshit. Although Emotion Destroyer Swordsman had seen how powerful Gu Fei was, and how he could kill a supreme demon with one hand, he knew that he could also do it. A sword strike could destroy everything. However, Gu Fei casually stretched out his right hand and flicked the extinction sword light. The next moment, the extinction sword light collapsed inch by inch. The power directly passed from the sword light to Emotion Destroyer Swordsman's hand that was holding the sword. Then, Emotion Destroyer Swordsman was unlucky. His hand that was holding the sword also exploded, followed by a small part of his body. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. No one expected Gu Fei to be so powerful with just a flick of his finger. This was simply the rhythm of killing a supreme with a flick of his finger. Could he really have transcended? Those old supreme beings who had lived for countless years were extremely excited at this moment. They seemed to have witnessed the birth of a miracle. Gu Fei had pointed out a cultivation path for them, a path that could allow them to transcend. However, these old supreme beings felt that Gu Fei's aura was a little strange, but they could not find any problems at the moment. There was a secret on Gu Fei's body that no one knew about. This secret could drive people crazy. However, although everyone was extremely curious, they did not dare to offend Gu Fei. There's actually a path at the end of the extreme path. Old Monster Chu, Li Changtian, and other supremes of this level all saw hope. However, so what if they saw hope? If they wanted to take that step, they still had to rely on themselves. Chapter 39:22. In the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan, a figure sat cross-legged in the chaos as if it had existed since ancient times. It was motionless and breathless like a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, the figure suddenly opened its eyes and let out a long howl towards the sky. In the next moment, a sound wave immediately spread out in all directions with this figure as the center. Everything in the wake of the sound wave instantly turned into dust. The ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan had been strengthened by the supreme powerhouses of the Sky Clan for generations. They had set up layers of extreme Dao protective formations. However, under the impact of the sound wave, countless protective formations dissipated one after another. Countless Dao patterns were directly turned into nothingness. Even the most powerful extreme Dao formation could not withstand 2 breaths of time. It directly collapsed. Countless ancient formation patterns were directly annihilated by the sound wave. Mountains disappeared from the ground, just like that. The sacred land was instantly turned into ruins. Even the ancestral veins of the earth were affected. A sonorous sound came from the depths of the earth. The ancestral earth vein, in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan, turned into an ancestral dragon and directly fled. The ancestral earth vein was originally bound under the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan. Now, the current clan leader of the Sky Clan used a secret technique to release the ancestral earth vein. If he did not release the ancestral earth vein would probably not be able to be preserved. On a mountain peak 100,000 miles away from the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan, a white-robed young man looked in the direction of the ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan with a solemn expression. This young man was Tian Qian. He had always been by the side of the old clan leader of the Sky Clan. The elders of the Sky Clan were grooming him as the next clan leader. Tian Qian's talent was absolutely heaven-defying. He was the #1 person in the younger generation of the Sky Clan. He had cultivated for a much shorter time than the older generation of the Sky Clan, but he was already a supreme. Old Ancestor succeeded. At this moment, the Sky Clan powerhouses nearby were all surprised and happy. If the Old Ancestor successfully took that step, not only would the Sky Clan become the #1 power in the southern region, but the old clan leader would also be able to rule over the entire ancestral realm. The ancestral grounds of the Sky Clan could be considered to be completely destroyed. That sound wave broke through everything. Countless mountains collapsed and turned into dust. However, the Tian clan elders did not feel any heartache at all. If the Old Ancestor really succeeded in taking that step, let alone the Heavenly Clan's ancestral land, even if the entire southern territory was destroyed, the Heavenly Clan's elders would not feel any heartache. At this moment, a figure walked out from the chaos. This person had a head full of white hair and tattered clothes. It was the Tian clan's old clan lord. An astonishing change was happening to the Tian clan's old clan lord. The old Tian clan lord's white hair quickly turned black, the wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared, and his entire person became younger. The surrounding Tian clan warriors were all dumbstruck as they watched this scene. In the end, the old Tian clan lord became a young man in his early 20s, much younger than Tian Qian. And what truly shocked the experts of the Tian clan was that even the lord could not see through the depths of the Tian clan's old lord. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the old lord's cultivation was far above theirs. The celestial race's current clan master was a peak supreme being, exceptionally powerful. Today, when I come out of seclusion, I will be invincible. The Tian clan's old clan lord looked up at the sky, his gaze becoming incomparably deep. Following that, he directly grabbed towards the void, and the earth ancestral vein that had escaped earlier was actually directly captured by him. It quickly shrunk and was caught in his hand. When the experts of the Tian clan saw this, they could not help but be moved. The earth ancestral chi contained within the Tian clan's ancestral land was something that even an ordinary sovereign would not be able to suppress. Even if the current clan lord of the Tian clan were to take action, it would be difficult for him to capture this earth ancestral vein so easily. At this time, it was as if the Tian clan's old clan lord's hand was grabbing onto an ancestral dragon. The dragon-shaped earth vein was constantly struggling in his hand, wanting to escape. However, all of this was futile. A powerful force emerged from the Tian clan's old clan lord's hand, and the dragon-shaped earth vein in his hand immediately quietened down. The experts of the Tian clan were astonished once again. The old ancestor could easily suppress the earth ancestral vein. Such a method definitely surpassed the extreme path mystic realm. Just as the Tian clan's old clan lord came out of seclusion, the heaven and earth essence within a radius of billions of miles frantically gathered towards Gu Fei's place of seclusion. Above the sky, in the void, rays of spiritual light rushed towards Gu Fei from all directions, and then directly entered his body. Today, I shall become eternal. Gu Fei roared angrily. In the next moment, a divine light rushed out from his head, directly breaking through the sealing power of the 4 great supreme Tao treasures, and went straight up to the 9 heavens. Rumble, a mighty pressure spread out, directly suppressing the power of the 10,000 realms. The mountain and river cauldron, myriad deities' ancestral sword, heavenly demon pagoda, and myriad realms will all fell from the sky, directly smashing into the depths of the earth. The nearby sovereigns all vomited blood and flew backwards. Within the divine light, a figure was faintly discernible. All the sovereigns felt their souls tremble. The mighty pressure from the divine light directly suppressed the sovereigns, forcing them to lower their heads. In the next moment, the figure bathed in the eternal light directly rushed down from the sky. With a boom, it directly rushed into their physical bodies. Then, The eternal light filled their entire bodies. Their flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all changing, transforming towards eternity. The eternal martial body was absolutely terrifying. His momentum is already complete. Even if Big Brother makes a move, it will be useless. The Li clan's third progenitor sighed. Previously, he had wanted to ask his big brother to take advantage of the fact that Gu Fei was in seclusion to catch him off guard and kill him. However, his big brother was unwilling to make a move. At this time, even if his big brother was willing to make a move, it was already too late. Those who had some grudges with Gu Fei were miserable. Very soon, a divine cocoon formed from the eternal power appeared in front of everyone. Very soon, a divine cocoon formed from the eternal power appeared in front of everyone. When the shooting sun supremacy and the others saw this scene, they were all stunned. Master is going to succeed? The Dark Path Supremacy's voice was trembling as he said this. The people of the Chu clan and the Li clan retreated immediately. Gu Fei was going to surpass the extreme Tao and become the legendary eternal celestial lord or realm lord. That legendary realm was the eternal realm. Gu Fei might become an existence in the eternal realm. In the primogenitor's realm, there had never been an existence of this level. The eternal realm, an existence that could not be destroyed by myriad tribulations. Even if the world was destroyed, he would not die. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the divine cocoon formed by Gu Fei. This person was very young. Judging from his appearance, he was only about 20 years old. He was the Sky Clan's old clan leader, who had just come out of seclusion. He directly came before the divine cocoon. The Sky Clan's old clan leader only took a look at the divine cocoon before directly disappearing into the void, vanishing without a trace. No one knew that this fellow was actually the Sky Clan's old clan leader. Although Gu Fei had transformed into a cocoon, the 4 great Super Tao treasures were still present. For beams of divine light rushed out, and each beam of divine light wrapped around a Super Tao treasure. The divine might that erupted from the 4 great Super Tao treasures was in no way weaker than an existence in the extreme Tao mystic realm. If these 4 great Super Tao treasures joined forces, even a super expert in the extreme Tao mystic realm could be easily killed. However, the divine cocoon that Gu Fei had transformed into quickly exploded. Cracks appeared on its surface, and in the next moment, the entire divine cocoon collapsed. A figure appeared in front of everyone. They saw that Gu Fei's body had no aura at all, and he was just like a walking corpse. This was because Gu Fei's aura did not leak out from his entire body. His aura was completely restrained, and no one could see the depth of his strength. No one dared to underestimate Gu Fei. But at this moment, Gu Fei suddenly took a step forward. 5b4? In an instant, he disappeared into the void. Even the strongest supreme present did not see how Gu Fei left. Gu Fei left just like that, and no one knew where he was going or what he was going to do. What's going on? Why did Master leave? The Supreme who were about to step forward and greet Gu Fei saw this, and they were all stunned, not knowing what had happened. At this time, Gu Fei directly came to the East region, crossing a region with a single step. This was truly unimaginably fast. The East region was a place where experts came forth in large numbers. Compared to the South region, the East region had more extreme Tao Supremes, be it in terms of quality or quantity. Gu Fei thought about it, then directly transformed into a mortal and entered an inconspicuous city in the East region. He wanted to enter the world and temper his Tao heart. At that time, he could truly become a perfect and flawless realm lord that reigned above all Taos and rule over the entire ancestral realm. At this time, the Sky Clan leader also left the South region and headed for the North region. That place was a world of ice and snow, and it was sparsely populated, which was suitable for him to cultivate. The departure of Gu Fei and the Tian clan's old clan master caused the forces under them to be at a loss. Regardless of whether it was Gu Fei or the Sky clan leader, they left without leaving any instructions. However, no one dared to provoke the shooting Sun Supreme, because everyone had witnessed the scene of Gu Fei breaking out of the cocoon. He was a terrifying existence that could suppress all the supreme beings. Master, B68? Where did he go? The shooting Sun Supreme and the others used all methods to try and find Gu Fei's whereabouts, but it was all in vain. They almost dug the entire South region 3 feet deep, but still could not find any news about Gu Fei. Did Master leave the South region? The Thunder Dao Supreme pondered for a long time before saying this. With their forces, wasn't it a piece of cake to find a person in the South region? However, the shooting Sun Supreme and the others could not find Gu Fei, and there was only one reason. Gu Fei had left the ancestral realm southern region and headed for another region. Although the shooting Sun Supreme and the others were powerful, it was difficult for them to cover the entire ancestral realm. Time passed. 1 month, half a year, 2 years. Chapter 39:23. Gu Fei and the Tian clan leader actually disappeared. This caused countless supremes in the primogenitor realm to feel incredulous, because everyone thought that the two of them had surpassed the extreme Tao. Existences that surpassed the extreme Tao were definitely the strongest existences in the primogenitor realm. They were sector lords that were invincible in the primogenitor realm. However, no one expected that not only Gu Fei, even the Tian clan leader, had disappeared. No one could find them, as if they were no longer in this world. Gu Fei had conquered a large territory in the southern region of the primogenitor realm, but now he actually abandoned this territory and left, and the Tian clan leader was Nan, B68? He was the pillar of the Tian clan. If he left, who could protect the Tian clan? The current Tian clan leader? Stop joking. Some people thought that Gu Fei and the Tian clan leader had only left temporarily, or that they were hiding. In the end, they would still return. When they returned, they would definitely attract the attention of the world. However, after 10 years, Gu Fei and the Tian clan leader still hadn't returned. There was no news at all. Hence, some people started to get restless. Ha, Gu Fei and the others must have failed. I wonder where they died. Someone said such words of schadenfreude. We don't know about Gu Fei, but our old ancestor's spirit tablet is still here. Our old ancestor is still alive and well. Someone from the Tian clan jumped out immediately. That person was slapped in the face. He immediately didn't dare to make a sound. Perhaps no one knew if Gu Fei was dead or alive, but the Tian clan's old clan master was definitely alive, because the Tian clan kept the old clan master's spirit tablet. If the Tian clan leader died, the spirit tablet would immediately shatter. But the Tian clan leader's spirit tablet was still intact. And precisely because of this, none of the forces in the southern region dared to attack the Tian clan. One had to know that once the Tian clan leader returned, they would all be in trouble. However, the forces left behind by Gu Fei were different. No one knew if Gu Fei was dead or alive. Shooting Sun Supreme, Thunderpath Supreme, and the others also didn't come out to say anything. However, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others still knew that Gu Fei was still alive. If Gu Fei had died, they would have been buried with him. Since they were all living well, Gu Fei was naturally living well as well. However, the Shooting Sun Supreme Being and the others did not say anything. This way, the various forces of the southern region would not hold back. The The first to make things difficult was the Li clan. The third primogenitor of the Li clan made a move and wiped out a city controlled by the Shooting Sun supremacy. The millions of living beings in the city were completely annihilated. Even a quasi-supreme in the city couldn't escape. Under the bombardment of the Li clan's third primogenitor's hand, his body and soul were both destroyed. The Li clan really can't sit still anymore. Some people weren't surprised. It had been 10 years. The third primogenitor of the Li clan had been holding back for 10 years. It was time for him to vent his anger. This time, Li Changtian and the second primogenitor didn't stop the third primogenitor. They allowed him to make a move. They wanted to test the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. Although Gu Fei left, he didn't take the star beast with him. That was an adult star beast. Its battle prowess was comparable to a supremacy. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others respected it as the star beast venerable. With the star beast venerable overseeing things, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others hadn't encountered any danger in the past 10 years. However, it was different now. Once the Li clan made a move, the other forces would flock over. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others felt an immense pressure. As expected, on the third day after the third primogenitor of the Li clan made his move, the Chu clan's Supreme Ling Xiao also made his move. B68 then, he made his move and split an ancient city under the Shooting Sun Supreme's control in half. You be asterisk stars. When my master was around, you were all cowards. Now, you dare to come out and be arrogant? The Black Wind, Supreme scolded. I don't even know where Gu Fei died. You'd better surrender obediently. That way, you might be able to keep your lives. Supreme Soaring Firmament of the Chu clan said these words. Preposterous. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were infuriated. This Supreme Ling Xiao was just a Dao child by Old Monster Chu's side. How dare he speak so arrogantly? My master will die. Humph. The Heavenly Wind, Supreme sneered in response to Supreme Ling Xiao. At this time, the major forces of the southern region were ready to attack. Gu Fei had offended too many people. In an instant, it seemed like they were going to attack him together. Some mysterious and powerful figures began to appear near Supreme Ziyang's Purple Sun Mountain, because the ancestral land of the Shooting Sun Temple and the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan had been destroyed. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could only temporarily stay at Supreme Ziyang's Purple Sun Mountain. The Purple Sun Mountain was Supreme Ziyang's ancestral land. The Purple Sun Sect was a superforce in the southern region that had an extreme Dao supremacy overseeing it. However, the Purple Sun Sect had attracted the attention of countless supremacies. However, those fellows didn't dare to attack the Purple Sun Mountain. In the back of the Purple Sun Mountain, a huge beast was sleeping soundly. Just as the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were in danger, in the eastern region of the primogenitor realm, in a place called Stone Ox Town, a young hunter was carrying a wild boar on his back. Gu Fei, not bad. You hunted another wild boar. We'll have meat to eat tonight. At this moment, 3 young men in black walked over from the mountain path. These 3 young men in black were staring at the ordinary-looking young man called Gu Fei with a sinister smile. The 3 brothers of the Xing family? The young man called Gu Fei lifted his head and glanced at the 3 young men in black who were approaching him maliciously. The young man in black, who was leading the group, immediately reached out to snatch the black-furred wild boar that Gu Fei was carrying. The young man called Gu Fei didn't resist. He didn't say a word as he allowed these people to snatch the wild boar he had hunted. He's just a piece of trash, but he's quite good at hunting. The second brother of the Xing family, Xing Tian, said disdainfully, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and help us. We can have a pig feast tonight. The eldest brother of the Xing family said angrily. Yes, yes, eldest brother. The second and third brothers of the Xing family hurried forward and helped the eldest brother carry away the wild boar that was supposed to belong to Gu Fei. This way, he would lose his dinner. Gu Fei was none other than Gu Fei from the southern domain. He had settled down in Stonebowl Town, and during the past 10 years, he had been an ordinary hunter outside of Stonebowl Town. 111 C's BR, he returned to his own residence, a thatched hut he had built himself. He opened the wooden door, walked in, and lay down on his bed. The current Gu Fei wasn't the Gu Fei who had swept through the world and killed supremes with a single hand. He was just a hunter outside of Stoneox Town. He enjoyed this kind of peaceful life. When he was hungry, he would hunt to satisfy his hunger. When he was tired, he would sleep. He seemed to have forgotten everything in the past 10 years. Gu Fei, are you there? Someone called out to him from outside. Gu Fei abruptly sat up on his bed and opened the door. He saw a skinny, dark-skinned young man standing outside. He was barefoot and wearing animal skin clothing. He held a rabbit in his hand. Aohu, it's you? Gu Fei wasn't surprised to see the young man. This was the first and only friend he had made in Stoneox Town in the past 10 years. The surname Ao was a big one in Stoneox Town. The Ao race was the only cultivation clan in the town, and they were the rulers of the town. Ao, who was originally a direct descendant of the Ao race, but because he couldn't cultivate in the sky, he had wandered outside. He had already been forgotten by the direct descendants of the Ao race in Stoneox Town. Who was Gu Fei? He could tell Ao, whose constitution, at a glance. Ao, who had an Earth-type constitution, which made it difficult for him to cultivate the Ao race's cultivation methods. That was because the Ao race's cultivation methods were metal-type. The two mutually countered each other. Cultivating a metal-type cultivation method wouldn't be beneficial to Ao, but rather harmful. It wasn't that Ao, who wasn't suited for cultivation. On the contrary, he had a rare Earth-type constitution. Once he had a suitable cultivation method and a master to guide him, he would soar. The three Xing brothers have come to steal your prey again. They're really despicable. Ao, who said viciously, Forget it, it's just some prey. Gu Fei waved his hand. Gu Fei, you haven't eaten anything yet, right? After saying that, Ao, who threw the hair in his hand to Gu Fei skillfully cleaned the hair and started a bonfire. He placed the hair on the bonfire and roasted it. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. Gu Fei, tomorrow, the Ao race's ancestral worship will be held. How about you accompany me to Stoneox Town? Ao, who stared at the fire and suddenly asked, You want to go to Stoneox Town? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. He was very clear that Ao, who no longer had any relationship with the Ao race in Stoneox Town, because Ao, whose parents were no longer here, he was alone. The Ao race wouldn't accept him. Ao, who was an abandoned pawn of the Ao race in Stoneox Town. In fact, he wasn't even an abandoned pawn. As a member of the Ao race, Ao, who naturally had the right to go. However, this also depended on whether or not the Ao race would allow it. There was no need to ask to know that the Ao race wouldn't let a piece of trash participate in their ancestral worship. Okay. Gu Fei saw that Ao, who wasn't saying anything, and directly nodded. Good brother. Ao, who stared deeply at Gu Fei. He didn't want to return to the Ao race, but he wanted to take back his parents' belongings. Those were left to him by his parents, not the Ao race. This trip would be dangerous. It was very likely that they wouldn't be able to leave Stoneox Town. However, Gu Fei still agreed to accompany him. This friendship made Ao, who dare, to make a move. At this time, the hair on the grill had been roasted until it was golden and glossy. The fragrance of meat wafted through the air. Gu Fei and Ao, whose mouths twitched, they tore the meat from the grill and began to devour it in large bites. More than 10 kilograms of wild rabbit meat was quickly devoured by them. Gu Fei and Ao, who were still unsatisfied. Ao, who immediately grabbed the bow and arrows beside him and plunged into the forest. Soon, he returned with 2 wild hares. The next day, early in the morning, after Gu Fei and Ao, who finished their preparations, they headed straight for Stone Ox Town. Very quickly, they arrived outside the town. The town was filled with a festive atmosphere. Everywhere was decorated with lanterns and banners, and brightly dressed Ao race disciples could be seen walking around. Come, let's go in. Chapter 39:24. The eastern region of the primogenitor world had always been a place where experts came from. Even now, the eastern region still had 13 kings of supremacy and 6 exalts fighting for supremacy. The eastern region was the strongest of the primogenitor realm's 5 regions, excluding the central region. After all, the southern region of the primogenitor realm only had 3 supremacies, but the eastern region had 6 supremacies, which was double the number of the southern region. This was only on the surface. Who knew if there were any hidden supremes in the eastern region? Gu Fei's Stone Ox Town was a small place under the rule of the Blackwater Supreme King. It was located in the mountains in the north of the eastern region. It was a desolate area. B68, this uncivilized place was called Eastern Wasteland. The Eastern Wasteland was very large. Blackwater Supreme's territory only took up a small portion of it. Stone Ox Town was called Stone Ox Town because it was located at the foot of Stone Ox Mountain. That mountain was like a bull lying on the ground. In the Eastern Wasteland, Stone Ox Town's environment was not bad. It gave birth to a cultivation clan, the Ao race. Although the eastern wilderness of the eastern region was a barren land, there were still countless cultivators living there. The Ao race was just one of the countless cultivation powers in the eastern wasteland. With Stone Ox Town as the center within 1,000 miles of the town, there was a human settlement. There were more than 100,000 people living there. The Ao race actually only numbered a few thousand, but they could rule this area. There was only one reason for this. The Ao race had a cultivation method. Even though it was a shallow one, it was enough to make the Ao race the strongest race in Stone Ox Town. At this time, because of the Ao race's ancestral worship ceremony, the scattered Ao race members had returned. Just as Gu Fei and Ao, who were about to enter Stone Ox Town, they heard the sound of hooves behind them. They turned and saw a group of people riding black-scale colts appear on the main road. The leader was a middle-aged man in embroidered robes. He exuded the powerful aura of an immortal king. Immortal kings were nothing in the eastern wasteland, but in Stone Ox Town, they were almost invincible. Ao Hengxing? When Ao, who saw this middle-aged man, his pupils instantly constricted. At this moment, Ao Hengxing had already brought a group of clansmen and arrived in front of Gu Fei and Ao Hu. The smoke and dust raised by the hooves of the horses blew towards them. Aren't you Ao Hu? Why are you back? Ao Hengxing sat on the black scale stallion and looked at Ao Hu coldly. Let's go. Ao Hu didn't care about Ao Hengxing. He turned around and walked towards the gate of Stone Ox Town. Humph! Ao Hengxing rode his horse forward and stood in front of Gu Fei and Ao Hu. The people around him also dispersed and surrounded Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Ao Hu, I am your uncle. What kind of attitude is this? Ao Hengxing stared at Ao Hu and said coldly, Gu Fei was a little surprised when he heard that. This guy is Ao Hu's uncle? To put it bluntly, an uncle was a clansman of the same generation as Ao Hu's father. In terms of seniority, Ao Hu had to call Ao Hengxing uncle. However, Ao Hu knew that this uncle of his was one of the people who had tried to expel him from the Ao clan. In the end, although Ao, who was not truly expelled from the Ao clan, he was expelled from Stonox town. He could only be a hunter outside the town. 5b4. What kind of attitude is this? You think you can be my uncle? Ao, who lifted his head and looked at Ao, Hungxing disdainfully. How dare you? Before Ao Hungxing could speak, a white-robed cultivator walked out from behind him. Ao, who took a look and discovered that the white-robed young man was one of his cousins. His name was Ao Tsang, and he was only in his 30s, but he was already an immortal god. Within 1,000 miles of Stonox town, there were only a dozen or so immortal gods and above. Within the Ao clan, there were only 5 immortal kings, and Ao Hungxing was one of them. Ao, who was not even a demigod. His physique was incompatible with the Ao clan's cultivation method, so he could not cultivate the Ao clan's cultivation method. His current cultivation method was the most basic body-refining technique in the primogenitor's realm. It was impossible for him to become an immortal. A cultivation method that could allow one's body to become an immortal was at least an immortal god. Kneel and apologize to uncle. Otherwise die. Ao Tsang sat on the black scale horse, looking down at Ao, who coldly. An icy, murderous aura emanated from his body. He was not joking. He really wanted to kill Ao. Who? This person, Gu Fei looked at him calmly. He could kill such an existence with a snap of his fingers. However, he did not want to do it now. Right now, Gu Fei was just an ordinary hunter near Stonebull town. 5b, for he had already sealed his own cultivation. However, this didn't mean that he didn't have any combat power. His cultivation base was sealed, but he still had a physical body that was so tyrannical that even a supremacy would feel despair. Gu Fei's body was no longer a vessel of the great Tao. Instead, it was a true body that had jumped out of the 3 realms and was not part of the 5 elements. There were no traces of the great Tao on his body. Actually, this was the eternal true body. It could exist forever, undying and indestructible. Gu Fei had such a powerful, eternal true body. Even if his cultivation was sealed, no one could hurt him, not even those supremacies. What did you say? Ao, who fiercely raised his head and stared at Ao Tsang. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Ao Tsang's waist. He saw that Ao Tsang had a saber strapped to his waist, a black-sheathed broadsword. The scabbard of the saber was engraved with a black dragon. Black dragon saber? When Ao, who saw that blade, his eyes turned red. This was his father's inheritance, and Ao Tsang actually obtained it. Humph. What? You want to take it back? Ao Tsang coldly spoke. He noticed Ao, whose expression, and knew that Ao, who had seen that saber. Black dragon saber, a high-grade immortal weapon. Even if it was given to you, a trash like you has no rights to use it. Ao Tsang continued. His tone was filled with disdain. This saber is mine. Ao, who gritted his teeth. Why aren't you kneeling and apologizing? Ao Tsang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this trash. His right hand was all ready. B68? He grabbed the hilt. Ha ha ha. Ao, who suddenly laughed. His heart was completely cold towards the Ao race. Ao Tsang actually wanted to use his father's saber to kill him. Kill. Ao Tsang didn't say anything more. A cold light shot out from his side and directly landed on Ao, whose head. Cold saber chi permeated the air, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. He didn't even put Ao, who wasn't even a demigod, in his eyes. A casual slash was enough to kill Ao, who even without using immortal Tao energy. However, Ao Tsang didn't hear a scream. He only felt his hand shake. Looking down, he was shocked to see Ao, who grabbing the black dragon saber with his bare hands. How is this possible? Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. They all looked at Ao, who, as if he was a monster. Ao Tsang wanted to retract the black dragon saber in Ao Hu's hand. However, the black dragon saber seemed to be a part of Ao Hu's hand, not moving at all. In the next moment, Ao Tsang felt his hand shake. The black dragon saber in his hand was snatched away by Ao Hu. Immortal ascension? At this moment, even Ao Hengxing, the immortal king, was shocked. However, at this moment, Ao Hu grasped the black dragon blade and casually slashed out. An extremely sharp blade light instantly rushed out from the black dragon blade. In an instant, Ao Tsang and the black scale horse he was riding on were cleaved in half. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Even Ao Hengxing, the clan uncle, almost fell off the black scale stallion. You killed Ao Tsang? Ao Hengxing didn't expect that Ao Hu would dare to kill Ao Tsang. One should know that Ao Tsang was the next patriarch of the Ao tribe, but now this next patriarch was dead. He died in the hands of a trash that was chased out of Stone Ox Town. He wanted to kill me. I had no choice but to kill him. Ao Tsang caressed the black dragon saber in his hand expressionlessly. This high-grade immortal weapon was vibrating lightly. Saber energy filled the air, full of spirituality. Gu Fei only watched quietly from the side. He had already seen through Ao Hu's cultivation. Immortal ascension was nothing in Gu Fei's eyes. The reason why Ao Hu was able to become a god with his physical body was because he had eaten an immortal fruit which completely transformed his body into that of an immortal god. Gu Fei had actually helped Ao Hu in the dark, allowing him to obtain a physique cultivation technique from an ancient ruin in Stone Ox Mountain. Boom! The pressure of an immortal king exploded. Ao Hengxing leaped from the back of his horse and slammed his palm towards Ao Hu. Rumble, a giant golden palm, appeared in the sky. Like a golden mountain, it enveloped Ao Hu and Gu Fei. The other races of the Ao tribe, 16D0? He hurriedly rode the black scale stallion and retreated. At this time, Ao Hu waved his right hand and sent Gu Fei thousands of feet away. He stood proudly under the giant palm that was descending from the sky. When the giant golden palm was about to hit him, he threw a punch upward. Bang! After a muffled sound, a silhouette broke through the golden palm and soared into the sky, attacking the golden silhouette in the sky. How is this possible? This time, Ao Hengxing was truly shocked. Ao, whose combat ability was too strong to be able to fight against him. This was a miracle. An immortal god fighting an immortal king. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? If Ao, who dared to return to Stone Ox Village during the Ao race's ancestral worship ceremony, then he must have anticipated everything that would happen. If he wasn't capable, why would he return? This time, he wanted the Ao tribe to pay a heavy price. Chapter 3925. Ancestral World's Eastern Domain, Eastern Wasteland, outside Stonebull Town. Ao, who took back his father's relic, the black dragon saber, from Ao Tsang. Then, he split Ao Tsang in half. The miserable Ao Tsang was a young genius of the Ao tribe in Stonebull Town. Moreover, he had the upper immortal treasure, the black dragon saber. Even against the immortal gods of the previous generation, he could still fight. However, no one expected that Ao Tsang could not even withstand a single slash from Ao Hu and was directly split into two halves by Ao Hu. This completely angered immortal king Ao Hengxing. Immortal kings in a small place like Stonebull Town were considered top experts. There were only 5 immortal kings within a 1,000-mile radius of Stonebull Town. 5 before 5 immortal kings ruled over a 1,000-mile radius of Stonebull Town. The lives and deaths of countless beings within this 1,000-mile radius were in the hands of these 5 immortal kings. Ao Hengxing attacked furiously, but Ao Hu broke through the golden light palm and arrived in front of him. Die! Ao Hu didn't hesitate and directly punched towards Ao Hengxing. On his body, there was an indistinct shadow of a giant golden ape. Damn it! Ao Hengxing roared and pressed his right hand forward. Bam! Kacha! A muffled crash, and the sound of bones breaking resounded. Then, the rest of the Ao tribe saw a scene they couldn't believe. A figure was sent flying several thousand feet away, smashing into a small mountain. The entire mountain exploded, sending countless rocks flying in all directions. The loud noise spread throughout the entire town. Even people a dozen miles away could hear it. What happened? At this time, countless cultivators had gathered in Stonebull Town. The Ao race's ancestral worship ceremony was a big event for the entire town. Countless cultivators from the Ao race had gathered from all over. This was definitely a grand event for the cultivation world. At this time, all the cultivators in Stonebull Town were alarmed by the loud noise outside. Some rocks even smashed into the town. Stonebull Town, the ancestral ground of the Ao tribe. Inside the ancestral temple, a white-haired old man sat on a praying mat. B68, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. Ao, you go out and take a look. The old man closed his eyes again after saying that. Yes, ancestor. Outside the gate of the ancestral temple, a person bowed and replied before quietly retreating. A beam of celestial light shot up from the ancestral temple and landed in front of Stonyox Town. At this moment, an angry roar was heard as a silhouette rushed out from the collapsed mountain. Ao Hu, you deserve death. Ao Hengxing's hair was disheveled, and he was covered in blood. He charged towards Ao Hu like a madman. This Ao Yu, who had just rushed over from the ancestral temple, was stunned when he saw this scene. What was going on? How could someone hurt Ao Hengxing? Ao Hengxing was the golden ape war god of the Ao tribe in Stonebull Town. The celestial art of the golden ape was the top cultivation method of the Ao tribe. Legend had it that if this heavenly art was cultivated to the extreme, one could become an immortal emperor, walk out of Stonebull Town to a higher cultivation place, and join a powerful cultivation sect. The ancestral realm was the source of all worlds. The spiritual energy in the ancestral realm was extremely dense. Even in the eastern wasteland, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in the other worlds. Even those who did not know how to cultivate could live for hundreds of years under the constant nourishment of the spiritual energy in the ancestral realm. The human race had countless cultivation methods. After cultivating to the immortal realm, they would have an almost endless lifespan. Although Stonebull Town was a small place, it was not strange for a few immortal kings to appear. Boom! Ao Hu and Ao Hengxing collided with each other. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions. The cultivators of the Ao tribe, who were riding on the black scale colts, were all swept away. What? Ao Yu's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. There was someone in Stonebull Town who could fight against Ao Hengxing? Ao Hengxing was the war god of Stonebull Town. His cultivation and combat strength were extremely strong. Other than the old tribe leader of the Ao tribe, no one could be his opponent. Wait, what did Ao Hengxing say? Ao Hu? Could it be that abandoned son Ao Hu? Ao Yu was even more shocked when he thought of this. Ao Hu was an abandoned son of the Ao tribe. He was a trash who could not cultivate. Ever since Ao Hu's parents died in the war against the Eastern Baron tribe, Ao Hu was chased out of Stonebull Town. Ao Hu's parents died for the Ao tribe. Ao Yu also felt that the elders chased Ao Hu out of Stonebull Town. However, Ao Yu was only a servant of the old tribe leader. Although he had cultivated to the immortal realm, he did not have much status in the Ao tribe. The elders of the Ao tribe were either at the Great Success Immortal Realm or at the Peak Immortal Realm. AOU, on the other hand, was only at the initial stage Immortal Realm. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the harder fist was the boss. Now, Stonebowl Town had someone who could fight against AO Hungshing V before a powerful cultivator who was also an abandoned son of the AO tribe. The AO tribe was in big trouble now. Thinking of this, AOU broke out in cold sweat. Swoosh! He turned into a ray of immortal light and flew towards the AO tribe's ancestral temple. Huh? Today, I will fight to my heart's content. AO, who had suffered a lot these years, now that his cultivation had reached the Great Success realm, he could finally vent his anger. Plus, he obtained the Black Dragon Saber, which was obtained without any effort. Swoosh! The saber flashed, as if it was going to split the world in half. The violent saber energy soared for thousands of feet and chopped off one of AO Hungshing's arms. Previously, AO, who had already crippled AO Hungshing's right arm. Now, he chopped off his left arm. Now, AO Hungshing had lost both his arms. His combat ability was greatly reduced. Boom! AO, whose right leg swept out and sent AO Hungshing flying, smashing through the gate of Stonebowl Town. How dare you? At this moment, an angry roar came from Stonebowl Town. The voice was majestic. The tribe leader is here. The AO tribe descendants that AO Hungshing brought with him were surprised and overjoyed. A group of people hurried out of Stonebowl Town. The leader was surrounded by immortal energy. His gait was majestic and stern. He was a Great Success Immortal Realm cultivator. The tribe leader is here. This AO who is dead for sure. This guy dares to barge into Stonebowl Town. Is he looking for trouble? 16D0? What is this? The disciples of the AO clan said in a gloating tone. Gu Fei had been watching from the side and had no intention of making a move. Though AO, whose cultivation method was something Gu Fei had secretly given to AO, who, its power was definitely above the Golden Ape celestial art. Chapter 3926. AO, who was extremely domineering, directly crippling AO Hungshing. This caused all the AO clan disciples who saw this scene to be extremely shocked. Rumble, AO Hungshing, who was sent flying by AO, whose kick smashed the gate of Stoneox Town. This shocked everyone. Today was the AO tribe's ancestral worship day. Someone actually dared to break the gate of Stoneox Town and kill their way in. This shocked all the cultivators in Stoneox Town. Everyone wanted to know who this guy was. At this time, the AO tribe's current leader led a group of elders out of Stoneox Town. The AO tribe's leader was a middle-aged man in purple. He was tall and mighty, exuding a domineering aura. No matter where he stood, he exuded a domineering aura. This AO tribe's leader was called Aoba, and he cultivated the fist of the Tyrant War. Someone once saw Aoba shatter a mountain with one punch. AO who, is it really you? When Aoba came out, he saw AO who descending from the sky with the Black Dragon Saber. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing even Aoba, the AO tribe's leader, to be moved. How is this possible? When the other AO tribe elders saw AO who, they were dumbfounded. He was just an abandoned child. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? This was impossible. Although AO, who had been chased out of Stoneox Town, the AO tribe had always kept an eye on him. Is this guy really AO who? The AO tribe's elders could not believe it. Aoba. When AO who saw Aoba, his eyes brightened. How dare you call the tribe leader by his name? One of the AO tribe's elders stared at AO who and roared. And who are you? Who are you to speak here? AO who said disdainfully. He was no longer the abandoned child of the past. He still remembered clearly that when his parents had just died in battle, these people could not wait to chase him out of Stoneox Town. These people were so heartless, so Ao, who was naturally heartless to them. Little guy, you've grown up. You dare to attack Stoneox Town? Do you think you are invincible? The other elder narrowed his eyes and stared at Ao, who, as he said coldly, although I am not invincible, I can kill you with one slash. Ao, who did not even look at the elder as he casually said, You. When the Ao tribe elder heard this, his face contorted in anger. Ao, who, this is the ancestral land of the Ao clan. As a disciple of the Ao clan, how dare you be so impudent here? Ao Ba, the leader of the Ao race, stared at Ao, who with a solemn expression, and said, Do you think I'm a disciple of the Ao tribe? My parents died in battle, and you chase me out of Stoneox Town. Let me tell you, from the moment you chased me out of Stoneox Town, I was no longer a member of the Ao tribe. Ao, who glanced at the group of Ao tribe elders and said coldly, Very good. A chilling, murderous aura suddenly erupted from Ao Ba's body, and everyone's expression immediately changed. Haha, this is going to be a good show. When the cultivators outside of the Ao race saw this, they were all gloating. One has to know that they had always been suppressed by the Ao race and had no choice but to rely on them. If the Ao race fell, then they would be able to take over. Although Stoneox Town was a small place, the Ao race was not the only cultivation force. There were other small forces that relied on the Ao race. For example, the barbarian tiger tribe, the Xian demon tribe, and the flying wing tribe. These three great tribes were cultivation forces, second only to the Ao race. Among them, there were immortal-level existences overseeing them, especially the Xian demon tribe. The leader of the Xian demon tribe was an expert at the phenomenal success of the immortal realm. It's best if they both suffer. A Xian demon cultivator said in a low voice, In that case, leader, what are we waiting for? Let me destroy this arrogant little guy. A tall, skinny elder stared coldly at Ao, who, That's right. This little bastard dares to disrupt our ancestral worship ceremony. It's not too much to cut him into 1,000 pieces. A white, fat, bald elder gritted his teeth and said, Come at me together. Ao, who beckoned them over with a disdainful expression, I alone am enough to kill you. At this moment, a similarly tall and fierce-looking clan elder walked out. I don't want to kill, but there are always people who force me to. Ao, who let out a sigh. Die. The elder roared and pounced at Ao, who like a ferocious tiger. The ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain was astonishing. Die. Ao, who didn't want to waste time with this guy. He slashed out with his blade. The next moment, an extremely sharp blade light flashed through the air. Then the clan elder fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. What? Seeing this, everyone was extremely shocked. Ao, who had really killed the clan elder with a single slash. This kind of cultivation and combat strength was enough to shock everyone present. The elders behind Ao Ba were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never imagined that Ao, whose combat ability would be this strong. Were we really wrong back then? The elders of the Ao race shook their heads with bitter smiles. Back then, no one would have thought that Ao, who would have such amazing abilities. But it was too late to regret. Damn it! Ao Ba, the elder of the Ao race, glared at the elder on the ground, then stepped forward. Bang! The entire ground shook. In the next moment, his fist had already smashed towards Ao, who. His fist moved at high speed in the void, making a strange explosion sound. It was as if this punch, plus the air, was going to explode. Fist of the Tyrant War. Ao, who was very familiar with the cultivation method of the Ao race. The Fist of the Tyrant War was extremely powerful. One punch had the power to shatter mountains. He blocked the punch and was forced to take 2 steps back. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Take my punch too. Ao, who switched his blade to his left hand and punched with all his strength. Bang! The 2 fists collided against each other again. This time at Wasp 68, the opponent's fist directly exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Aoba's scream rang out. How is this possible? He defeated Aoba. Even the fist of the Tyrant War is no match for Gu Fei, someone exclaimed. Isn't he the abandoned child of the Ao race? Oh, it's really him. I think his name is Ao, who... Someone recognized Ao, who... At this moment, Ao, who charged right into the midst of the group of elders. In the next instant, all of them were sent flying. They were either killed or had something missing from their bodies. Chapter 39:27. The leader of the Ao race was called Aoba. He cultivated the tyrannical war godly fist. With a single punch, it could shatter mountains. However, this incomparably tyrannical leader of the Ao race couldn't even receive a single punch from Ao who. This caused all the elders to be extremely shocked. Aoba's cultivation could be said to be the strongest among them. Aside from the old clan leader, his cultivation was the highest. Ao, who just wanted to retrieve his parents' belongings. But he didn't expect these people to want his life. In the past, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the Ao tribe's elders. But now, things were different. Ao, who alone could sweep through Stone Ox Village. Ao, who did not show mercy. He was no longer a member of the Ao tribe. From the moment the Ao tribe expelled him from Stone Ox Town, he was no longer a member of the Ao tribe. Kill! Ao, who was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, directly charging into the midst of the Ao tribe's elders. In the next instant, the Ao clan's elders were all blasted flying, either dead or injured. None of them could take a single strike from him. Stop! Just as Ao, who was about to kill his way into the town, a dignified and old voice suddenly rang out from within the town. Then, an old man walked out of Stone Ox Town, step by step. Behind him were countless disciples of the Ao tribe. Even Aou, an early-stage immortal god expert, was carefully accompanying him at his side. When Ao, who saw this old man, he could not help being startled. This old man was the Ao race's old clan master, Ao Tsangming, who had lived for close to 1,000 years. He was the true ruler of the Ao race, immortal emperor. When Gu Fei saw the old man, he was a little surprised. He didn't think that a small place like Stony Ox Town would have an immortal emperor. This was an immortal emperor, not an immortal king like Ao Hengxing. A large group of Ao clan disciples followed behind Ao Tsangming. All the Ao clan disciples glared angrily at Ao, who. This fellow actually dared to start a massacre here. Today was the day that the Ao tribe paid respects to their ancestors. Even the great enemies of the Ao tribe would not dare to attack at this time. However, today, 1C84, the person who had come to kill them was not one of the great enemies of the Ao tribe. Instead, it was a person that no one had expected. This person was an abandoned child of the Ao tribe, a person that was considered trash. How is this possible? Looking at Ao, who the Ao descendants who had come out of Stone Ox Town were all dumbfounded. Could it be that this fellow encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter? Ao, who the old ancestor is here. Don't you dare be impudent. An elder of the Ao tribe shouted at Ao, who. Ao, who couldn't be bothered to talk to these guys. At this time, Gu Fei looked at this scene indifferently. Ao, who, you are too vicious. One of the elders looked at the mess in front of him, and his eyes turned red. The clan head Aoba was crippled, and at least 5 elders had died under Ao whose fists. There were even more injured. Even the Ao clan's golden ape battle god, Ao Hungshing, was crippled by Ao Hu. The patriarch had been crippled, the war god had been crippled, and the Ao tribe's overall strength had been reduced by more than half. This allowed the Ao tribe's enemies to take advantage of the situation. The other factions in the Stone Ox Town region were also gloating, happy to see the Ao tribe suffer. I'm too ruthless? Ha ha! Ao, who was so angry that he laughed. If he had not encountered a fortuitous encounter and cultivated a body of skills, the one who died today would be him. Moreover, to the Ao tribe, if he died, then he died. No one would care. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. Ao, who swept a glance at the people before him and said coldly, How dare you? How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of our ancestor? Ao Yu, who was by Ao Tsangming's side, said sternly, I don't care who he is. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. Ao, who didn't even give face to the Ao tribe's ancestor. As long as his fist was stronger than these people's, he had nothing to fear. Ao Hu, we let you down in the past. How about this? You return, and I will guarantee you the position of the Ao race's patriarch. How about it? The Ao race's old ancestor, Ao Tsangming, said after giving Ao Hu a deep look. When everyone heard that, they were all shocked, especially the Ao race's disciples. They all looked at Ao Tsangming in shock. Ao, who killed Ao Tsang, and the 5 elders crippled patriarch Ao Ba, and crippled the Ao race's war god, Ao Hungshing. He was the Ao race's great enemy, and the old ancestor actually wanted him to be the Ao race's patriarch. Practically all the Ao race's disciples could not accept it. This fellow is not bad. Gu Fei, who was at the side, could not help but nod to himself. This Ao race's old ancestor's breadth of mind and insight were not something the other Ao race's disciples could compare to. Even Ao, who was stunned when he heard that. How about it? Ao Tsangming asked indifferently as he looked at Ao Hu. Not interested. Ao Hu directly rejected. He quickly understood Ao Tsangming's intentions. Ao Hu wanted to tie him to the Ao race's war chariot. This way, the Ao race's lost strength would be replenished, and the Ao race would be even stronger than before. Everyone was stunned again. In their opinion, becoming the Ao race's patriarch was the dream of all the Ao race's disciples. However, Ao Hu rejected it. Then what do you want? An elder of the Ao race stared at Ao Hu and said coldly, Nothing much. I just want to retrieve my parents' belongings. Ao Hu said coolly, That's it. Ao Tsangming felt very surprised when he heard that. Actually, no one expected that Ao Hu had returned for his parents' belongings and not to take revenge on the Ao race. One had to know that the Ao tribe had gone too far before. Hand over my mother's flying phoenix sword. Ao Hu stared at Ao Tsangming with a grave expression. He tightened his grip on the black dragon saber. He had already severed all ties with the Ao clan. He only wanted his parents' belongings back. The black dragon blade and the flying phoenix sword were the weapons that Ao Hu's parents had used when they were alive. They were both high-grade celestial artifacts and were very powerful. That was why the Ao clan had kept these 2 celestial artifacts and chased Ao Hu out of Stone Ox Town. These 2 immortal artifacts are the clan protecting immortal artifacts of my Ao race. You do not have the right to take them away. Ao Yu said sternly, That's right. Return the black dragon blade and get the hell out of Stone Ox Town. An elder of the Ao race shouted at Ao Hu, Ha ha, what a joke. Do you think I don't know the origins of these 2 celestial artifacts? It's fine if you hand them over obediently. Otherwise, humph. As Ao Hu said that, a chilling, killing intent spread out from his body. Old ancestor. At that moment, all the disciples of the Ao race looked at Ao Tsangming. In the entire Ao race, only Ao Tsangming was Ao Hu's match. Ao Tsangming looked deeply at Ao Hu. Then, he waved his right hand in the direction of the ancestral temple. A sharp sword light immediately soared into the sky from the ancestral temple and flew towards him. When the sword light flew to Ao Tsangming's side, Ao Tsangming extended his right hand and grabbed it. In the next moment, the sword light disappeared, and a sword appeared in his hand. Ao Tsangming immediately tossed the sword in his hand to Ao Hu. Ao Hu reached out and caught it. Then he turned around and waved at Gu Fei before leaving. He had no intention of entering Stone Ox Town to participate in the ancestral worship ceremony. This fellow, countless disciples of the Ao race were filled with grief and indignation. Were they going to let Ao Hu off just like that? No one in the entire Ao race dared to attack Ao Hu, not even the old ancestor. Ao Tsangming noticed the black-clad youth who came with Ao Hu. He did not choose to back down for no reason. He simply could not make out the black-clad youth's strength. Soon, Ao Tsangming led the group of Ao race disciples in the direction of the ancestral temple. The ancestral worship ceremony continued. Gu Fei and Ao Hu, on the other hand, left Stony Ox Town. A small place like this could no longer keep Ao Hu, a flood dragon. He needed a bigger world. Giant Wolf City was one of the few ancient cities in the eastern wilderness. Giant Wolf City was the Lin clan's world. The Lin clan grasped a method to control savage beasts. The Lin clan's current clan leader was especially difficult to deal with. By the time Gu Fei and Ao Hu arrived at Giant Wolf City, it was already dusk of the next day. The eastern wilderness lived up to its reputation. Most of the places in this vast region were uninhabited. Exuberant human auras came from Giant Wolf City, as well as the auras of other life forms. Among the countless auras, there were a few exceptionally strong auras. Come, let's go in and take a look. Gu Fei waved his hand and strode towards the city gates. He had finally found a city, so he naturally wanted to stay in the city for a few days. Ao Hu hurriedly followed him. Giant Wolf City did not seem very lively from the outside. However, when Gu Fei entered the city, he discovered that the streets were bustling with people. Shops lined both sides of the streets. Some sold items for mortals, but most of them sold magic tools that only cultivators could use. Just as Gu Fei and Ao Hu were looking around, the sound of hooves suddenly came from the other side of the street. A group of men in beast skins charged towards Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Why? 5b4? One of them was an impressive-looking man in his 30s. This man had no intention of stopping. Very soon, he was in front of Gu Fei. If it had been an ordinary person, this collision would definitely have killed him. Scram! The man on the horse only roared. Humph! Just as he was about to collide with Gu Fei, a fist came from the side and hit the horse's head hard. Bam! The horse's head suddenly exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The man on the horse was sent flying and smashed into the wall on the side of the street before falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone on the street was shocked to the extreme. Kill them! The man stood up from the ground. He wasn't injured, so he shouted at his men. Yes, young master. A dozen burly men in beast skins immediately surrounded Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Humph! Chapter 39:28. Giant Wolf City was one of the few cities in the eastern wilderness. It was one of the cities under the Blackwater Supreme King. The Lin family in the city had submitted to the Blackwater Supreme King and managed the eastern wilderness for him. The Blackwater Supreme King was one of the 12 Supreme Kings in the eastern region. He controlled a large area, but the eastern wilderness was even larger. The Blackwater Supreme King could only control a small part of the eastern wilderness. The other parts of the eastern wilderness were controlled by other supreme kings. The city lord of Giant Wolf City was the current family head of the Lin family. He was an extremely powerful half-saint. He had once barged into the territory of the eastern wilderness by himself and captured a moon-howling celestial wolf. B68 his steed. The moon-howling celestial wolf was not a weak race. An adult moon-howling celestial wolf was comparable to a sage. Of course, the moon-howling celestial wolf that the Lin family had subdued wasn't an adult howling celestial wolf. Even so, it took the Lin family had a lot of effort to subdue the moon-howling celestial wolf. Meanwhile, on the streets of Giant Wolf City, a group of experts under the Lin family young Master Lin Fan jumped down from their horses and surrounded Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Kill them! The Lin family young Master Lin Fan ordered murderously. These two fellows actually dared to block his way. They deserved to die. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man in the lead immediately drew his broadsword and slashed at Gu Fei without any hesitation. It was as if he viewed human life as worthless. The middle-aged man's cultivation wasn't low either. The blade in his hand emitted an extremely sharp blade, aura. The blade slashed out and seemed to split the void in half. In terms of strength, speed, and aura, this blade was enough to kill an ordinary immortal. However, Gu Fei wasn't an immortal. He shook his head helplessly and pointed with a finger. Crack! The blade in the middle-aged man's hand broke into two. The broken blade flew away, and blood flowed from the hand that held it. What? The middle-aged man was shocked and immediately retreated. Gu Fei didn't continue to attack. He didn't want to attack such an ant-like fellow. However, this fellow didn't have eyes and actually attacked him. Gu Fei had subdued these guys the moment he made a move to shatter the god blade with a flick of his finger. The others hurriedly retreated, but two guys were unlucky. Ao, who punched them in the chest and kicked them in the head. They died on the street. Everyone was shocked. You dare to kill people in the streets of my Giant Wolf City? The young lord of Giant Wolf City, Lin Fan, was both shocked and enraged. However, he was no fool. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate today, and a very hard one at that. Giant Wolf City? Ao, who smirked in disdain. His cultivation was successful, and his body had become a god. His battle prowess was so strong that he was almost invincible among those of the same cultivation level. He could even put up a fight against experts of the immortal Tao who had reached the immortal god stage. This so-called young lord of Giant Wolf City was only a mid-level immortal god, and he could kill this good-for-nothing with a single punch. The lord of Giant Wolf City, Lin Zhendong, was a half-saint, and his son was only an immortal god. Like father, like son. If Lin Fan wasn't the only son of the lord of Giant Wolf City, he wouldn't have dared to act like a tyrant in Giant Wolf City. It was precisely because he had the backing of the lord of Giant Wolf City that others feared him. Brother, I didn't think that you're also a hidden expert. Ao, who at this time, 1C84, he realized that Gu Fei wasn't as simple as he seemed. This brother of his seemed to have some sort of background. Could you be a descendant of some great sect or clan that came to the eastern wilderness to train? Ao, who sized up Gu Fei, and said, as if this was the first time he met Gu Fei, "You're thinking too much." Gu Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. They were talking among themselves, completely ignoring Lin Fan. This almost drove Lin Fan crazy. In Giant Wolf City, who dared to ignore him? Damn it! Lin Fan roared. He was so embarrassed that he flew into a rage. He directly slapped a beast skin bag on his waist. In the next moment, a gust of black chi rushed out from the bag and shrouded Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Within the black chi, There were actually countless shadows of strange snakes that made one's hair stand on end. Poisonous qi. Gu Fei frowned at the sight of the black qi. This guy actually dared to use such a vicious mystic art in the city. He simply didn't care about the lives of others. Gu Fei's guess was right. This young lord of Giant Wolf City really didn't care about the lives of others in the city. As long as he could kill Gu Fei and Ao Hu, it didn't matter to him even if a few more people died. Humph! Ao Hu sneered, and then opened his mouth to take a deep breath. His chest and abdomen immediately swelled up. Then he opened his mouth, and the black qi that shrouded the city was immediately blown towards Lin Fan by a gust of wind. What Lin Fan's shock was no small matter as he hurriedly retreated backwards to avoid the fog that was flying back at him. However, his subordinates couldn't dodge in time and were instantly enveloped by the black qi. In the next moment, those cultivators who were enveloped by the black qi didn't even have time to scream before they turned into skeletons. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan's subordinates' expressions changed, and they hurriedly ran away. Even Lin Fan himself was very afraid of this black qi. "Who the hell are you people?" Lin Fan roared at Gu Fei and Ao Hu. At the same time, he slapped the beast skin bag on his waist. In the next moment, the black qi actually gathered towards the beast skin bag and was sucked into it. "Who we are, you don't have the right to know." Ao Hu looked at Lin Fan and said arrogantly, "What? Then go to hell." Lin Fan was truly infuriated. He opened his mouth and spat out a beam of sword light that shot towards Ao Hu and Gu Fei. A sword cultivator. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This guy was actually a sword cultivator, an immortal of the sword Dao. However, Ao Hu didn't care about Lin Fan's sword light at all. With a punch, he directly smashed the flying sword away. Then, he took a step forward and instantly closed in on Lin Fan. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lin Fan's neck. Lin Fan's entire body was lifted up like a little chick. "You kill people without a word. Looks like you're used to acting like a tyrant in Giant Wolf City. Many people have died in your hands, right?" Ao Hu lifted Lin Fan up disdainfully. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Let me go right now. I will destroy your body and soul. You won't even be able to become a ghost." Lin Fan shouted fiercely, I'm so scared. "Who is your father?" Ha ha. Chapter 39-29. Just as Gu Fei and Ao Hu appeared in Giant Wolf City, a small city in the eastern wilderness of the ancestral realm, the Shooting Sun Supreme, Thunderpath Supreme, and the others were in a gloomy mood in the southern region. "Master has disappeared for more than 10 years. Why isn't he back yet? We can't hold on for much longer." The voice of the Black Wind Supreme was heard from a shrine in the sky above the sacred ground. This was the place of Supreme Ziyang, the sacred ground of the Purple Sun sect. The scenery here was picturesque and celestial mist lingered. In the sacred ground, various celestial beasts could be seen flying and various celestial beasts could be seen moving about. Although the Purple Sun's sacred ground was peaceful, the cultivators in the Purple Sun's sacred ground all had solemn expressions. 16D0. It was as if something big was about to happen. "Are you afraid? Are you afraid?" Another voice was heard in the shrine. At this moment, within the sacred palace, the throne at the center was empty, while the seats on the two sides of the throne were occupied by the 6 great supreme beings. Every single supreme being had a dignified aura, and every single supreme being was an unparalleled existence that overlooked millions and millions of living beings. However, at this moment, the 6 great supreme beings were extremely restless. That was because they were facing a great danger. The 6 supremes were the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others. "Ziyang, what did you say? Do you want to fight?" The Black Wind Supreme's voice was heard. He was a Supreme's, yet he was being called a coward? How could this be? This was simply a disgrace. If news of this were to spread, he would no longer be able to stay in the ancestral realm. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of a coward like you? The figure surrounded by purple mist said coldly. Damn it! The Black Wind Supreme was furious. He stood up abruptly, and a chilling, murderous aura immediately spread from his body. The temperature in the shrine immediately dropped rapidly. Just as the two Supremes were about to fight, the Shooting Sun Supreme, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment the Shooting Sun Supreme opened his eyes, it was as if two bolts of lightning flashed in the shrine. Enough! The Shooting Sun Supreme said calmly. The Black Wind Supreme and Ziyang Supreme were stunned and sat back down obediently. Actually, we can predict when Master will return. We just need to help Master defend the foundation that Master has built. The Shooting Sun Supreme continued. Boss is right. Black Wind Sovereign hurriedly said. Humph. Supreme Ziyang sneered and looked at Supreme Black Wind in disdain, but he didn't say anything. However, the Li clan, the Chu clan, and the Tian clan are closing in step by step. The area we can control is getting smaller and smaller. The Lightning Dao Sovereign said worriedly. The foundation that Gu Fei laid down was constantly nibbled away by the Li clan and the other two great powers. In the past decade or so, the territory controlled by the 6 Great Supremes had shrunk by 2/3. Moreover, the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others could only watch helplessly as the 3 great forces devoured their master's territory. Humph! Let those fellows be happy for a while. When Master returns, they will know how pathetic they are. Sovereign Tianfeng sneered. Based on Master's personality, he would definitely make whoever dared to touch his things pay back tenfold. Once Master returns, the 3 great clans would be in trouble. Gu Fei wasn't a soft-hearted person. Back then, he had killed so many people in the southern region that even the Wood clan, one of the 5 Elements divine clans, was annihilated by him. Sovereign Tianfeng started to pray for the 3 great clans at the thought of Gu Fei's strength. If we can't defend it, we will give up. When Master returns, the southern region will be ours again. The Shooting Sun Supreme pondered for a long time before saying, the other Supremes were unwilling, but the 3 great forces were unstoppable. Who would dare to go against the 3 great clans? That would definitely be courting death. Boom! Just as the 6 Supremes were discussing, a loud noise was heard from outside. Then, the entire sacred hall started to shake. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked and rushed out to take a look. All they saw was a huge hand descending from the sky and enveloping the entire Purple Sun sacred ground. It was as if it wanted to grab the entire Purple Sun sacred ground. A terrifying wave of power descended from the huge hand. Even the Shooting Sun Supreme and the Thunder Dao Supreme felt their hearts palpitate. This was a supreme martial artist at the peak of the extreme Dao. Young Shooting Sun, you have 3 days to submit to my clan. Otherwise, all of you will be annihilated. A loud voice was heard from the sky. Roar! At that moment, a deep roar was heard from a valley in the Purple Sun sacred ground. As this roar was heard, the entire sky and earth started to shake. Then, the huge hand that enveloped the entire Purple Sun sacred ground quickly retracted and disappeared into the depths of the sky. The terrifying divine might that shocked the heavens also retreated like the tide. In the valley of the Purple Sun sacred ground, a wild beast that was bigger than a mountain was taking a nap. Who is that? The Thunder Dao Supreme stared at the figure that disappeared into the distance and asked. The Chu clan leader, Chu Xingtian. The shooting sun supreme said solemnly, Chu Xingtian. The Black Wind Supreme and the others were shocked when they heard this. Chu Huangji of the Chu clan had been slapped to death by Gu Fei in the past. The Chu clan and Gu Fei had a great feud. The death of a supreme being was a great loss to any force. Otherwise, old Monster Chu would not have made a move and fought with Gu Fei. The Chu clan was a super force that had a supremacy overseeing it. Old Monster Chu had been defeated by Gu Fei in the past. The Chu clan could not do anything to Gu Fei, but they could easily obliterate them. The Chu clan leader had personally issued an ultimatum. This made the shooting sun supreme, and the others feel immense pressure. 3 more days, the 6 supremacies fell silent. They would not be a match for Chu Xingtian, even if old Monster Chu did not make a move. However, they still had the Star Beast. Humph! What are you afraid of? Unless the Chu clan invades us and wants us to submit? Dream on. The Black Wind Supreme gritted his teeth and said, at this time, Gu Fei was still in the Eastern Domain, cultivating in the secular world. His cultivation base was in a mysterious state. He was originally about to surpass the extreme Tao, but this step was too difficult. 111C, his cultivation base was very unstable. Sometimes he was invincible, surpassing all Daos and invincible in the primogenitor's realm. However, sometimes his invincible eternal realm cultivation base would disappear completely, and he could not use any remarkable skills. However, even if his cultivation base disappeared, it did not matter. His physical body was truly the eternal sacred body. It was eternal and indestructible. Even a supremacy could not destroy him. Gu Fei discovered that his cultivation base was very unstable, so he decided to enter the world to cultivate and hone his state of mind. After more than 10 years, his cultivation base had stabilized a lot. However, it was still far from being completely stable. Young master of Giant Wolf City, he's like an ant. At this moment, Ao who lifted Lin Fan up and remarked in disdain, how dare you? At this moment, an angry shout came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Following that, a figure rushed out from the city lord's mansion. With a single step, he arrived above Gu Fei and Ao Hu and looked down at them from above. The city lord is here. Chapter 3930, Eastern Domain, Eastern Wilderness. In the Giant Wolf City, the city lord of Giant Wolf City stepped on the sky and looked down at Gu Fei and Ao Hu. How dare a little ant be presumptuous in my Giant Wolf City? You're courting death. A majestic voice came down from the sky. Father, save me. At this time, Lin Fan, the young city lord of Giant Wolf City, saw his father coming and quickly shouted, Trash, I, Lin Xiaotian, have been a hero all my life. How could I give birth to a fool like you? The city lord of Giant Wolf City said resentfully. His son was a bastard. He had been practicing for a long time, but he had only reached the immortal realm. Moreover, what made Lin Xiaotian's head hurt was that his son liked to make trouble everywhere. After that, he had to clean up his son's mess, which was really shameful. Father, save me first before we talk. Lin Fan cried anxiously. It was really shameful to be carried like a chicken in the hands of others in public. Why should I save you? Lin Xiaotian said angrily. Although he said so, Lin Fan was his only son after all, and he could not watch Lin Fan being humiliated by these guys. Want to save people? Ao Hu was carrying Lin Fan in one hand, suddenly grinned, and then pinched the back of Lin Fan's neck with his right hand. Crack! Lin Fan's neck was directly broken. Lin Fan's horrified expression froze on his face. He did not expect that this person would dare to kill him. When Lin Xiaotian saw this scene in the sky, his eyes suddenly turned red, and his hands trembled with anger. Although Lin Fan was not a big deal, he was his son after all. At this time, the people around watching the show were also shocked. That was the next city lord of Giant Wolf City. How could he die like this? Go to hell. Lin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, but he immediately came back to his senses and directly slapped Gu Fei and Ao Hu below. Boom. A huge beast claw fell from the sky. Boom. It directly slapped Gu Fei and Ao Hu into the ground. Dust. B68. A huge palm print appeared on the ground. The attack of a half-step saint shook the entire Giant Wolf City. Although Lin Xiaotian was furious, he still had some scruples and tried to control his strength. Otherwise, half of the Giant Wolf City would be destroyed under one blow. Just when Lin Xiaotian thought that he had killed Gu Fei and Ao Hu, the handprint on the ground suddenly exploded. A figure rose into the sky and punched Lin Xiaotian. This person was actually Ao Hu. Ao Hu was only an immortal god. No matter how heaven-defying his physique was or how heaven-defying his cultivation method was, it was impossible for him to fight a half-saint with his early-stage immortal god cultivation base. One should know that there was a huge gap between an immortal and a half-saint. However, Ao Hu had done that. So, what if you're a half-saint? Your daddy will kill you with a single punch. The violent fist energy turned into a gray dragon, like an earth dragon rising to the sky, and slammed into Lin Xiaotian's body, directly blasting Lin Xiaotian into a cloud of blood mist. What? The other cultivators in the Giant Wolf City were shocked when they saw this scene. How could the invincible city lord be smashed into pieces by a single punch? This, even Ao Hu himself could not believe that he could smash the city lord into pieces with a single punch. Giant Wolf City was one of the few cities in the eastern wilderness. With Giant Wolf City as the center, the surrounding area was under its rule. Even Stone Ox Town was under the rule of Giant Wolf City. Every year, the Ao tribe of Stone Ox Town would prepare tribute and send people to Giant Wolf City with various cultivation resources to pay tribute to the city lord. At this moment, the cloud of blood mist in the air instantly gathered together, and a figure appeared in the void. After all, the city lord of Giant Wolf City was a half-saint. He would not be killed so easily. Soon, he reformed his body and reformed his half-saint divine body. Go, he's no match for you. Just when Ao, who was a little hesitant, a voice suddenly sounded in his heart. A figure walked out of the big pit in the street step by step. Kill. Ao, who immediately rushed towards Lin Xiaotian, as if his whole body was full of power and he could punch through the whole sky with one punch. An incredible scene appeared. They saw Ao Hu smash Lin Xiaotian into pieces with another punch, which shocked all the cultivators watching the battle. The dignified city, lord of Giant Wolf City, a half-saint, was actually so weak. At this time, a powerful wave of power came out of Ao Hu's body, shaking the earth and making countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City frightened. Roar! Just when Lin Xiaotian was suppressed by Ao Hu with his own strength, the roar of a savage beast suddenly came from the city lord's mansion. The next moment, a silver divine light rushed out of the city lord's mansion. B68? When it came close, a moon-howling heavenly wolf appeared in the divine light. This heavenly wolf was covered with silver hair without a single strand of mixed hair, especially the pair of silver wings on the back of this heavenly wolf. The two silver wings on the back of the moon, howling, heavenly wolf burst out with an extremely strong power. Get lost! Ao Hu roared angrily and punched out. No one would have thought that the moon-howling heavenly wolf would be directly punched back by Ao Hu, and a few drops of crystal blood dripped in the air. Blocked by the moon-howling heavenly wolf, the city lord of Giant Wolf City took the opportunity to retreat and successfully pulled away from Gu Fei. At the same time, Ao, who stepped on the void and instantly caught up with the moon-howling heavenly wolf. He directly tore off the two wings on the back of the moon, howling heavenly wolf. Roar! The moon-howling heavenly wolf roared and fell directly from the sky. Ao, whose combat power was unparalleled. All of this was the masterpiece of Gu Fei. His cultivation was in the realm beyond the extreme way, and he was almost omnipotent. He casually added a force to Ao, whose body. Otherwise, Ao, who would not be Lin Xiaoqian's opponent at all. Without any suspense, Ao, who directly punched 9 times, and each punch blasted Lin Xiaotian. After 9 punches, Lin Xiaotian was directly destroyed. Run! Seeing this, the moon-howling heavenly wolf was scared out of his wits and turned to flee. Humph! Can you escape? Ao, who ran the mysterious skill, and the power of the earth emerged in his body, condensed, and a fierce tiger phantom rushed out of his body and rushed towards the moon-howling heavenly wolf. The fierce tiger went down the mountain, unstoppable, and suddenly threw the moon-howling heavenly wolf to the ground and directly tore it into pieces. However, just as Ao, who killed Lin Xiaotian, a voice sounded from the city lord's mansion, and then spread throughout the entire giant wolf city. The next moment, a ferocious and powerful beast rushed out from the surroundings of the giant wolf city. There was no one on the streets, and fierce beasts rushed out of the streets and alleys. Soon, the sky above the giant wolf city was full of all kinds of fierce beasts. Whoosh! A golden shadow rushed from the distance and directly pounced on Gu Fei and Ao, who... Oh no! Ao, who suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. Sound of imperial beast? Gu Fei frowned. At this time, the invincible superpower in his body was quickly disappearing. His cultivation was unstable, and he was soon beaten back to his original state. However, he had the eternal immortal body. Even if the invincible cultivation disappeared, no one could kill him. Ah, Gu Fei sighed helplessly and shook his head. Although he had taken that step, and his body had transformed into the eternal immortal body, the supernatural power and great technique of the super realm would suddenly disappear. Fortunately, he had added a force to Ao, whose body in advance, 16D0? Otherwise, Gu Fei might be fine, but Ao, who would definitely fall under the attack of the beast group. At this time, countless ferocious birds were already lunging at Ao, who and Gu Fei. At the same time, the fierce beasts rushed out of the street and rushed towards Gu Fei and Ao, who at the same time. Ha ha! Perfect timing. Earth Dragon's ultimate slash. Ao, who roared into the sky. An endless amount of earth elemental energy exploded from his body like a flash flood, forming 9 silhouettes of dragons that soared into the sky and pounced towards the beasts. In the next moment, countless beasts were torn to pieces by the 9 silhouettes of the earth elemental energy. Blood rained down from the sky. The countless savage beasts that were charging over were sent flying by the vast and mighty earth elemental power. Then, they exploded in the air, turning into a mist of blood. Seeing this, the cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. Who is this guy? How can he be so violent? No one knew where Ao who came from. The sudden appearance of this powerful cultivator shocked the entire city. Even the city lord was not a match for him and was killed by this fellow. Even the Lin clan's army of savage beasts was defeated by the other party. Who are you? Why are you killing my clan's disciples? At this moment, an old and solemn voice came from the back of the city lord's mansion. Then, a holy power spread out from the city lord's mansion, covering a radius of thousands of miles. Countless cultivators were terrified to the extreme. Saint, Gu Fei looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Unexpectedly, there was a saint in this small city. It seemed that this small city was not as simple as it looked on the surface. In a barren place like the eastern wilderness, where birds don't shit, how could a saint cultivate here? The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here could not meet the needs of a saint at all. Brother, at this time, Ao who only felt that his soul was trembling. This was the real power of a saint, which was not comparable to Lin Xiaotian, a half-saint, with the blessing of Gu Fei's power. Ao who could kill a half-saint, but in the face of a saint, he was absolutely no match. I'll go and have a look. As Gu Fei spoke, he took a step forward. The ground under his feet immediately exploded, and he disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. At this time, Gu Fei's cultivation seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the powerful eternal immortal body. However, the power of his eternal immortal body was absolutely enough to shock the world. Boom. Chapter 39-31. The appearance of a saint in gigantic Wolf City shook the entire eastern wilderness. Countless eyes turned to look at gigantic Wolf City. That old wolf is still alive. An old voice came from an ancient city thousands of miles away from gigantic Wolf City. He Shui still has this trick up his sleeve. A man in black walked out of a valley shrouded in black mist in the eastern wilderness. He looked up in the direction of gigantic Wolf City. All the big shots hiding in the eastern wilderness were alarmed the moment gigantic Wolf City's saintly might appeared. At this time, a figure slowly walked towards the entrance of the giant Wolf City's City Lord Mansion. Wherever this figure passed, there would be a huge crowd. 16D0, the beasts bowed their heads. The young man walked up to the tightly shut gates of the City Lord's residence and gave it a gentle push. The heavy gates exploded right away, turning into countless fragments that flew inside. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood as the ferocious beasts were pierced by the fragments. They did not even have time to roar before they died. The young man in black who had broken the gates was none other than Gu Fei. His cultivation was in a mysterious state, and all his invincible supreme magics and great techniques seemed to have disappeared. He could not use them at all, and all he had was strength. This made Gu Fei extremely depressed. However, he still had the invincible, eternal, indestructible body, which made his physical strength extremely strong. Every move he made was filled with unimaginable power. What was the use of supreme magics and great techniques? As long as one was strong enough, one could crush everything. If one's physical strength could exceed the extreme path, one could crush everything as well. Boom! At that moment, a surge of saintly path power surged out from the City Lord's residence. The countless beasts lying on the ground all exploded into a bloody mist which condensed into a blood dragon that pounced on Gu Fei, who was walking in step by step. Gu Fei smiled and raised his right hand in a seemingly casual manner. Bam! The blood dragon collided with his hand. In the next moment, the dragon's head exploded, followed by its body, all the way from head to tail. The entire blood dragon collapsed in the void, just like that. At this moment, a figure walked out of the City Lord mansion. Gu Fei looked up and saw that it was an old man with a wooden staff in his hand. He walked unsteadily, as if he could fall at any time. Behind the old man, there were more than a dozen people, all of them emitting an incomparably tyrannical aura. These people all stared at Gu Fei in shock and anger. "Who are you? Has my Lin family ever offended you?" A middle-aged man behind the old man stared at Gu Fei and gritted his teeth. "You want to kill me, so I can only kill you. That's all." Gu Fei glanced at them indifferently and said, "What?" The higher-ups of the Lin family were all dumbfounded. To Gu Fei, this method of handling matters was simple and direct. There was no need for any crafty plots or schemes, and he didn't care what schemes the other party had. no matter how smart you are or how heaven-defying your schemes are, I will kill you with a single sword strike. Sir, is there some misunderstanding between us? Who in all of Giant Wolf City can threaten you? The old man's voice was very old, but there was an indescribable majesty to it. The city lord of Giant Wolf City was actually a puppet. The true ruler of Giant Wolf City was probably this old man. At the old man's waist was something similar to a flute. Misunderstanding? Gu Fei smiled, not wanting to say more. Brother. At this moment, Ao, who finally caught up to Gu Fei. It's you? At this moment, a purple-clothed youth behind the old man suddenly pointed at Ao, who behind Gu Fei, and exclaimed, Ao, you know him? The higher-ups of Giant Wolf City looked at the purple-robed youth in bewilderment. Reporting to the ancestor, this person is an abandoned child of the Ao tribe in Stonebull Town. His name is Ao Hu. He was the one who caused a ruckus at the Ao tribe's ancestral worship ceremony. Lin Ao hurriedly said. He had been at Stonebull Village that day, and he had witnessed the scene of Ao, who forcing the entire Ao tribe to bow down to him. On the other hand, Gu Fei was standing to the side. The purple-robed youth didn't pay much attention to Gu Fei. So there was such a thing. The higher-ups of Giant Wolf City couldn't help but be shocked. They had only just learned of this matter. The ancestral worship ceremony at Stonebull Town was nothing more than a trifle to them. Lin Ao hadn't told the elders what had happened at Stonebull Town. Sir, how about we stop here? The old man stared at Gu Fei. Stop? How could it be so easy? Before Gu Fei could say anything, Ao, who had already rushed to speak. What do you want in order to stop? The old man didn't even look at Ao Hu. In his eyes, there was only Gu Fei. Ao Hu, he was just an ant. Kill. Gu Fei didn't want to waste time with these people. The world of cultivation was a dog-eat-dog world. If it had been someone else, wouldn't they have died in vain in Giant Wolf City? Moreover, this guy had just attacked him with murderous intent. Sir, don't go too far. The old man's expression changed. He couldn't see through Gu Fei's strength, so he was a bit afraid. However, if Gu Fei really wanted to fight, he wouldn't back down. Of course, if the Lin clan's old ancestor knew who he was facing, he would have been paralyzed with fear. He wouldn't have dared to resist. If you can take one of my punches, I'll let you go. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Although there were no fluctuations of power coming from his body, he was like an insurmountable mountain, giving off a suffocating pressure. Really? The Lin clan's old ancestors' eyes lit up. How could my brother's words be false? Ao, who glanced at the higher-ups of the Lin clan disdainfully. All right. The Lin clan's old ancestor nodded. Then, the higher-ups of the Lin clan behind the Lin clan's old ancestor hurriedly retreated. Gu Fei took a step forward and punched forward, just like an ordinary person punching. There was no fluctuation of power, no magic or great technique. It was just an ordinary punch. However, in the eyes of the Lin clan's old ancestor, this punch was invincible. Couldn't it be avoided? 16D0. He couldn't block it. He could only watch the punch hit him. This was a punch that surpassed the extreme path, transcending all Taoism and Dharma. It was so simple, but even a saint couldn't avoid it or block it. Then, the Lin clan's old ancestor, who was hit by the punch, turned into a cloud of blood mist without a sound. Everything on his body collapsed into dust, and even his spirit was annihilated in the void. The whole place was silent, and everyone was stunned. Chapter 3932. In the Eastern Wilderness, in Giant Wolf City, Gu Fei killed a saint with a single punch, shocking everyone. The higher-ups of the Lin clan were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. How was this possible? Their ancestor was killed by this guy with a single punch. The ancestor of the Lin clan in Giant Wolf City was a saint. In a wild place like the eastern wilderness, a saint was already an overlord of a region. But now, the saint of the Lin clan had fallen. He was killed by a mysterious black-robed young man of unknown origin with a single punch. What's going on? Why did the old wolf's aura suddenly disappear? Some of the cultivators who had just arrived near Giant Wolf City were shocked. At this time, a black-robed man surrounded by black aura appeared in the distant sky. He walked through the air, and the moment he arrived, the temperature of the entire world dropped. And in another direction, an old man walked over slowly. Clouds and mist surged under his feet. There was a faint, immortal light behind his head, and the aura of the immortal path was vast and mighty. It was the atmosphere of an immortal. Could it be that the old wolf of the Lin clan has fallen? The sage-like saint of the immortal path muttered to himself, and his expression became solemn. There were only two possibilities for the sudden disappearance of the extremely powerful saint aura of the Lin clan's ancestor. One was that he had been killed by someone, and the other was that he had sealed his own aura. At this time, in Giant Wolf City, the city lord's office was completely silent. Ao, who was also stunned by the scene in front of him. His brother was so powerful that he could kill a saint with a single punch. This was too amazing. The higher-ups of the Lin clan, on the other hand, were horrified. Gu Fei did not use any divine sense or great skill at all. It was just a seemingly casual punch, but such a punch had destroyed their ancestor's body and soul. I can't even block a single punch. Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Even if he could not use his divine path and great skills that surpassed the extreme path, he could easily kill a saint with just the power of his physical body. In fact, even a quasi-supreme might not be able to take a punch from him. Gu Fei had not met a quasi-supreme yet, but he was confident 111C? Even if he encountered a supreme being, he would be able to rely on the strength of his physical body to put up a fight. He might not necessarily lose. The Lin clan is willing to serve you forever. Lin Juechen of the Lin clan greets master. An elder of the Lin clan, who came to his senses, hurriedly knelt on the ground in fear and said to Gu Fei, trembling. He did not dare to look up at Gu Fei. The group of Lin clan elders behind Lin Juechen also woke up from their stupor. They immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Even the old ancestor of the Lin clan was smashed into pieces by this black-clothed young man. How could the other elders of the Lin clan be a match for Gu Fei? If they didn't submit, they would die. Even if these elders of the Lin clan wanted to eat Gu Fei alive, they had to bow their heads now. Gu Fei didn't attack again. Even a saint couldn't take a punch from him. So these fellows who were kneeling and trembling in front of him didn't have the qualifications for him to attack. You handle it. After saying that, Gu Fei walked into the main hall of the city lord's mansion and went up to the throne in the middle of the hall. Then he sat on the throne and closed his eyes to rest. Everyone was trembling with fear. All of you, get out of here. Don't disturb my big brother's rest. Ao, who directly shouted at the senior members of the Lin clan who were lying on the ground. Yes, 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 Lin Juechen hurriedly responded, and then led the group of elders of the Lin clan to crawl on the ground. The elders of the Lin clan only dared to stand up after they crawled out of the city lord's mansion. Lin Juechen raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He felt as if he had just escaped death. He felt that he and the others were not even comparable to ants in front of Gu Fei. So what if they were killed? Lin Juechen was very unhappy that his life and death were in the hands of the other party. This made him feel very helpless. He couldn't even control his own life and death. This was definitely an extremely sad thing. What did I see? What's going on? Aren't those the elders of the Lin clan? Usually it's hard to even see them. Why did they all crawl out of the city lord's mansion today? At this time, all the cultivators of Giant Wolf City who saw this scene outside the city lord's mansion were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. For the cultivators of Giant Wolf City, the elders of the Lin clan were all high and mighty existences. But now, these high and mighty, peerless experts actually crawled out of the city lord's mansion. Could it be those two people? Those cultivators vaguely guessed something. The Lin clan was going to be in big trouble. Sure enough, the young man who killed the city lord on the street of Giant Wolf City walked out of the city lord's mansion. When the elders of the Lin clan saw that person, they directly knelt on the ground, looking very frightened. Isn't that Lin Juechen, the great elder of the Lin clan? He even knelt down? The cultivators outside the city lord's mansion recognized Lin Juechen. At this time, Ao, who was very satisfied, he felt that he had already reached the peak of his life. He looked down at the elders of the Lin clan kneeling in front of him. Even he himself felt that this was extremely unreal. They had actually conquered Giant Wolf City with just the two of them. This was Giant Wolf City, not Stoneox Town. In the area ruled by Giant Wolf City, there were countless places like Stoneox Town. Conquering Giant Wolf City was tantamount to becoming the master of this area. In the end, Ao, who was a cultivator from a small place, his knowledge was very limited. He didn't know that there were even stronger cultivation forces above Giant Wolf City, and how terrifying those cultivation forces were. There was no suspense. With Gu Fei in charge of Giant Wolf City, there was naturally no need to fear any enemy. The news of Giant Wolf City's fall quickly spread in the eastern wilderness, shaking the eastern wilderness. Soon, the news reached a huge city outside the eastern wilderness. This was the eastern wilderness city of the eastern region. The huge city suppressed the eastern wilderness, so most cultivators entering and leaving the eastern wilderness would stop in eastern wilderness city to make preparations before entering the eastern wilderness. Eastern Wilderness City was an ancient city under the control of the Blackwater Supreme King. There was a Blackwater battle troop of the Blackwater Supreme King stationed here. It was an immortal-level battle troop that had helped the Blackwater Supreme King conquer the world and conquer a large territory. Giant Wolf City has been conquered? How is that possible? The news spread to Eastern Wilderness City. Eastern Wilderness, 1C84? The people of the Blackwater Supreme King were all inexplicably shocked. Giant Wolf City was a city with a saint in charge. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion of Eastern Wilderness City, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Sitting on the city lord's throne was a powerful figure shrouded in golden light. Chapter 3933. The Eastern Wasteland City was in charge of the Eastern Wasteland. The city lord was a saint venerable called the Golden Sun Saint Venerable. Furthermore, he was a peak saint venerable. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-supreme realm and becoming an invincible quasi-supreme realm expert. At this moment, Golden Sun Saint was sitting on the throne in the Eastern Barren City's City Lord Mansion, looking down at the experts below him with a stern aura. A strong, holy, venerate aura spread from his body, causing everyone to be terrified. Not only the experts in the hall, but all the cultivators in Eastern Barren City could feel the strong pressure from the City Lord Mansion. What's going on? All the cultivators in the city were shocked. The older cultivators were even more shocked. The consequences of the City Lord's anger are severe. An older cultivator looked in the direction of the City Lord Mansion and said with lingering fear, "The last time the City Lord made a move was 500 years ago." The cultivators of the older generation were muttering amongst themselves. 500 years ago, the City Lord directly destroyed the invading Eastern Barren ferocious tribe. killing their corpses everywhere. In that battle, the city lord single-handedly blocked the 100,000-strong army of the ferocious tribe and killed the leader of the ferocious tribe. That scene was something that the cultivators of the older generation could not forget even in death, because it was simply too shocking. "Where is Jean Luen?" "Golden Sun," Saint said faintly. "Jean Luen is here." As soon as Golden Sun Saint's voice fell, a middle-aged cultivator in white walked out. "Go and take a look," Golden Sun Saint said. "Yes." The middle-aged cultivator in white called Jean Luen quickly accepted the order and left. The city lord actually sent Jean Luen to Giant Wolf City. Looks like the city lord wants to kill one to warn the others. Rebellion has always been punishable by death. With Jean Luen taking action, those who dare to attack Giant Wolf City will die. In the hall, the experts were communicating with their spiritual will. "All of you can leave." Golden Sun Saint glanced at the crowd below and said, "Yes." Everyone hurriedly bowed to Saint Venerable Golden Sun, who was sitting on the throne, and then left. Jean Luen was an early-stage Holy Venerate and was Golden Sun, Holy Venerate's right-hand man. In the eyes of the cultivators of Eastern Barren City, Jean Luen was Golden Sun, Holy Venerate's favorite. Jean Luen's cultivation was not something that the Lin clan's old ancestor in the Giant Wolf City could compare to. It should be known that he was a Saint Venerable. A Saint Venerable could kill an ordinary saint as easily as blowing off dust. White-robed, heavenly venerate Jean Luen stepped onto the teleportation platform that led to the Giant Wolf City. With a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the platform. The distance between Eastern Wasteland City and Giant Wolf City was not small. Even with Jean Luen's cultivation, if he did not use the transmission formation, it would take him a few hours to arrive. Furthermore, the Eastern Wasteland was not peaceful. Some places were extremely dangerous. If one barged into them, even a holy venerate would die. At this time, the entire Giant Wolf City was under Ao, whose control after the Lin clan surrendered. The Lin clan's great elder, Lin Juechen, was willing to be Ao, whose follower. In Lin Juechen's eyes, Ao, who was just an ant. However, this ant had the backing of Gu Fei, an existence that was many times stronger than a real dragon. Gu Fei had killed a saint with one punch. That scene had completely stunned Lin Juechen. He could not even think of resisting. Giant Wolf City was backed by Eastern Wasteland City. However, the Lin clan's elders had not told Ao who about Eastern Wasteland City. At this time, Eastern Wasteland City had already received the news. The experts of Eastern Wasteland City were probably already on their way. The Lin clan would not surrender wholeheartedly. Many people in the Lin clan were waiting for the experts of Eastern Wasteland City to come and rescue them. However, their wait had really come. Giant Wolf City, where the transmission array platform was located, one of the 3 transmission array platforms suddenly lit up, and a series of runes appeared on the platform. Buzz. The void trembled, and the void above the platform suddenly collapsed. A strong light flashed, and a figure appeared on the platform. This person was dressed in white and had a slender figure. He had a mustache and a fan in his hand. He looked like a distinguished scholar. This middle-aged man in white was Eastern Wasteland City's City Lord's right-hand man, Jean Luen, Saint Venerable Jean Luen. As soon as Saint Venerable Jean Luen appeared, his divine will enveloped the entire Giant Wolf City. His divine will instantly locked onto Ao, who was in the City Lord's manor. That's him? He defeated the Lin clan and intimidated the entire Giant Wolf City with his own strength. Jean Luen muttered to himself in disbelief. He slowly walked down from the teleportation platform. He placed his left hand behind his back and waved the fan in his right hand. He looked around like a scholar touring a garden. At this time, the people of the Lin clan were surprised and delighted. Lin Juechen immediately brought a group of clan elders to welcome Jin Luan. Lin Juechen greets the Supreme One. Lin Juechen immediately brought a group of clan elders to kneel at Jin Luan's feet. Humph, you still have the face to see me? The moment Jin Luan saw Lin Juechen, a cold, murderous aura immediately spread from his body. In the next moment, with a wave of his big sleeve, Lin Juechen was directly sent flying. Then, with a bang, he exploded in the air and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Lin Juechen, the Lin clan's great elder, was actually killed just like that with a wave of Jin Luan's big sleeve. The group of Lin clan elders, whose heads and faces were splattered with blood, were horrified and inconsolable. This Jin Luan was a ruthless and ruthless existence. In front of such an existence, they were simply inferior to ants. He killed them just like that. However, they never imagined that Jin Luan would directly kill the great elder Lin Juechen. "What's your name?" Jin Luan suddenly pointed at a middle-aged man who was lying on the ground, his whole body trembling. Replying to the Supreme One, "This lowly person's name is Lin Dong." The middle-aged man said with a trembling voice, "Lin Dong, very good. From now on, you are the Lin clan's clan leader." Jin Luan said casually, "Yes, Supreme One." Lin Dong was surprised and happy. He never imagined that he would sit on the Lin clan's clan leader's seat. It should be known that with his cultivation, he never dared to hope that he could sit on the clan leader's seat. However, Jin Luan did not care, and then walked towards the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He did not even look at the other Lin clan elders. With a casual statement, he pushed a person who was not very strong in the Lin clan to the clan leader's seat. All the Lin clan elders looked at Lin Dong with incomparable envy. No one in the Lin clan dared to disobey Jin Luan's words. "I want to see what ability a mere immortal has to actually be able to suppress the Lin clan." Jin Luan waved the folding fan in his hand and walked step by step towards the main hall. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll, but deep in his eyes, a ray of light flashed. For the fastest updated novel reading, please visit Chapter 3934. As soon as Jin Luan arrived at Giant Wolf City, the Lin clan immediately betrayed Gu Fei and Ao Hu. They brought Jin Luan to the main hall of the city lord mansion. At this time, Gu Fei was guiding Ao Hu's cultivation in the main hall. Under his guidance, Ao Hu's cultivation base soared like a rocket. Ao Hu's cultivation base rose from the initial immortal god to the major success stage, and then to the half-step immortal king realm. This kind of cultivation speed was absolutely above all geniuses. It could be said to be heaven-defying among the heaven-defying. Only an existence like Gu Fei could allow Ao Hu to advance from the beginner immortal god realm to the half-step immortal king realm in one go. The most important and rare thing was that Ao Hu's cultivation and state of mind were perfectly fused together. It wasn't just his cultivation that had increased. Gu Fei didn't simply help Ao Hu improve his cultivation base. If he wanted to help someone improve their cultivation base, regardless of the cost, many people would be able to do it. A supreme expert could even turn a mortal without any cultivation base into an immortal king, or immortal emperor in an instant. However, if a mortal suddenly became an immortal, the consequences would be endless. His state of mind wouldn't be able to keep up with the improvement of his cultivation base. In the end, he would suffer from cultivation deviation and die. Looks like a guest has arrived. Gu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, Ao Hu also stopped. "Boss, what's wrong?" Ao Hu was bewildered, but in the next moment, he knew why Gu Fei said that. The Lin clan, actually. Ao Hu was enraged. At this time, Jean Luen had already arrived outside the main hall, followed by a group of Lin clan's elders. The Lin clan was, after all, the #1 clan in Giant Wolf City. Even though many experts had fallen, this clan still couldn't be underestimated. Among the elders, there were a few half-step saints, a dozen immortal emperors, and 7 or 8 almighty experts. With such strength, the Lin clan was still the #1 clan in Giant Wolf City. It was hard to shake the position of the strongest clan in Giant Wolf City. The Lin clan actually dared to betray my boss. It seems like the Lin clan doesn't need to exist anymore. Ao, whose voice came from the main hall. Ha! A puny immortal dares to spout such arrogant words. Jean Luen waved the folding fan in his hand and said casually, "Ha ha, Ao, who the supremes of the Eastern Wasteland City have arrived, and you still want to exterminate my Lin clan? Your Honor, please avenge us and kill these 2 villains." The elders of the Lin clan said one after another, "2? Isn't it just 1? At this moment, Jean Luen's expression suddenly changed. He sensed that there was only one immortal god-level aura in the hall. How could there be 2 people in the hall? Your Honor, it was these 2 villains from Stone Ox Town who killed our clan's previous clan leader. Even our clan's ancestor died at their hands," said a middle-aged man with a smile. The new patriarch, Lin Dong, said hurriedly, "Like I said, how could a mere immortal god suppress the entire Giant Wolf City?" Jean Luen still had a relaxed expression. The Lin clan's ancestor was just an ordinary saint. He could kill a large number of them with a casual palm strike. This was the difference between a saint and a saint. How strong could a person who could kill the ancestor of the Lin clan be? Was he stronger than the Lord, quasi-supreme? Impossible. Was there a quasi-supreme in the Eastern Wilderness? The Eastern Wilderness was the place with the weakest spirit chi in the ancestral world. It was impossible for a quasi-supreme to appear in the Eastern Wilderness. The spirit chi here could not satisfy them at all. In the Eastern Wilderness, a saint was already the most powerful existence. The person who killed the Lin clan's ancestor should not be a saint. As long as it was not a saint, Jean Luen could kill the mysterious expert in the hall. "Come out and die." Jean Luen waved his folding fan and stood with his hands behind his back. The heavy door opened slowly, and a figure walked out of the hall. "Your Honor, he is Ao who—" Lin Dong said hurriedly, "You are Ao who? Someone go and get rid of him." Jean Luen looked elsewhere. He could not even be bothered to look at a small fellow like Ao who. His target was only the mysterious person in the hall. "Ao who die?" Lin Dong walked out from behind Jean Luen and approached Ao who step by step. Although his status was lower than the other clan elders, his cultivation was much stronger than the other clan elders. This was also the reason why Jean Luen wanted to push him up to the position of clan elder. With Jean Luen's cultivation, he could see the cultivation of the Lin clan's elders at a glance. "With just you." Ao who laughed. Lin Dong was stronger than the city lord of Giant Wolf City, but he wanted to kill him? What a joke. "Just me." Li Dong took a step forward. Bang! The entire ground shook, and an extremely tyrannical pressure erupted from his body. The surrounding elders of the Lin clan hurriedly retreated. Only Jean Luen remained calm and collected, while Ao who stood opposite Lin Dong, smiled and shook his head helplessly. "If you don't court death, you won't die. Your clan is really courting death." Ao who sighed. Ao who sighed and said, "How could you guys imagine my boss's abilities? Kill." Lin Dong was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ao who. He directly punched at Ao who. Roar. Following an earth-shattering roar, a huge wolf shadow emerged from Lin Dong's body. It roared at the sky, causing the void to tremble. Humph. Ao, who chuckled and also punched. However, this punch of his was extremely ordinary. There was no powerful wave of energy, nor was there a powerful aura. It was like a punch thrown by a mortal without any cultivation. The two fists collided in an instant. Bam! A muffled sound was heard. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking was heard. An extremely powerful wave of energy spread out, and the surrounding buildings all crumbled into dust in the next moment. Only the main hall was not affected. The wave of energy that was surging towards the main hall was blocked by an invisible force. How is this possible? Lin Dong looked at his arm in horror. He saw that there were actually cracks on his arm, and blood was seeping out from the cracks. In the next moment, Lin Dong's entire arm collapsed. He screamed and flew off the ground. Bam! Ao, who took a step forward and directly punched Lin Dong's chest. Lin Dong, the newly appointed clan leader of the Lin clan, was actually smashed into pieces by Ao, who, a little cultivator from a small place like Stonox Town. His body and soul were both destroyed. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Jean Luen, who was disdainful of Ao, who just now stared at Ao, who in shock. He didn't expect a puny immortal to be able to kill Lin Dong. One must know that Lin Dong was a half-step saint. Ao, who killed a half-step saint with one punch. Even a saint like Jean Luen couldn't help but be moved. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3935. How is this possible? Outside the main hall of the City Lord Mansion, the elders of the Lin clan were all dumbfounded as they stared at Ao, who was standing proudly outside the main hall. He is just an immortal. Even if he is a half-step immortal king, it is impossible for him to kill a half-step saint with one punch. A white-haired, skinny elder of the Lin clan wailed. In the Lin clan, the most miserable person was Lin Dong. Because of Jean Luen's words, he had just become the patriarch of the Lin clan. Before he could even sit on the throne of the patriarch, he was killed by Ao, who with one punch. The most tragic thing in the world was that great joy turned into great sorrow immediately after. Of course, Lin Dong didn't even have to grieve. He couldn't grieve because his body and soul had already been destroyed. At this time, even a saint like Jean Luen was shocked. It should be known that no matter how heaven-defying an immortal was, it was impossible for him to kill a half-step saint. The difference between the two was not small. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. One was like a true dragon from the 9 heavens, while the other was like an ant on the ground. No matter how heaven-defying an ant was, could it compete with a true dragon from the 9 heavens? How dare you betray my big brother? No one can save you. Ao, whose cold eyes swept across the elders of the Lin clan. The elders of the Lin clan could not help but be shocked. At this time, they were somewhat regretful. However, they still believed that Jean Luen could suppress Ao, Hu, and Gu Fei in the main hall, because Jean Luen was an invincible saint in the Eastern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, who could compete with a saint? Humph! Shameless boasting. Jean Luen looked at Ao, Hu coldly. Although this guy killed Lin Dong with one punch, Lin Dong was only a half-step saint. Compared to him, he was simply vulnerable. Kill. Ao, who did not want to talk nonsense with these guys. He took a step forward, and a violent pressure immediately erupted from his body, causing the air to tremble. Jean Luen jumped in fright. At this moment, a palm fiercely slapped his face. Pa! He only felt pain on his face, and then his whole body was sent flying and smashed to the side. What? The elders of the Lin clan were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. In their eyes, Jean Luen, who was invincible in the Eastern Wilderness, was sent flying by a slap. Oh no! The elders of the Lin clan suddenly looked as if they had lost their parents. Can't even take a single blow. Aohu said calmly. At this time, the number one expert under the city lord of Eastern Wasteland City, Saint Venerable Jean Luen, actually smashed through a house and fell out of the city lord's mansion. Go to hell, all of you. Aohu stretched out his hand, and an endless amount of earth elemental power came crashing down on the Lin clan's elders like a huge mountain. No, the elders of the Lin clan were scared out of their wits. The mighty pressure from the big khaki hand made them directly lie on the ground. Boom! The whole earth shook violently. A huge palm fell from the sky and slammed the elders of the Lin clan on the ground. The ground immediately undulated like waves. Without any suspense, the elders of the Lin clan were directly obliterated by the giant hand. Their flesh bones, and even their Dao weapons were all turned to dust. Gu Fei did not show up. Aohu's power alone was enough to defeat all the enemies. When Jean Luen rushed back from afar, he just happened to see the scene of the giant hand obliterating the elders of the Lin clan. He was so shocked that he immediately turned around and fled. The other party was really too strong. He could not understand how a small immortal could actually burst out with the super combat power of killing a saint. Gu Fei's means were not something that an existence of the level of Jean Luen could imagine. In fact, Gu Fei had already used this trick before. He sealed a part of his power in the bodies of others and let them defend against the enemy. He, on the other hand, was quietly watching the others from the sidelines. At this time, Aohu was in such a situation. Gu Fei had sealed a part of his power in Aohu's body. Aohu was equivalent to Gu Fei indirectly attacking. Swoosh! Aohu pointed a finger, and the bright earth elemental power shot out from the tip of his finger. In an instant, it pierced through the void and caught up with the escaping Jean Luen. Puff! A ray of blood light appeared. Aohu's finger light directly pierced through Jean Luen's holy venerable treasure body. Then, Jean Luen's entire body turned into dust. A primordial spirit rushed out from the crumbling holy venerable treasure body and roared as it turned into dust. Both its body and spirit were destroyed. The scene of killing a holy venerable with one finger was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City. At this moment, no one in Giant Wolf City dared to resist. Everyone lowered their heads. At the moment when Jean Luen's body and spirit were destroyed, far away in the Eastern Barren City's city lord's residence, a bang sound suddenly came from a very ordinary-looking room. Then, a scream was heard. Lord Jean Luen's life tablet is broken. Lord Jean Luen's life tablet is broken. A figure staggered out of the room and rushed towards the city lord's residence. What? Lord Jean Luen's life tablet is broken? A commotion instantly broke out in the Eastern Barren City lord's residence. Everyone could not believe it. Lord Jean Luen was a holy venerable, the number one expert under the city lord. How could he die? In the Eastern Barren City, apart from the city lord who could kill Lord Jean Luen. Holy venerables had a very high status in the Eastern Barren City. That was because existences stronger than holy venerables did not care about a place like the Eastern Barren City. Jean Luen is dead. The Eastern Barren City lord's angry voice came from the city lord's residence. A terrifying pressure immediately descended on the hearts of every cultivator in the city. All the cultivators in the city were trembling. Jean Luen's death had completely enraged the Eastern Barren City lord. In the next moment, powerful figures directly rushed over from all directions. The Eastern Barren City lord was gathering experts from all over. He was going to go on an expedition to Giant Wolf City. Powerful figures constantly entered Eastern Barren City. The Blackwater Supreme King's Blackwater battle soldiers were also gathering. For a moment, the clouds of war were dense in Eastern Barren City. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire Eastern Barren City. The city lord personally went on an expedition. This was something that had never happened in the past 1,000 years. It had been a long time since the entire Eastern Barren City had a war between the kings of supreme martial artists. Of course, the territories of the 12 kings of supreme martial artists in the eastern region were not limited to the Eastern Barren City. Interesting. There seems to be internal strife in the Blackwater Supreme King's territory. This may be an opportunity. Such words came from the territories of the other kings of supreme martial artists. Eastern Barren City was not the only city in the Eastern Barren City, and the Eastern Barren City Lord was not the only holy venerable. The Eastern Barren City Lord was only the strongest expert in the Blackwater Supreme King's territory. In the territories of the other kings of supreme martial artists, there was absolutely no lack of holy venerables. In the Divine Crocodile City, in the territory of the Heavenly Crocodile Supreme King, Holy Senior Divine Crocodile was in the City Lord's residence discussing with a group of his subordinates how to deal with the internal strife in the Blackwater territory. Your Holiness, we can wait for both sides to suffer, and then attack the entire Blackwater territory in one fell swoop. Someone in the main hall suggested, "That's right. I have long disliked that guy in the Eastern Barren City." A tall, tower-like giant said in a low, muffled voice. The experts of the Divine Crocodile City in the main hall discussed loudly and made all kinds of suggestions. However, the Divine Crocodile Saint, who was sitting on the throne, did not say a word. He was like an outsider, looking coldly at the people in the main hall. The Divine Crocodile Saint was not a human, but a holy venerable of the Eastern Region Crocodile tribe of the ancestral world. The Crocodile tribe was a great tribe in the Eastern region that could contend with the Blackwater tribe. Whether it was the Crocodile tribe or the Blackwater tribe, the reason why they could exist was that they had a king of supreme martial artists, the king of supreme martial artists. The so-called king of supreme martial artists was actually a supreme martial artist at the peak of the extreme path. Supreme martial artists stronger than the peak of the extreme path were the supreme martial artists of the extreme path mystic realm. The 12 supreme martial artists of the Eastern region were not united. They often fought with each other, especially the Blackwater tribe and the Heavenly Crocodile tribe. These two tribes were mortal enemies. The Heavenly Crocodile tribe was not the only tribe that had a grudge against the Blackwater tribe. The internal strife of the Blackwater tribe in the Eastern Barren City had attracted the attention of the surrounding forces. At this time, all the forces were watching. No one was stupid enough to make a move at this time. They were all waiting for the Blackwater tribe and the Blackwater tribe to mutually injure each other. The leaders of all the forces were extremely shrewd. They wanted to pay the smallest price to obtain the greatest benefits. Soon, the power of the Eastern Barren City was completely concentrated in the hands of the Eastern Barren City Lord. There were 3,000 Blackwater soldiers, 12 quasi-saints, and 2 saints. This kind of power was enough to start a war against the other forces. Then, a huge transportation formation in the Eastern Barren City began to operate. A huge formation enveloped the area, enveloping countless cultivators in a divine light. Boom! There was a huge tremor. Then, the army of the Eastern Barren City disappeared in the divine light and crossed the void. The moment the Eastern Barren City Lord left, the great protective matrix of Eastern Barren City was activated. Countless matrix inscriptions appeared in the air, densely packed, layer upon layer. Then, countless formation runes disappeared into the void, as if they had never been there in the first place. From the outside, no one could tell that the Eastern Barren City was under the protection of the protective formation. If anyone dared to rush into the Eastern Barren City, they would definitely be destroyed by the protective formation and end up with their soul and body destroyed. This was a trap. The Eastern Barren City seemed empty, but in reality, It was filled with murderous intent. Just half a day after Ao who killed Jean Lewin, the sky above Giant Wolf City suddenly shook. The void rippled like water, and beams of divine light directly rushed out of the void, instantly enveloping this part of the world. Powerful energy fluctuations spread out from the sky, causing all the living beings in the Giant Wolf City to panic. Still coming to die? In the Giant Wolf City Lord's mansion, Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. Ao, who, on the other hand, was extremely excited. His eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3936. Ao, who killed a heavenly venerable with a single finger, completely shocking all the forces in Giant Wolf City. However, in less than half a day, the army of Eastern Wasteland City had arrived. The sky above Eastern Wasteland City was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire void rippled like waves. Rumble. Suddenly, endless divine light broke through the void, directly propping up the heaven and earth, turning into a huge door of light. A terrifying aura surged out from within the light door. Then, a group of soldiers clad in black armor dashed out from the light door. With the appearance of this group of black-armored soldiers, the world was immediately shrouded in a terrifying, murderous aura. This is countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City trembled in fear under this murderous aura. Black water soldiers. How is this possible? An old cultivator in Giant Wolf City raised his head and said with a trembling voice, "Black water soldiers? What's that?" Some young cultivators had no idea about the origin of the black armored soldiers in the sky. That's the most powerful soldier under the Blackwater Supreme King. It hasn't appeared for 500 or 600 years. You brats naturally haven't seen it. An old cultivator in Giant Wolf City said disapprovingly, "Is another war between gods going to break out?" The old cultivators in the city suddenly woke up. The appearance of the black water soldiers here was a sign of war. Who were they going to war with? "Don't tell me they're here for those 2 people," someone exclaimed. The black water soldiers were going to be mobilized. One had to know that whenever the black water soldiers were mobilized, it would be a major event. The black water soldiers would never be mobilized easily. The moment the black water soldiers rushed out of the door of light, the old cultivators in Giant Wolf City knew that the situation was serious. It was far more serious than they had imagined. After the black water soldiers rushed out of the door of light, a group of powerful figures walked out. Each figure exuded an aura that soared to the sky. There were more than 100 people in this group, and each of them was an expert. The weakest among them was a half-step saint, and the 2 people in the lead were 2 saint venerables. Of the 2 holy venerates, one had black chi surging around him, making him look like a black hole that could devour everything in the surroundings. On the other hand, the aura of the other saint venerable was like a river or a lake. It was vast and mighty, and the space around him was rippling like water. It was as if he could turn the entire world into a vast ocean with just a thought. Of the 3 Saint Venerables under the City Lord of Eastern Wasteland City, aside from Jean Lewin, who was killed by Ao, who Heixian and Shui Qianjue were both here. The last person to come out of the door of light was a white-robed youth. This white-robed youth was tall and slender. He had delicate features and a jade-like face. He was exceptionally handsome. No one would have thought that the person who came out in the end would be such a young existence. East Barren City Lord. Some of the older cultivators were shocked to see the white-robed youth. He was the City Lord of Eastern Barren City, the brilliant Sky Saint. Saint Huang Tian was definitely one of the top divine path experts in the Eastern Barren Territory. With him around, The lords of the other forces in the Eastern Barren territory wouldn't dare to act rashly. The Eastern Wasteland City, Lord's body did not emit any aura. He was like a mortal, which was inexplicably shocking. Return to simplicity. Some of the older cultivators exclaimed in a trembling voice, "Kill!" At this time, one of the two Saint Venerables, He Xian, directly slammed his palm down on the city lord's mansion below. A huge black hand immediately descended from the sky. Rumble, the entire sky shook, and the world instantly darkened. A violent, mysterious power descended from the huge black hand. The void was directly frozen, and the entire city lord's mansion was instantly frozen by the mysterious power. Could it be that He Xian killed the two fellows in the city lord's mansion with one move? TSK, I thought that those two had 3 heads and 6 arms. They are only Esotho. He Xian looked at the frozen city lord's mansion and said disdainfully, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Even the brilliant sky saint was stunned. How is this possible? The cultivators in Giant Wolf City couldn't believe it. It should be known that Ao, who had directly killed Jean Luen half a day ago. Jean Luen was also a Saint Venerate. Although He Xian was strong, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Jean Luen. Even Jean Luen was killed by Ao Hu. How could He Xian kill Ao Hu and Gu Fei with one move? Under everyone's shocked gazes, cracks suddenly appeared on the solid ice that sealed the city lord's mansion. In the next moment, there was a loud bang, and the frozen city lord's mansion suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of ice soared into the sky and directly shot toward the Eastern Barren City army in the sky. Each piece of ice contained amazing power and pierced through the void. Defend. At this time, the 3,000 black water battle soldiers moved. As the battle general gave the order, the 3,000 black water battle soldiers immediately flipped their right hands, and a shield appeared in each soldier's hands. The 3,000 black water battle soldiers raised the shields in their hands at the same time and blocked the attack. Every shield emitted a bright light, and a huge shield of light appeared between the heavens and the earth, enveloping everyone in the sky. In the next moment, countless pieces of ice directly flew toward the light shield, making a dense sound like rain. The 3,000 black water battle soldiers raised the light shield to block the countless flying pieces of ice. Seeing this scene, the countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City below were inexplicably shocked. At this time, the city lord's mansion of Giant Wolf City had already become a thing of the past. 2 figures walked out of the collapsed city lord's mansion. Seeing this, He Xian's pupils involuntarily shrank. "Eat my fist," Ao Hu roared and directly rushed into the sky. He blasted a punch at He Xian, and the powerful force directly shook the world. This punch made the world lose its color. Bam! With a muffled sound, He Xian was directly sent flying by Ao Hu's punch. He directly smashed into a mountain thousands of miles away, and the entire mountain was smashed in half. The upper half of the mountain fell from the sky, and the entire place was immediately filled with dust and rubble. It was a huge mess. Everyone was dumbfounded. He Xian was actually defeated. It was just a punch. Boom. In the next moment, the remaining lower half of the mountain also exploded, and a black shadow rushed into the sky. The black aura was vast and mighty, and it turned into a black dragon, roaring at the sky. The terrifying, mysterious power spread out, and everything that was enveloped by the mysterious power was directly frozen. Some unlucky cultivators in Giant Wolf City could not dodge in time and directly turned into ice sculptures. At this time, He Xian no longer cared about the life and death of others. He was furious, and there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this guy. The black dragon condensed from the mysterious Qi directly pounced at Ao, who with its claws and fangs bared. "Ha ha! It's just a black dragon, and it dares to be so presumptuous in front of my big brother. It's simply courting death." Ao, who laughed and attacked. He directly broke through the layers of mysterious power, and then fiercely punched the dragon's head. In the next moment, the black dragon's head directly collapsed. Immediately after, the black dragon's body also collapsed. From the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, it exploded a total of 9 times. 1 punch, 9 explosions. Ao, whose punch actually contained 9 types of power. These 9 types of power were extremely strong and invincible. Even He Xian could not withstand it. The black dragon Dharma that He Xian had condensed was broken, and this was a great blow to He Xian. His face turned red, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He immediately retreated. However, Ao, who was like a shadow, and he actually directly caught up to He Xian, who was retreating. Then he punched again. Without any suspense, He Xian was smashed into a cloud of blood mist by Ao, whose punch. Even his primordial spirit could not escape, and he died. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was too ferocious. He actually killed He Xian with 1 punch. That was a Saint Venerable, and in Eastern Wilderness, Saint Venerables represented the strongest power. This bit of power, at that moment, Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the Eastern Wilderness Army in the sky. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers seemed to be pretty good. Every single one of them was not weak. However, compared to the battle soldiers that he had personally formed, they were still much weaker. However, right now, Gu Fei was in a state where he had lost all his magic powers. Right now, he could not even fly. To him, this was truly a mockery. One had to know that right now, he was an existence that had surpassed the extreme Tao. However, he was in an indescribable state. At times, he was invincible, and he could sweep through all enemies. At other times, however, he had lost all his magic powers, and he could not even open up his internal world. To be more precise, he was like an omnipotent god at one moment and a mortal at another. He did not know when his invincible cultivation would recover, but he was not afraid because he still had an invincible physical body. An invincible eternal body was indestructible. Even Supremes would not be able to destroy it. Therefore, even though Gu Fei had lost all his magic powers, he was still invincible. Kill! At that moment, an angry roar rang out. The 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers directly attacked Ao, who, the combined power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers, was extremely powerful. It was like a black torrent that could destroy everything in its path and kill holy venerables. These 3,000 battle soldiers were not simple. Formation patterns appeared on the bodies of each battle soldier, forming a battle formation. The power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers gathered together through the battle formation. How could a Saint Venerable contend against such an explosive power? However, just when the cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness thought that Ao, who was dead for sure, he actually punched out again. Then, a scene that made all the cultivators from the Eastern Wilderness stare, with their mouths agape, appeared. They saw Ao, whose fist directly collide with the power of the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. Boom! A loud sound rang out, causing everyone's ears to ring. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3937. Ao, whose battle prowess was world-shaking. He actually fought against the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers alone. In the eyes of Huang Tian Supreme and the others, Ao, who was simply insane. Boom! Ao, who directly charged towards the battle formation formed by the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers and slammed his fist on the formation. Terrifying sound waves spread out, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Some of the weaker cultivators even had their eardrums ruptured, causing blood to seep out of their ears. At this time, all the creatures in Giant Wolf City were terrified to the extreme. What made everyone dumbfounded was that Ao, who actually managed to block the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. How is this possible? The experts from Eastern Barren City almost peed their pants when they saw this scene. One had to know that even the Huangtian City Lord wouldn't dare to fight against the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers head-on. They were the strongest battle soldiers personally trained by the Blackwater Supreme King. There were more than 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers. These 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers were only responsible for guarding Eastern Barren City, and these 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers only listened to two people. One was the Blackwater Supreme King, and the other was the City Lord of Eastern Barren City, the Huangtian City Lord. It was impossible for anyone else to mobilize the Blackwater battle soldiers. Kill. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers roared at the same time. Their voices shook the vast sky. Each of them lit up at this time, and countless Tao patterns emerged on their black battle armors. Countless Tao patterns intertwined in the void, and an ancient formation diagram appeared in the void. In the next moment, endless heaven and earth's spiritual chi frantically converged towards the formation diagram. The sky above Giant Wolf City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. Are they borrowing the power of heaven and earth? On the ground, Gu Fei raised his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth with a formation diagram was a necessary technique for an array master. Although Gu Fei wasn't an array master, he had once set foot in this field. The formation diagram emerging from the 3,000 battle soldiers was definitely the work of an array master. Rumble. The energy gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers continued to rise, and a terrifying pressure spread out. The entire void seemed like it was going to collapse. "Little guy, you're dead meat." Shui Qianjue stared at Ao, and laughed sinisterly. He and He Xian were both saint sovereigns under the brilliant Sky City Lord. The two of them were sworn brothers and had once saved each other's lives in battles with other overlords. Holy Venerate, He Xian, was killed by Ao, who with a single punch. Shui Qianjue nearly went crazy. At this time, the 3,000 Blackwater warriors showed their might, forcing Ao to retreat. This caused Shui Qianjue to be both surprised and delighted. Roar. Ao roared furiously. Torrential earth elemental energy surged from his body. He wanted to block the attack from the 3,000 Blackwater battle soldiers, but at this moment he felt powerless. The power gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater soldiers turned into a massive spear that stabbed towards Ao, who tried his best, but he could only barely block the spear. The spear, which contained boundless power, continued to stab toward his chest. Although it was very slow, it showed no signs of stopping. "Ha ha, little fellow, do you really think that you're invincible?" Shui Qianjue laughed maniacally. The battle spears formed by the 3,000 battle soldiers pushed against Aohu's body, and they flew 3,000 kilometers away. With a boom, they smashed into a mountain, and then came out on the other side of the mountain. Who's going to get rid of this fellow? The brilliant Sky City Lord swept a glance at the crowd and said he had gathered all the experts of Eastern Barren City and killed his way to Giant Wolf City. He didn't want to start a war with the territories of other forces. Instead, he wanted to suppress Giant Wolf City and kill all the traitors. Shui Qianjue walked out immediately. He took a step forward and instantly arrived above Gu Fei. He looked down at Gu Fei from the sky. This was simply like a dragon looking down at an ant on the ground. "Little brat, die!" Shui Qianju pointed with a finger. A sword wave shot out from his finger like a wave, piercing towards Gu Fei. Sigh. Gu Fei smiled helplessly. This fellow actually dared to attack him. Was he really that easy to bully? He casually waved his right hand and directly dispersed the sharp sword wave that pierced through him. He didn't use any divine abilities or great techniques, just pure physical strength. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Kill! Shui Qianju let out an enraged roar as he attacked with all his might. With a wave of his right hand, 5 rays of sword light shot out from his hand, piercing towards Gu Fei like 5 heavenly rainbows. Shui Qianju cultivated the water element sword Dao. His sword qi was like water, pervasive and pervasive. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Gu Fei. To be precise, he picked the wrong opponent. He thought that Gu Fei was easy to bully, but he didn't know that Gu Fei was a true super expert. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and blocked the 5 sword lights that pierced through his body. When the sword lights collided with his hand, it actually let out a clanging sound like iron being struck. It was incomparably ear-piercing. What a powerful physical body! Shui Qianju was inexplicably shocked. And that high and mighty brilliant Sky City Lord, who didn't even look at Gu Fei in the eye, also cast a puzzled gaze at this time. In the brilliant Sky City Lord's opinion, a small fellow like Gu Fei could be wiped out with one slap. He originally didn't put Gu Fei in his eyes at all. What's going on? Where did this physical cultivator jump out from? The brilliant Sky City Lord frowned and muttered to himself. At this time, the place where Gu Fei was at was filled with sword qi. Rays of sword light directly tore apart heaven and earth, slashing through the void rapidly, leaving behind a series of pitch-black spatial cracks. Gu Fei's figure could no longer be seen as he was completely drowned by the sword qi. However, the clanging sound did not cease. When those terrifying sword lights that could slay immortals and annihilate gods landed on Gu Fei's body, they actually couldn't even cut through his skin. They couldn't even leave a mark on Gu Fei's body. Unity of man and sword, heaven-breaking strike. In the next instant, all the sword lights that had enveloped Gu Fei disappeared. Even Shui Qianju had disappeared. After that, a single ray of sword light appeared in the sky. It was an extremely powerful sword light that lit up the entire sky. The supreme sword light descended from the sky, as though it was splitting heaven and earth into 2. Everywhere the sword light passed through, everything was annihilated. Even the brilliant Sky City Lord didn't dare to be careless when facing this sword. However, Gu Fei still had a relaxed expression, as though he didn't put this sword in his eyes at all. He didn't even look at that supreme sword light descending from the sky. The power of this sword was comparable to the all-out attack of a mid-level holy venerate existence. However, Gu Fei merely extended his right hand in the face of this peerless sword and pointed his finger at the sword light that was slashing down. The deadly sword light actually came to a stop. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, all the experts from Eastern Desolation City had their mouths agape. They were shocked to the extreme. He blocked Shui Qianju's all-out attack with a single finger? An expert from Eastern Desolation City spoke with a trembling voice. At this moment, even the brilliant Sky City Lord was visibly moved, blocking a supreme sword with a single finger. Clang! The finger that Gu Fei used to block the sword light trembled. That extremely sharp sword light actually shattered, turning into countless spiritual lights that vanished into the void. A figure fell out of the void. This person was Shui Qianju. Barf! Shui Qianju spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body immediately became weary. Countless cracks appeared on his body, as though his physical body was about to shatter. Shui Qianju's supreme sword was casually broken by Gu Fei. he suffered a great impact, and his cultivation was half crippled. Without 100 years of cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be able to recover. However, he no longer had a chance. You dare? A loud roar resounded. In the next moment, a finger tapped on Shui Qianju's forehead. PFFF. A bloody hole appeared on Shui Qianju's forehead. At the same time, a huge palm directly slapped in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't even look at it and directly countered with a palm. Boom! The two palms collided, and a loud explosion erupted. It was as though two mountains were colliding. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Gu Fei landed on the ground from the sky. A figure was sent flying 1,000 miles away by his palm. And Gu Fei looked at that figure. This guy could actually block his palm and didn't die. It seemed like this guy had some capabilities. At this time, the brilliant Sky City Lord was shocked to the extreme. The strength of this person's physical body had far exceeded his expectations. How could a cultivator's physical body be powerful to such an extent? Could he be a supreme? The brilliant Sky City Lord had a bad feeling. If this guy was really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, then everyone who came here would probably have to stay here today. The strength of Gu Fei's physical body was simply too powerful. Every single move he made contained great power. The brilliant Sky City Lord had already taken a spin at the gates of hell. Gu Fei's casual palm only forced the brilliant Sky City Lord back. If he was a little more serious, the brilliant Sky City Lord would have long been smashed into dregs by Gu Fei. You guys shouldn't have come to provoke me. Gu Fei stood on the ground with his hands behind his back. His body didn't emit any powerful aura or energy waves. He was just like an ordinary person. But at this time, no one dared to look down on him. Shui Qianju was shocked and angered. In his agitation, he nearly vomited another mouthful of blood. "Boss, save me." Right at this time, a voice came over from afar. "What?" Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure rushing towards him in a panic. Who could it be if not Ao Hu? Damn it! Gu Fei suddenly came to a realization. The time for borrowing power was almost up. The energy waves on Ao Hu's body were starting to decline. Once the borrowed power was completely exhausted, Ao Hu would be dead for sure. Ao Hu, who had reverted to his original form, couldn't even withstand the terrifying aura that erupted from the 3,000 Blackwater warriors and would be instantly killed. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3938. Although Gu Fei temporarily couldn't use any powerful techniques or techniques that surpassed the extreme Tao, he still had an invincible physique. This was because his physique was the eternal immortal body that surpassed the extreme Tao. This was the first time such a physique had truly appeared in the cultivation world since ancient times. Yi Qingtian's physique in the Lost Lands wasn't a true eternal immortal body. The path he walked was a different kind of eternal path with great limitations. At this moment, even Yi Qingtian would have to kneel before Gu Fei. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors unleashed their full power and chased after Ao Hu. He could only beg for help from Gu Fei. This was because there was a time limit to the power Gu Fei lent to Ao Hu. He couldn't let Ao Hu maintain that kind of power that could fight heavenly sovereigns forever. "Boss, save me." Ao Hu desperately tried to escape. When he arrived beside Gu Fei, the tyrannical energy fluctuations from his body had completely disappeared. At this moment, Gu Fei had lost the power of his techniques and couldn't lend his own power to Ao Hu. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Blackwater warriors were still rushing towards Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Their tyrannical power shook the heavens and earth. Even peak heavenly sovereigns would be shaken. Kill! The 3,000 Blackwater warriors roared at the same time. The energy from the ancient formation quickly condensed into a divine spear that was grasped in the hand of the black-armored warrior at the front. The black-armored warrior wielded a divine spear that seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. With a roar, he threw it at Ao, who with all his might. The divine spear arced through the void, directly tearing apart the heavens and earth. In an instant, it pierced towards Ao, whose forehead. The destructive power it contained caused people's hearts to palpitate. Just as Ao, whose forehead was about to be pierced by the divine spear and die, a hand reached out from the side and directly grabbed the divine spear. Everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. That was the power gathered by the 3,000 Blackwater warriors through the ancient battle diagram. Just the combined power of the 3,000 Blackwater warriors was enough to contend against a heavenly sovereign, not to mention that the ancient battle diagram was able to connect to the heavens and earth, drawing in a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. When these two merged, the battle prowess that erupted from them could definitely easily kill an ordinary Holy Venerate. Even peak Holy Venerates would be able to hold their ground. Reckless fool. Gu Fei remained expressionless. He exerted force in his hand that held the spear, and the divine spear that the 3,000 Blackwater warriors had condensed using the power of the heavens shattered into nothingness before everyone's eyes. In the next moment, Gu Fei punched out, and the ancient battle diagram, formed by the interweaving Dao runes on the bodies of the 3,000 battle soldiers, immediately crumbled. The energy gathered by the ancient battle diagram had no way to block Gu Fei's fist force. That was just the power that Gu Fei's fleshly body had unleashed. With one punch, the power behind his punch did not diminish in the slightest as it continued forward. The 3,000 Blackwater warriors cried out wretchedly as they were sent flying. Next, they exploded into a mist of blood in midair. How is this possible? The brilliant Sky City Lord was stunned by this scene. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary punch from Gu Fei would actually be able to kill all 3,000 Blackwater warriors. Boss, so mighty, Ao, who was dumbfounded. The might of this punch from Gu Fei had completely stunned everyone. I can't be bothered to play with you guys anymore. As Gu Fei spoke, his right foot stomped down. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire ground actually crumbled as a huge black hole appeared on the ground. At the same time, Gu Fei soared into the sky and instantly appeared before the brilliant Sky City Lord. Bang! Without any suspense, with just a single punch, the brilliant Sky City Lord was completely annihilated by Gu Fei. The items on his body also crumbled, leaving nothing behind. The insufferably arrogant and nearly invincible brilliant Sky City Lord became a thing of the past, just like that. When all the cultivators from Eastern Barren City saw this scene, their legs turned soft from fear. This fellow was too strong. No wonder he could suppress countless cultivators in Giant Wolf City. All of you go to hell. As Gu Fei spoke, he soared into the sky again and directly killed the group of Eastern Barren City experts in the sky. Run! Those experts from Eastern Barren City immediately turned around and fled. All of you, come over here. Gu Fei flipped his hands, and a terrifying devouring force immediately erupted from his hands. The surrounding cultivators were all shrouded by this force, and then they flew towards Gu Fei. All the experts from Eastern Barren City were scared out of their wits. Their bodies rapidly shrank, and then crumbled in the void, turning into powerful essence that was devoured. Hundreds of experts from Eastern Barren City were killed by Gu Fei just like that. Even a holy venerable like Shui Qianjue couldn't escape. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. One move killed hundreds of experts. Gu Fei was too ferocious. At this moment, in this battle, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the entire Eastern Barren City. The experts from the Crocodile clan, who were watching the battle from afar, quietly retreated. The experts from other territories also carefully retreated. Who would dare to provoke Gu Fei and his disciple? When Gu Fei attacked, he swept through all the enemies. With one fist, he suppressed all the cultivators until they lowered their heads. If they didn't lower their heads, he would kill them with one punch. At this moment, Gu Fei was shocked to find that his cultivation had returned. The next moment, his body shook, and the void around him immediately crumbled, just as Gu Fei annihilated the army of Eastern Barren City. In the southern region, in Gu Fei's territory, the Li clan, the Tian clan, and the Chu clan were constantly dividing the cities. At this moment, the three supreme races of the southern region no longer had any scruples. They joined forces to swallow up Gu Fei's territory. As for the Shooting Sun supremacy and the others, they could only hide in supreme Zi Yang's ancestral land. They could only watch helplessly as the territories that they originally controlled were taken away. The three supreme races of the southern region had countless followers. At this time, after Gu Fei disappeared for more than 10 years, everyone thought that it was impossible for Gu Fei to return. The old clan leader of the Tian clan didn't return either. However, the life token that he left behind was still there. The old clan leader of the Tian clan didn't die. He was still alive. This was the reason why the three supreme races had no scruples. At this moment, in the southern region of the ancestral realm, almost all the forces stood on the side of the three supreme races. Of course, there were still some forces that were still observing. After all, Gu Fei was the #1 killing god in the southern region of the ancestral realm. Many supremacies had died in his hands. If Gu Fei really came back, countless forces in the southern region would be in trouble. Gu Fei was decisive in killing. He had destroyed the Wood tribe, defeated the 9 supremacies, and defeated the supremacies of the Li tribe and the Chu tribe. Since ancient times, there had never been an existence as strong and powerful as Gu Fei in the southern region of the ancestral realm. At this moment, there was only one day left until the last warning from the Chu tribe leader, Chu Xingtian. The Shooting Sun supremacy and the others knew that it was impossible for them to contend against Chu Xingtian and the others. However, with the addition of the Star Beast Venerable, they might be able to put up a fight. The adult Star Beast Venerable's entire body was a treasure. Its tendons, bones, blood, and flesh could be used to refine medicine. Most importantly, this Star Beast Venerable had a powerful combat strength that could contend against a supremacy. However, the situation wasn't optimistic. It should be known that the Li tribe and the Chu tribe had supremacies holding down the fort. Li Changtian and Old Monster Chu weren't to be trifled with. Big Brother Shooting Sun, what do you think we should do? In a valley in the Purple Sun's sacred ground, a figure sitting on a huge rock asked another figure sitting on a huge rock opposite him. 6 supremacies were gathered on the huge rock in the valley, either sitting, standing, or lying down. Not far away, a strange beast was lying on its stomach and spitting out clouds of smoke. It was a frightening sight. Specks of starlight appeared in the void around the strange beast from time to time, as though a star domain was faintly discernible in the void. This strange beast was the Star Beast. Furthermore, it was an adult Star Beast. When Gu Fei had left, he hadn't brought this strange beast with him. It was also because of the existence of this strange beast that the Chu tribe, the Sky tribe, and the Li tribe had some misgivings and hadn't barged into the Purple Sun's sacred ground. If it hadn't been for the Star Beast, the 3 supremacies would have barged into the Purple Sun's sacred ground and killed the Shooting Sun supremacy and the others. What else can we do? We can only wait. The shooting sun supremacy said with squinted eyes. To them, everything they did now was futile. If they dared to take a step out of the purple sun's sacred ground, the other party would kill them mercilessly. They would only be temporarily safe if they were near the star beast. That Chu Xingtian only gave us 3 days. The Black Wind supremacy was restless. He didn't want to die. So what? He definitely doesn't know. Don't you know that Master hasn't really died? The Thunder Dao supremacy glared at the Black Wind supremacy. The Black Wind supremacy immediately shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything else. The Thunder Dao supremacy wasn't wrong. Gu Fei had planted a restrictive technique on them. If Gu Fei had died, they would be buried with him. They were all alive and well, which proved that Gu Fei was still alive. Of course, apart from the 6 of them. No one else knew this secret. I hope Master will come back soon. The Purple Sun supremacy said with a sigh. At that moment, powerful figures started to appear around the Purple Sun sacred ground. In the valley, the 6 supreme beings were all very nervous. Only the star beast was still snoring away at the side. It was still sleeping soundly. When the last day was about to arrive, Chu Xingtian's figure appeared in the distant sky. Surrender or die. Chu Xingtian's dignified voice was heard. Surrender your head. If you have the guts, fight your way in and kill me. The Black Wind supremacy's voice was heard from the Purple Sun sacred ground. In that case, all of you can die. Chu Xingtian stood in the void. His entire body was covered in divine light. There was even a halo behind his head. He was like a supreme, celestial emperor leading the celestial army. In the Purple Sun's sacred ground, countless cultivators who saw this scene were extremely shocked. What should we do? The Chu clan is here. In the sacred ground, countless cultivators were extremely terrified. The Chu clan was one of the strongest clans in the southern region, with a supremacy. What could they use to go against such a force? For the fastest updated novels, please visit Chapter 3939. In the southern region of the ancestral realm, banners were fluttering outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary. A murderous aura filled the air. The Chu clan's army was pressing down on the Purple Sun Sanctuary. Everyone in the Purple Sun Sanctuary was shocked. Chief Shooting Sun, what should we do? In the Purple Sun Holy Land, the Black Wind supremacy was a little flustered. That was the Chu clan. And the clan leader, Chu Tianxing, was a supremacy. Although he wasn't a supremacy, he was definitely much stronger than Emperor Chu, who had been killed by Gu Fei with a single slap. What else can we do? If we can't win, we'll run. The Shooting Sun supremacy said with a sigh. In fact, they had already prepared an escape route. So what if the Chu clan's army was pressing down on them? If they wanted to run, no one could stop them. 6 supreme joined forces and an adult star beast. Even if old Monster Chu came personally, he would not be able to stop them, let alone Chu Xingtian. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary. The sound was extremely shocking, as if there were countless thunderbolts exploding. A terrifying, destructive aura spread. Even the Shooting Sun supremacy, and the others could not help but change their expressions. Is it finally going to start? The Thunderpath supremacy's expression was unprecedentedly serious. At this moment, the Purple Sun Sanctuary's protective array was already operating at full capacity. This array was incredible. It connected the stars above and the underworld below. The power of heaven and earth merged together and formed a yin-yang diagram that covered the entire area. However, as rays of divine light shot into the sky outside the Purple Sun Sanctuary, a super-killing array that covered the entire Purple Sun Sanctuary was taking shape. When 365 rays of divine light appeared in the sky, An extremely terrifying, murderous aura immediately appeared between heaven and earth. The next moment, all living beings within a radius of billions of miles were extremely terrified. All the powerful living beings hid and trembled in fear. The Chu clan has made a move. Many powerhouses were watching from afar. The news that the Chu clan wanted to destroy the Purple Sun Sanctuary had already spread throughout the southern region of the ancestral realm. Many supreme figures appeared in the nearby area. As for the Li clan and the Tian clan, these two powerful races, they directly came to watch the battle. They did not make a move. Instead, they allowed the Chu clan to make a move. This was full of schemes. Their target was not the shooting Sun Supreme and the others in the Purple Sun's sacred ground. At this moment, within the camp of the Chu clan, the clan head, Chu Xingtian, stood within the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Surrounding him were the upper echelons of the Chu clan. Patriarch, do you think Gu Fei will appear? A white-robed supremacy said. This person was none other than Old Monster Chu's Dao child, Ling Xiao. He was also the Chu clan's supremacy, Ling Xiao. Chu Xingtian shook his head. Gu Fei had disappeared for more than 10 years, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This was exactly what the three great clans of the Southern Territory feared. As far as they were concerned, Gu Fei was a madman, and whoever offended this madman would suffer misfortune. Humph! The Tian clan and the Li clan didn't make a move, and instead, let us make a move. It's nothing more than a test. Another expert from the Chu clan said disdainfully, "Who cares if that Gu Fei is dead or not? If he isn't dead and dares to come back, that's even better. My family's ancestor can take revenge for what he did before." Autarch Skysoar said coldly, "Which step has the ancestor finally taken?" Everyone looked at Autarch Skysoar in surprise and joy. However, Autarch Skysoar only smiled and said nothing. "Ha ha, our clan is finally going to rule the Southern Territory again." An expert from the Chu clan said with a laugh, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill." An elder from the Chu clan said excitedly. The experts of the Chu clan didn't hesitate any longer and directly rushed out in all directions. Every expert guarded a formation core. There were 365 formation cores, which required 365 experts at the saint level and above to be in charge. The heavenly cycle-killing formation was the trump card of the Chu clan. Even in the entire Southern Territory, it was one of the top 3 ultimate killing formations. Rumble, at this moment, as the heavenly cycle-killing formation was activated, the 365 beams of divine light turned into 365 destructive divine sabers that slashed at the Purple Sun's sacred ground. Buzz. When the 365 World Destroyer divine blades slashed at the Purple Sun's sacred ground's great array, the entire great array shook. The World Destroyer divine blades broke through the great array of the Purple Sun's sacred ground and slashed into the Purple Sun's sacred ground. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was destroyed and turned into nothingness. What, on a mountain peak of the Purple Sun's sacred ground, the shooting Sun Supreme and the others were shocked. They were at the center of the entire Purple Sun sacred ground. They could control all the formations in the Purple Sun's sacred ground from the Purple Sun Peak. Formation, rise! Countless Dao runes rushed out from Supremacy Zi Yang's body. In the next moment, a formation diagram appeared in the sky. Countless stars flashed. Above the firmament, the endless power of the stars was guided over and suppressed the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Boom! It was as if countless stars fell from the sky and smashed onto the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Then, the stars exploded one by one, releasing a terrifying destructive power. However, The power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation exploded and blocked the endless power of the stars that fell from the sky. The two powers collided continuously, and the void was destroyed continuously. However, the 365 destructive divine saber lights that slashed at the purple sun peak still broke through the layers of formation patterns and slashed forward. When the shooting Sun Supreme saw this, he was shocked. Even the heavenly cycle-killing formation couldn't block the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Again, Supreme Z Young attacked crazily. The power of the stars and the power of the earth intertwined, and the Yin-Yang Dao pattern appeared in the sky. The two powers seemed to transform into a horrifying millstone, and it went to destroy the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Rumble, the entire sky and earth shook, and there was a huge commotion in the purple sun's sacred ground. Mountain peaks collapsed one after another, and the originally supreme sacred ground became hell at this moment. Wherever the 365 saber lights passed, countless disciples of the purple sun's sacred ground were killed directly, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. The cultivators who gathered in the purple sun's sacred ground were not just the disciples of the purple sun's sacred ground. There were also disciples of the shooting sun sacred hall and the descendants of the other four supremes. The disciples of the Yingtian sect were also gathered in the purple sun's sacred ground. This way, more people would die. On the purple sun peak, the hearts of the six supremes were bleeding. At this moment, as Supreme Z Yang attacked with all his might, the 365 saber lights stopped for a moment. However, it was only for a moment, and they continued to slash at the purple sun peak. The Chu clan's heavenly cycle-killing formation is too strong. When they saw this, the expressions of the shooting Sun Supreme and the others changed drastically. If the 365 saber lights merged into one, even a supremacy would be killed. Ziyang, can you do it? If you can't, let's run. The Black Wind Supreme shouted at Supreme Ziyang, who was using all his strength to activate the protective killing formation. At this moment, the shooting Sun Supreme, the Thunder Tao Supreme, and the others had already used their great mystic abilities to keep all their disciples in their inner worlds, and they were ready to run. The Chu clan was so powerful that they had actually used the heavenly cycle killing formation. That was a killing formation that required 365 saints and above to activate. Since ancient times, the Chu clan had only used this killing formation a few times. However, after witnessing it today, this killing formation indeed lived up to its name. It was indeed a supreme killing formation that could contend against a supremacy. You dare to say that I can't do it? When Supreme Ziyang heard this, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If you can't do it, just say it. At this moment, even the other Supremes were anxious. In just a few breaths' time, the 365 saber lights had already reached them. As long as the saber lights merged, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, a wild beast that was many times larger than a mountain slowly stood up from the ground and roared at the sky. The entire void almost exploded, and the terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. Even the 365 saber lights that were slashing down were shaken. An extremely tyrannical power erupted from the body of this wild beast. Instantly, the weather changed, the sun and the moon dimmed, and all the stars in the sky seemed like they were about to fall from the sky. Star Beast. In the center of the heavenly cycle-killing formation, Chu Xingtian and the others' expressions changed when they heard the beast's roar. This time, the biggest variable in the Chu clan's attack on the purple sun holy ground was the star beast. After all, this was an adult star beast. The strength and terror of an adult star beast was absolutely unimaginable. After all, Wherever an adult star beast appeared, the entire star field would suffer. This was a supreme beast that could devour the universe. The giant beast opened its mouth and sucked. The endless power of the stars and earth essence that Supreme Ziyang had guided over were all swallowed by this wild beast. An extremely shocking scene appeared. The incomparably huge yin-yang diagram was actually swallowed by this star beast in one gulp. Ugh! Supreme Ziyang spat out a mouthful of blood. The protective formation of the purple sun, holy ground, had been broken, and he also suffered a great impact. Ha ha! The star beast is still the most powerful. On the purple sun peak, the shooting sun supreme, and the others couldn't help but be surprised and delighted when they saw this scene. The star beast could devour the heavens and the earth. It seemed like the legendary heaven-swallowing beast was only SOSO when this adult star beast inhaled. It seemed like the entire world was about to be swallowed into its body. The 365 world-destroying saber lights also flew into its mouth. How is this possible? Chu Xingtian and the others in the center of the heavenly cycle-killing formation couldn't believe this scene. The power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was extremely tyrannical. He would even be able to put up a fight against a supremacy-level existence. However, the strength of this star beast had already exceeded Chu Xingtian's expectations. This wild beast cultivation was already so strong that it could compete with a peak supremacy. Kill! Chu Xingtian roared. Kill! A roar rang out from the 365 formation cores in the sky at the same time, and a peerlessly powerful killing power erupted from the killing formation, transforming into a sword that slashed towards the star beast. The almost immortal sword light destroyed everything, even the great path. Even an adult star beast would be startled by this shocking sword strike. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3940. The deadline given by Chu Xingtian was up. The shooting sun supreme and the others naturally would not surrender obediently. It was because they knew very well that Gu Fei was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but his cultivation had also become even stronger. That was because Gu Fei had planted a restrictive spell on them. If Gu Fei were to perish, the restrictive spell on them would erupt and destroy their bodies and souls. The stronger Gu Fei's cultivation was, the more powerful the restrictive spell would be. The shooting sun supreme and the others could sense that the restrictive spell on them had become stronger than before. Under such circumstances, only a fool would side with Chu Xingtian. If Gu Fei were to return and see that they had sided with the Chu clan, one thought from him would be enough to destroy their bodies and souls. If the shooting sun supreme and the others did not surrender, the consequences would be dire. Chu Xingtian activated the heavenly cycle-killing matrix right away. The heavenly cycle-killing matrix was the trump card of the Chu clan. It would not be used easily. At that moment, Chu Xingtian went all out. The heavenly cycle-killing matrix operated crazily. The endless heavenly cycle power transformed into a terrifying, world-destroying sword light and slashed at the star beast. In the face of such a powerful attack, even the star beast was somewhat frightened. The giant beast's huge body shrank and turned into a white-haired young man. Roar! The white-haired young man, who had transformed into the star beast, roared angrily and punched at the sword light. His white hair danced wildly, and an overbearing aura spread in all directions. In front of the white-haired young man's fist, a star region seemed to have appeared. Countless stars emerged, and every star was extremely dazzling. However, when the world-destroying sword light fell, the stars in the sky exploded, and the sword light slashed the star region in front of the white-haired young man's fist. The sword light slashed at the white-haired young man's fist. Two peerless and tyrannical forces collided with each other and exploded in an instant. Buzz. The void shook violently. In the next moment, a circle of transparent ripples spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into dust. Countless Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The white-haired young man roared and instantly retreated thousands of miles away, smashing through several mountains. He looked down and saw that there was a bloody wound on his fist. Even his bones were exposed. Damn it! When the white-haired young man, who was transformed from the star beast, saw the blood stain on his fist, his bestial nature was immediately aroused, and his pupils instantly turned red. His blood-red eyes were filled with madness. At that moment, the shooting Sun Sovereign and the other 5 Supremes worked together on Purple Sun Peak. They opened up a space and barely managed to block the terrifying energy ripples descending from the sky. This is bad. Even the Star Beast Venerable is no match for it. On Violet Sun Peak, the expressions of the 6 primes changed. Kill! White-haired Beast Sovereign raised his head and roared. Terrifying star energy surged out from his body. Boundless star energy descended from the sky and entered his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into an extremely dazzling starlight that pierced through the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Swoosh! Wherever the starlight passed, it directly tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. What Chu Xingtian, who was in the heavenly cycle-killing formation, could not help but be shocked when he saw that. The strength of the star beast had far exceeded his expectations. Before he could react, the starlight that was transformed from the star beast had already crashed into the heavenly cycle-killing formation. The beam of starlight directly tore apart the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Wherever the starlight passed, countless Tao patterns dissipated and were directly destroyed. At the same time, the Chu clan saints who were controlling the killing formation in the eye of the formation all had their bodies disintegrated, turning into a mist of blood. Humph! Do you think you can break through my clan's killing formation like this? What a joke! Chu Xingtian was in the center of the heavenly cycle-killing formation. He could sense the changes of the entire killing formation immediately. The starlight that was transformed from the star beast Venerable had actually directly rushed into the heavenly cycle-killing formation. He admired the star beast Venerable's courage. At that moment, the formation patterns that had been destroyed by the starlight condensed again. The saints who had collapsed into a mist of blood also condensed their physical bodies and were reborn. Once the heavenly cycle slaughter formation was activated, it would never be destroyed, no matter what kind of damage it suffered. As long as the core of the formation was not destroyed, the killing formation would not be destroyed, and the saints that guarded the core of the formation would not truly die. This is outrageous. An intense divine will fluctuation came from the exterminating starlight. The star beast Venerable also noticed this phenomenon. The killing formation that was originally broken had already been repaired, and he was trapped in the killing formation. This is bad. At that moment, the shooting Sun Supreme and the others who saw the star beast rushing into the heavenly cycle-killing formation were dumbfounded. That was the heavenly cycle-killing formation, who in the entire southern region of the ancestral realm did not know how terrifying the heavenly cycle-killing formation was. The Chu clan was able to compete with the Li clan and the Heavenly clan because they had this almost indestructible killing formation. Otherwise, how could they compete with the Heavenly clan and the Li clan with just old Monster Chu? Chief Shooting Sun, let's retreat. The Black Wind Supreme said anxiously on the Purple Sun Peak. Even the Star Beast Venerable was trapped in the heavenly cycle-killing formation. Who else could be a match for Chu Xingtian? The Purple Sun sacred ground could not hold on any longer. This was the third, supreme-level ancestral land that had been destroyed. The previous ones were the ancestral land of the Thunder Clan, the ancestral land of the Thunder Lake, and the Shooting Sun Supreme. Wherever the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others went, they would suffer. At that moment, the Purple Sun Supreme's heart was bleeding. He had managed the Purple Sun sacred ground for countless years, but it was completely destroyed in a day. Chu Xingtian, I won't rest until you die. The Purple Sun Supreme roared angrily. Retreat. At that moment, the Shooting Sun Supreme did not insist anymore. If he did not escape now, he would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Stop being angry. Save some energy for us to escape. The Sky Wind Supreme said anxiously. At this moment, he was about to die, but the Purple Sun Supreme still had the time to be angry. What was the use of this against Chu Xingtian? The Purple Sun Supreme was helpless. He had no choice but to give up his ancestral land. On the Purple Sun Peak, the 6 supreme beings joined forces. The entire divine peak immediately shook and rose from the ground. The divine peak emitted endless divine light of the great path. Swoosh! The gigantic divine mountain broke through the void and entered the void, disappearing in an instant. They escaped. When the experts of the Chu clan outside the Purple Sun's sacred ground saw this scene, they could not help but be shocked and angry. It should be known that the consequences of letting these people escape were severe. The Chu clan would not be able to live in peace in the future if they were targeted by the 6 supreme beings. No one expected the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others to have such a trick up their sleeves. The entire Purple Sun Peak was actually a magic treasure. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure that could break through the void and escape into the chaos in an instant. The escape of the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others made Chu Xingtian nervous. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, visit Chapter 3941. The Shooting Sun Supreme and the others had fled, which made the powerhouses of the Chu clan extremely nervous. Some of them even broke through the void and chased after them. Damn it, you evil creature! How dare you ruin my plans? Go to hell! Chu Xingtian, who was in the center of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation, was furious. He operated the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation with all his might, and countless sword lights pierced through the white-haired young man trapped in the formation from all directions. Every sword light was enough to kill an ordinary supremacy. This was a peerless killing formation that was operated by 365 Chu clan powerhouses who were above the saint level. It was impressive that the Star Beast Venerable was able to hold on until now. Trying to kill me? The Star Beast Venerable sneered and activated a black object in his hand. In the next moment, a divine light erupted from his hand and enveloped him instantly. Trying to jump? I'll definitely seal you. Chu Xingtian roared furiously. The power of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation changed, and the void that was enveloped by the killing formation immediately became as hard as immortal divine steel. However, the Star Beast Venerable broke through the layers of Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation, escaped into the void, and disappeared on the spot. How is this possible? Chu Xingtian's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Who could escape after being trapped in the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation? There had never been such a thing since ancient times. The might of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was well known in the entire ancestral realm. In the entire ancestral realm, the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was definitely among the top 3. Moreover, the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was not created by the Chu clan's ancestors. Instead, an ancestor of the Chu clan had obtained it from an ancient ruin. The original formation diagram of the Heavenly Cycle Killing Formation was incomplete. However, Through the continuous repair and improvement of the powerhouses of the Chu clan, the formation diagram was successfully completed. Although the power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was shocking and terrifying, it could not be compared to the true heavenly cycle-killing formation. Although the Chu clan had completed the formation diagram, it was not the original formation diagram. Hence, the power of the heavenly cycle-killing formation was greatly reduced. Even so, the Chu clan had used the heavenly cycle-killing formation to conquer a large territory in the southern region. In the end, they even became one of the 3 strongest tribes in the southern region. Something that had never happened before had actually happened. It wasn't just Chu Xingtian. Even the other saints of the Chu clan were dumbfounded. Clan leader, all the saints of the heavenly cycle-killing formation looked at Chu Xingtian. The star beast Venerable had actually escaped. This was not a good thing for the Chu clan. After all, the star beast Venerable was a supreme lord-level existence. The saints were invincible in the southern region of the ancestral realm. At this moment, Old Monster Chu was at a critical juncture. Even if the Chu clan faced the danger of being exterminated, he might not come out. Roar! Chu Xingtian roared furiously at the sky. This battle was truly too stifling. They couldn't even capture a single one of the Shooting Sun supremacy, let alone kill them. Even the star venerable beast had fled. What exactly is that thing in that beast's hand? Chu Xing raged in the sky for a while before he calmed down. The heavenly cycle-killing array was said to be able to trap and kill supremacies. Even if someone as strong as the Star Beast's sovereign was trapped in the killing array, it would not be able to escape. The reason the Star Beast Venerable was able to escape from the heavenly cycle-killing formation was due to the mysterious item in his hand. Seeing that, Chu Xingtian became even more shocked and furious. Not even the domain-killing formation could do anything to the Star Beast Premier. For the Chu clan, the Star Beast Premier was a serious threat. At that moment, the heavenly cycle-killing array closed up, and the entire Purple Sun ancestral ground was instantly obliterated, disappearing from the earth. The news that the Chu clan had conquered the Purple Sun sanctuary quickly spread throughout the entire southern region. The southern region was shocked. After that, the Chu clan accepted half of Gu Fei's territory, while the rest of the territory was divided between the Tian clan and the Li clan. Since then, the territory that Gu Fei had painstakingly taken down in the southern region of the ancestral realm was completely divided by the 3 strong clans. The Chu clan had undoubtedly obtained great benefits. The Tian clan and the Li clan did not want to take action, but the Chu clan had. Naturally, the Chu clan had taken the most territory. Just as the Chu clan took down the Purple Sun Holy Land, the void in the sky above a primordial mountain hundreds of millions of miles away from the Purple Sun, Holy Land suddenly shook like water. Then, the void suddenly collapsed, and a huge mountain directly rushed out of the void and floated high up in the sky. A powerful aura immediately spread out from the top of the mountain. All the birds and beasts in the mountains hid themselves and trembled. I finally escaped death. A cheer was heard from the mountain peak. This mountain peak was the Purple Sun Peak of the Purple Sun Holy Land. 6 supremacies stood on the mountain peak. These people were the Shooting Sun Supreme and the others who had escaped from the Purple Sun Holy Land. The Chu clan is courting death, the Shooting Sun Supreme said fiercely. The Shooting Sun Supreme said fiercely. His eyes turned cold and sharp. If Master returns, he will definitely annihilate the Chu clan this time. Tianfeng Supreme said with a solemn expression. Only annihilate the Chu clan? You underestimate Master too much. Thunderpath Supreme said disapprovingly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. However, When they thought about how powerful Gu Fei was, they understood. Gu Fei was a peerless, ferocious person. If he returned, the three great clans would suffer a calamity. However, no one knew when Gu Fei would return. At the same time, in the eastern region, Eastern Wilderness City, a person was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall of the City Lord Mansion. This person was Ao Hu. The current Eastern Wilderness was no longer the Eastern Wilderness of the past. The current Eastern Wilderness City had also changed owners. During the battle in Giant Wolf City, the entire Eastern Wilderness Army had been annihilated. Even the 3,000 Blackwater soldiers had been annihilated by Gu Fei. The Eastern Wilderness City Lord had also died in battle. Gu Fei and Ao, who had directly killed their way to Eastern Wilderness City. In the face of Gu Fei's tyrannical strength, the Eastern Wasteland City's defensive array couldn't even withstand a single blow. They smoothly took control of the entire Eastern Wasteland City, taking over all the spiritual lands belonging to the Blackwater Sovereign King. This way, they had completely offended the Blackwater Supreme King. However, so what? At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, he was no longer afraid of any opponent. If the Blackwater Supreme King dared to come, he would just slap him to death. Gu Fei did not like to manage Eastern Wilderness City, but Ao, who was somewhat interested in power. Hence, the current City Lord of Eastern Wilderness City was Ao, who, an immortal. An immortal had actually become the City Lord of Eastern Barren City. No one would believe it even if they told others about it. However, this was the truth. The current City Lord of Eastern Wilderness City was an immortal. However, among the territories of the other factions in the eastern region, there was no overlord who dared to look down on the current City Lord of Eastern Wilderness City. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3942. When Gu Fei and Ao, who entered the Eastern Wasteland City, they shook the entire Eastern Wasteland. Although the Eastern Wasteland was regarded as a barren land in the Eastern domain of the ancestral world, it was also the place with the thinnest spiritual land of heaven and earth. However, it was still divided among the major forces. The major forces of the Eastern domain all had territories in the Eastern Wasteland. Adjacent to the Blackwater Supreme King's territory was the Heavenly Crocodile Supreme King's territory. The Divine Crocodile City Lord and the Brilliant Sky City Lord were mortal enemies. Now, the Brilliant Sky City Lord was killed by Gu Fei, but the Divine Crocodile City Lord couldn't be happy because Gu Fei and Ao, who were too powerful and domineering. These two fellas weren't Brilliant Sky, but they were many times stronger than him. If they wanted to conquer the Eastern Wasteland and unify it, it wouldn't be a difficult task. However, as time passed, Gu Fei and Ao, who occupied the Eastern Wasteland City, they stayed in the City Lord's mansion and didn't come out. However, the forces of the entire Eastern Wasteland City didn't dare to act rashly. It should be known that even the Brilliant Sky City Lord was killed by Gu Fei. Who could be a match for Gu Fei and Ao, who? The Eastern Wasteland City looked calm on the surface. It didn't fall into chaos because of the death of a large number of experts, especially after the death of the 3,000 Blackwater warriors. This ancient city became a city without an army to protect it. Some thieves and rascals began to appear. Ao, who brought a group of personal guards from the Giant Wolf City. This group of personal guards only had a few dozen people, but they were the best soldiers of the Giant Wolf City. They were all immortal existences. However, to manage the entire Eastern Wasteland City with just a few dozen people was a pipe dream. It was barely enough to use them to guard the City Lord's mansion. At this time, Gu Fei was very depressed. His cultivation base was still fluctuating. When he had cultivation base, he felt that he was strong enough to refine the entire ancestral world. He could destroy the entire starry sky with a raise of his hand. He could also split the sky and earth with a flip of his hand, evolving a nearly perfect world. This was the power and terror of an eternal being. Eternal being was eternal and indestructible, a true supreme existence that surpassed the extreme Tao. When Gu Fei had the eternal being cultivation base, he was in awe of this power. It was so strong that it could make people immortal for eternity. A drop of blood from an eternal could be used to save someone, even if that person was killed in body and soul. Even if only a fragment of their soul remained, they could reform their nascent divinity and be reborn. When used to kill people, a drop of blood could directly destroy a supreme being's body and soul. Gu Fei's physical body had already transformed into the eternal, indestructible body, but the power of eternity was intermittent. Ever since he left Giant Wolf City, his cultivation had yet to recover. This was Tian Fei's. Long Gu Fei was bored to death as he lay on the throne in the middle of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He was playing with the 2 golden beads in his hand. The 2 beads were emitting a misty golden glow. Dragon, dragon, god, world king, every golden city country's Tian City. These were the life god beads. They were formed from endless life essence. In the world of cultivation, these life god beads were very rare. Even sages would be jealous of them, because a life god bead was equivalent to a life. Boss, these 2 beads. Ao, who stared at the 2 golden divine pearls in Gu Fei's hand with glowing eyes. If he were to eat one of these beads, his cultivation base would definitely soar. He might even be able to break through the immortal god realm and become an immortal king or even an immortal emperor. Ao, whose cultivation base was too low, he wouldn't be able to control the situation. He knew very well that the people in Eastern Wasteland City weren't afraid of him. They were afraid of the person lying on the city lord's throne. You want it? Gu Fei looked at Ao, and said, Yes, yes. Only a fool wouldn't want it. Ao said hurriedly, No, if I don't want it, wouldn't I be the fool you're talking about? Gu Fei said, TT this. Boss, that's not what I meant. Anyway, you have a lot of these things. Just throw me a few. Ao said with a fawning look. A few more? Gu Fei was truly amused by this fella. Of course, he did have a lot of these things. There were a few god springs of life in the depths of his inner world. As for the life god bead, it was a godly treasure that was formed from the god springs of life. It could bring back flesh and bones from the dead. For mortals, even if they were to wear these beads on their bodies, they would be nourished by life essence day and night, allowing them to extend their lifespan. If they were to consume it, they would gain hundreds or even thousands of years of lifespan out of nowhere. And that was for mortals. Even if they were to consume the life god bead, it would be a waste. That was because mortals did not know how to cultivate and refine life essence. It was already pretty good for mortals to be able to absorb half of the life essence from the life god bead. Cultivators were different. If they could obtain the life god bead, they would be able to refine the life essence into their own essence to increase their cultivation. It's a pity that my cultivation has yet to recover. Otherwise, I could throw you into my inner world to train for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if you're a pig, you can still become a sage. Gu Fei said. Hearing this, Ao, who was extremely excited. Becoming a sage. This was something he had never dared to dream of. Then, Boss, why don't you give me these 2 life god beads first? Ao said with a smile. No. Gu Fei shook his head. Ao persevered and continued to fawn. In the end, he really got the 2 life god beads from Gu Fei. He was so happy that he almost rolled on the ground. He rushed into the training room at the back of the city lord's mansion and prepared to refine the life god bead to increase his cultivation. Gu Fei casually tossed the 2 life god beads to Ao, who, if others knew about this, the entire eastern wilderness would be shaken. Those were life god beads, rare divine treasures. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then stood up and walked out of the hall. He took a step forward and leaped into the air, disappearing in an instant. To enter the secular world, one naturally had to enter the secular world. Gu Fei had been wandering in the eastern region for more than a decade, but his cultivation seemed to have not improved at all. This made him very depressed. Eastern Wilderness City, a sect in the south of the city, the Black Water sect, was one of the three major forces in the city. At this time, the Black Water sect was engaged in a fierce battle. The upper echelons of the Black Water sect had all died in battle in Giant Wolf City. When the news spread, the entire Black Water sect was in a mess. All the important figures above the elder level had fallen. Therefore, the cultivators of the Black Water sect fought for the position of the sect master. Boom! At this time, there was a loud noise. The tightly shut gate of the Black Water sect suddenly exploded. Then, two figures escaped from inside. It was a middle-aged man and a young girl. "Daughter, run!" The middle-aged man roared, then suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! The two forces collided, and a wave of energy spread out. The middle-aged man and the young girl were immediately sent flying and rolled on the ground. "Song Ming, obediently accept your death, and I will spare your daughter's life." Ha ha! A loud laugh came from the door, and then a figure strode out from inside. In your dreams, the middle-aged man got up from the ground and threw the young girl in purple out. Ouch! At this time, there was a cry of surprise from the street. The young girl in purple had directly smashed into a young man on the street. "A trapeze artist?" the young man in black said while holding the young girl in purple. At this time, the street was filled with cultivators. The internal strife of the Black Water sect had already alarmed all the cultivators in the city, and many people had come to watch the show. "Song Ming, die!" The old man in black strode forward. With a wave of his right hand, a black light immediately rushed out of his hand, directly splitting the void and slashing towards Song Ming. The middle-aged man, Song Ming, hurriedly dodged to the side. The black light slashed past him, leaving a long mark on the ground. "What's going on? Song Ming lost to Zhao Tian?" When the cultivators outside saw this scene, they couldn't help but discuss. The fight for the position of sect master among the experts of the Black Water sect had reached a white-hot stage, and many people had already died. Originally, Song Ming had a high chance of becoming the sect master. But now it seemed that Zhao Tian was a cut above him. He actually went after Song Ming and his daughter. Bam! At this moment, Zhao Tian instantly appeared in front of Song Ming like a ghost, and he smashed his fist onto Song Ming's chest, causing a violent force to erupt. Immediately, a sound of bones breaking came from Song Ming's body. His chest caved in, and his whole body flew backward, while coughing up blood. At this time, Gu Fei was a little stunned. He was just strolling on the street, and a young girl actually threw herself into his arms. This was a blessing in disguise. For the fastest novel reading without errors, please visit Chapter 3943. In Eastern Barren City, the Black Water sect was in chaos. Song Ming and Zhao Tian were the leaders of the Black Water sect. Originally, Song Ming had a great chance to defeat Zhao Tian and become the new Black Water sect master. However, this damn Zhao Tian actually colluded with outsiders and launched a surprise attack on Song Ming. Song Ming's camp was immediately thrown into disarray, and they were defeated like a landslide. Only Song Ming escaped from the Black Water sect with his daughter, Song Fei. However, how could Zhao Tian let Song Ming go so easily? He chased them all the way to the street. Gu Fei originally wanted to stroll around Eastern Barren City, but he did not expect to encounter such a thing. A great beauty actually fell on him. However, just as he was about to enjoy this good fortune, the girl quickly jumped out of his arms and cried as she threw herself at a middle-aged man who was lying on the ground. "Father!" The girl burst into tears, causing Gu Fei to stare blankly at her. Soon, he knew what had happened. This was the rhythm of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit. This guy called Zhao Tian was simply a big bad wolf through and through. Gu Fei's heart of justice suddenly erupted like a volcano, unable to be controlled. "Miss, I'm coming to save you," Gu Fei bellowed, and was about to step forward. "Boy, who are you? Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty?" Before Gu Fei could take a step forward, a servant in green jumped out from the opposite side and pointed at Gu Fei and scolded him. "A mortal boy actually wants to be a hero and save the beauty. It's really ridiculous, really ridiculous. This guy is probably crazy." There was a burst of mockery around. Gu Fei's cultivation had completely disappeared. At this moment, he was extremely ordinary. He did not have a strong aura, nor did he have a strong power fluctuation. No matter how you looked at him from top to bottom or upside down, Gu Fei was still immortal. "Sword servant, get rid of this guy," the white-clothed young man, waving a folding fan, said impatiently, then walked toward the girl in purple with a smile. "Yes, young master." The green-clothed servant hurriedly accepted the order, and then he gave Gu Fei a savage smile before patting the sword on his back. Clang! A sharp ray of sword light shot into the sky from his back, and was caught by the azure-clothed sword servant. The sword radiance dissipated. It was a simple and unadorned long sword with countless Tao patterns flowing on its body. "Kid, you're unlucky today." The azure-robed sword servant approached Gu Fei with his immortal sword in hand. "Run!" Song Feier was shocked and anxiously shouted at Gu Fei. "Run! They are the ones who should escape," Gu Fei said with a smile. "Humph, reckless fellow." The young master with the surname Qi glanced at Gu Fei disdainfully. In the eyes of immortals like them, mortals were not even comparable to ants. Immortals were high above and could control the life and death of mortals at will. Whoever they wanted to die couldn't live, and whoever they wanted to live couldn't die, even if they wanted to. "Little girl, if you're willing to follow me, how about I save your father?" Qi Tiansheng waved his folding fan and smiled at the tear-stained Song Feier. He had to admit that Song Feier was one of the most beautiful fairies he'd ever seen. It would be the most wonderful thing in the world if he could roll in the sheets with Song Feier. Zhao Tian shook his head helplessly when he saw this. This guy was simply a spoiled brat, but he was also extremely powerful. Qi Tiansheng was the most outstanding genius of the Qi clan in the primogenitor realm's eastern region. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years, but his cultivation was already catching up to his father, Qi Huaishan. "Go to hell!" Song Feier roared at Qi Tiansheng. "Haha, too bad I can't die." Qi Tiansheng grinned cheekily. The green-robed sword servant had already made his move. An extremely sharp sword light rushed out of his hand and slashed at Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei stood there quietly, neither dodging nor attacking. He simply let the sword light slash down. Clang! The sound of metal shattering rang out. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The incomparably sharp sword light directly chopped down on Gu Fei's head. The sword light actually shattered in an instant, turning into countless specks of light that scattered in all directions. Each speck of light was a tiny fragment. How is this possible? Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. What had they just seen? A mortal had casually shattered a sword immortal's flying sword. The green-robed sword servant was a sword immortal who had ascended to immortality. A sword immortal's battle prowess was definitely one of the best among cultivators of the same level. However, the green-robed sword servant could not even withstand a single blow from this mortal. The green-robed sword servant immediately suffered a great blow when his natal sword was destroyed. His body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly became weary and listless. Impossible, the green-robed sword servant murmured to himself. He could not believe that this mortal, who seemed to have no cultivation at all, had withstood his attack and even shattered his natal sword. Qi Tiansheng could not help but frown when he saw this scene. You actually used your physical body to resist an immortal sword. Song Feier's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Gu Fei as if she was looking at a monster. How could a mortal? This scene made everyone's eyeballs pop out. Is this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Interesting. Qi Tiansheng closed his folding fan and stared at Gu Fei coldly. Nephew Qi, let me help you get rid of this guy. Zhao Tian stared coldly at Gu Fei and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Zhao. Qi Tiansheng smiled faintly. With Zhao Tian's help, even if this kid was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he would not be able to defeat Zhao Tian. Piece of cake. Zhao Tian took a step forward. In the next moment, an overbearing aura exploded from his body and pressed down on Gu Fei. Sage to be? Gu Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could even kill a holy master with one slap, let alone a mere sage to be. Sigh. I wonder who's the one courting death. Now you know fear. Ha ha. The green-robed sword servant sneered at Gu Fei. Zhao Tian was a sage to be who could break through to the sage realm at any time. However, it was definitely not easy to become a real sage and take that step. Some people were stuck in the sage to be for countless years and could not take that step to become a real sage. This guy is dead. You'd better follow me obediently. Ha ha. Qi Tiansheng looked at Song Feier and laughed. Hearing this, Song Feier almost fainted from anger. I'd rather die than submit. At this moment, Song Ming coughed out blood and said with difficulty, Rumble. At this moment, Zhao Tian made his move. A huge black hand appeared in the sky and slapped down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei stared at the giant hand descending from the sky as his lips curled into a cold smile. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3944. All the cultivators above the sage level in Eastern Baron City were killed by Gu Fei and Ao, who during the battle in Giant Wolf City. At this moment, all the major forces in Eastern Baron City were in a mess. The higher-ups of these forces disappeared all of a sudden, forming a power vacuum. It would be strange if the major forces in the city were not in a mess. At this moment, on the street in front of the Blackwater sect, a huge black hand descended from the sky and slapped down on a seemingly ordinary person on the street. Rumble, the power of a quasi-sage exploded, causing the entire void to tremble. Gu Fei was still calm in the face of this palm. Boom! The huge black hand instantly slapped the ground, causing dust to fly up, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Bam! With a muffled sound, a figure broke through the huge black hand and flew up into the sky. He then swept a leg at Zhao Tian at an extremely fast speed. What? Zhao Tian was startled and hastily tried to dodge, but Gu Fei's speed was too fast. Bam! Gu Fei's leg landed on Zhao Tian's head. In the next moment, Zhao Tian's head was finished. It exploded and turned into a bloody mist. His entire body flew out and smashed into a house. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the extreme. There was no fluctuation of energy coming from this guy, but he was able to fight against a quasi-sage. This was a miracle. At this moment, Zhao Tian was still standing on the ground. Although his head was destroyed by Gu Fei's kick, he was still a quasi-sage with a strong cultivation. Even if this fellow was blasted into dregs, this fellow could still be reborn in defiance of the heavens. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, Zhao Tian would not die. However, the flesh on Zhao Tian's body wriggled, and his broken head grew back. Very soon, Zhao Tian had completely recovered, and his cultivation was extremely strong. Roar! Zhao Tian roared to the sky. This time, it was really embarrassing. To have his head destroyed by a kick was definitely a great humiliation to him. Go to hell! Zhao Tian seemed to have gone mad. He raised both his hands, and 10 tyrannical black lights rushed out from his hands, piercing towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly and allowed the 10 black lights to collide with his body. In the next moment, the sound of iron being struck rang out from his body. The rays of black light shattered the moment they touched him. 10 rays of black light. 10 rays of black light. 10 rays of black light. This time, Zhao Tianjun was shocked. This guy was just a mortal, so how could he have such a strong physical body? On the other hand, Song Feier's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. The surrounding cultivators had already turned into stone statues. In their opinion, Gu Fei was just a mortal without any cultivation. He might have some forbidden artifact on him that's concealing his cultivation. Qi Tiansheng suddenly said coldly, "Kill!" Zhao Tian roared crazily. His hands were like the claws of an eagle tearing at Gu Fei. Tyrannical energy waves spread from his hands. Noisy! Gu Fei frowned impatiently and slapped out. Bam! Zhao Tian didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry before he was slapped into a ball of bloody mist by Gu Fei, and nothing was left behind. Even the magic treasures in his possession had shattered into pieces and turned into scrap metal. This time, Zhao Tian's body and soul were both destroyed. Zhao Tian had just defeated Song Ming and thought that he could become the leader of the Blackwater sect. However, no one expected that extreme joy would turn into sorrow. Zhao Tian was slapped into meat paste by Gu Fei. The disciples of the Blackwater sect who followed Zhao Tian immediately fell into chaos. This guy was too cruel. He killed Zhao Tian with a single slap. This Zhao Tian was definitely not a weakling. This time, even Qi Tiansheng was a little moved. You what? Kill. Gu Fei was definitely not a soft-hearted person. He roared and charged at Qi Tiansheng. Qi Tiansheng hurriedly retreated. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched out. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist landed on Qi Tiansheng's chest. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his chest. Qi Tiansheng was then sent flying. He was almost split in half by Gu Fei's punch. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and it seemed like he was going to die. How is this possible? Qi Tiansheng had never imagined that this fellow who looked like a mortal would actually be so tyrannical. At this moment, everyone looked at Gu Fei as if he was a monster. This is a miracle. Someone exclaimed. There was a commotion among the spectators. The cultivators in eastern Huang City, who were not even sages, naturally could not see through Gu Fei's strength. In fact, even an honorable would not be able to see through it. Killing a half-step sage with one punch? Song Ming sat up from the ground with difficulty. He could not help but be surprised and overjoyed when he saw this. At this time, Qi Tiansheng was also going to die. He was already lucky that his body and soul were not destroyed on the spot after being punched by Gu Fei. In the end, Qi Tiansheng still died. Gu Fei would not save him. Big brother, you're so powerful. Song Feier, the purple-clad girl, looked at Gu Fei with stars in her eyes. It's okay. Gu Fei said with a smile. You call this okay? Countless cultivators who were watching the battle rolled their eyes. No one would have thought that the black water sect's internal strife would end because of a young man in black. Gu Fei threw a divine pearl of life to Song Ming. With the divine pearl of life, Song Ming could not die even if he wanted to. Do you want me to destroy the black water sect? Gu Fei said to Song Feier with a calm expression. What? The black water sect's disciples were shocked. If Gu Fei wanted to destroy the black water sect, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Don't! Song Feier hurriedly shook her head. If the black water sect was destroyed, wouldn't her father become a general? And then we'll never be destroyed. Gu Fei swept his gaze over the black water sect's disciples and said coldly, all the disciples of the black water sect were trembling in fear. Gu Fei and Song Feier's words could determine their life and death. The feeling of being controlled made the black water sect's disciples very unhappy. Thank you for saving us, brother. Song Ming could actually stand after eating the divine pearl of life. No need for formalities. I just wanted to save little sister. Gu Fei looked at Song Feier and said with a smile, for the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3945. The fact that Gu Fei killed a half-step saint with a single punch and turned the tables on Song Ming and his daughter shocked all the cultivators who were watching the battle. Young man, you're in trouble. An old man nearby said this before turning around and leaving. You killed Qi Tiansheng. The Qi clan won't let you off easily. Song Ming said worriedly. It was fine if Gu Fei killed Zhao Tian with a single punch, but Zhao Tian colluded with outsiders to kill his fellow disciples. He deserved to die. However, Gu Fei killed Qi Tiansheng. That was a different story. Qi Tiansheng came from the Qi clan in the eastern region of the primogenitor realm. The Qi clan was one of the 12 major forces in the eastern region and had a king supreme. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke such a force. However, Gu Fei had killed Qi Tiansheng with a single punch. To the cultivators of the eastern barren city who were watching the battle, this was like a hole in the sky. Gu Fei did not care about this. He walked into the black water sect. Song Ming and his daughter followed behind him, as well as the disciples of the black water sect who were loyal to Song Ming. These fellows from the black water sect were very smart. They were very good at adapting to the situation. When Song Ming lost his power, these fellows jumped to Zhao Tian's side. Now that Zhao Tian was dead, these fellows gathered around Song Ming again. Gu Fei walked into the Blackwater Gate and saw that it was a garden-like building. In the middle of it was a palace. The fact that the Blackwater sect had such a place in the Eastern Barren City showed that it was a powerful force in the city. However, the Blackwater sect had suffered a heavy blow. The current Blackwater sect did not even have a single saint. There were only 3 sage-to-be saints, and the rest of the disciples were mostly immortals. Some of the disciples were not even immortals. Of course, all the sage-to-be experts of the forces in the Eastern Barren City had died in the battle in Giant Wolf City. It was already good enough for these forces to have 1 or 2 sage-to-be overseeing it. Actually, in the current Eastern Wasteland City, not only was there internal strife within the Blackwater sect, even the other powers were filled with open and secret strife. With Gu Fei's help, the Blackwater sect's internal strife was quickly pacified. Gu Fei was invited into the Blackwater Palace by Song Ming. At this moment, Gu Fei was the most distinguished guest of the Blackwater sect. Without any surprises, Song Ming was elected as the Blackwater sect's sect master by the disciples of the Blackwater sect. Gu Fei was happy to spend a few peaceful days in the Blackwater sect, fishing, admiring the flowers, and occasionally giving Song Feier pointers in her cultivation. To be able to receive guidance from Gu Fei, Song Feier must have accumulated a lifetime's worth of good fortune. After all, even his own personal disciples rarely had the chance to receive guidance from him. Song Feier's cultivation had skyrocketed over the past few days. Gu Fei's cultivation had yet to recover, but he still had a lot of good stuff on him. He directly threw these things to Song Feier that he didn't think much of, but were treasured like pearls and pearls to others. Among these things, there were some healing or cultivation-enhancing pills. Gu Fei wasn't interested in these things, but he didn't know that these pills were supreme immortal pills and divine medicines in Song Feier's eyes. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly came from the black water sex cultivation ground. Then, a heaven-devouring power surged out. In the next moment, boundless spiritual energy of the world frantically gathered towards the cultivation ground. Rays of spiritual light visible to the naked, I rushed over from all directions. Who would have thought? Gu Fei, who was fishing by the lake, muttered to himself. He didn't expect Song Feier's cultivation to break through at this moment. Today, I'm the immortal emperor. A voice rang out. Then, a figure rushed out of the black water sex cultivation ground. It was a purple-clothed fairy shrouded in immortal light. You're still far from it. Gu Fei shook his head and continued fishing. He didn't even look at Song Feier. There weren't many things in this world that could move him. Song Feier's ascension to immortal shook the entire city. Even the heavens sent down a heavenly tribulation, scaring all the living beings in the city. During the few days that Gu Fei disappeared, Ao, who was running around in circles. One must know that only Gu Fei could deter the countless cultivators in Eastern Barren City from acting rashly. Once Gu Fei left, Ao, who would be beaten back to his original state. My ancestor, where did you go? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Ao, who was extremely anxious. At this moment, no one knew that Gu Fei had disappeared. Once the news spread, Ao, whose position as the city lord of Eastern Barren City would come to an end. Qi Clan's Qi Ao is here to pay a visit to Taoist Gu and Taoist Ao. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the city lord's mansion. What? Ao, who was so anxious that he was about to stomp his feet, was taken aback. The Qi clan has sent someone over so quickly? If Gu Fei were here, Ao, who wouldn't be afraid of the Qi clan at all. But the problem was that Gu Fei wasn't in the city lord's mansion right now. This made Ao, who extremely anxious and fearful. The Qi clan was a great clan in the eastern region, and they had a king of supreme beings as their backing. A force like this wasn't something that anyone could ignore. It was said that a few days ago, someone had beaten a disciple of the Qi clan to death. However, Ao, who didn't know that the person who had killed Qi Tianxing was none other than Gu Fei. The powerful beings of the Qi clan weren't here for Ao Hu. However, this was Ao Hu and Gu Fei's territory after all. Moreover, their cultivation bases and battle prowess were extremely strong. Especially Gu Fei. He had killed a holy venerate with a single punch, shocking the entire eastern wilderness. The people of the Qi clan naturally knew about the various stories between Gu Fei and Ao Hu. Even if the Qi clan wanted to deal with the Blackwater sect, they had to pay a visit to Gu Fei and Ao Hu first. Fellow Taoist of the Qi clan, please enter. Ao Hu's figure flashed, and he sat on the throne in the center of the hall. Very quickly, a middle-aged cultivator walked in from outside the hall. This person's gait was majestic and dignified, and there was a faint halo of immortal light behind his head. A quasi-sage. Ao, who couldn't help but be shocked. This person actually had the aura of a sage. This was an immortal quasi-sage. Ao, who had followed Gu Fei for a long time, and his horizons had broadened. He was no longer a hothead who didn't do anything. An immortal spirit. When this quasi-sage from the Qi clan saw Ao, who sitting on the throne, he was stunned. He didn't dare to believe that a mere immortal spirit could force countless cultivators in Eastern Wilderness City to bow their heads. One must know that it wasn't easy to be the city lord of Eastern Wilderness City. If one couldn't suppress the cultivators in the city, they wouldn't submit to this so-called city lord. In the cultivation world, strength was the unchanging truth. As a city lord, he should have the ability to suppress a city. If not, he could only be suppressed by others. Not only would he lose his position as city lord, but his life would also be in danger. Those unruly cultivators only recognize strength, and not the city lord. Ao, whose cultivation is higher than yours, and his combat strength is stronger than yours. Why should I be restrained by you? I wonder why fellow Taoist has come here. Ao, who asked with a faint smile after Ao sat down. Hee, I heard that Eastern Wilderness City has a new city lord. I specially came to see who was so awesome to actually kill Huang Tian and become the new city lord. Ao said coldly. He was a quasi-sage, while this guy was merely an immortal spirit. The fact that he could talk to this guy was already a blessing that he had cultivated for several lifetimes. Ao, who also saw the disdain in Ao's eyes. If Gu Fei was here, he would have slapped this guy to death a long time ago. The problem was that Gu Fei wasn't here. Ao, who could only deal with this carefully. This was truly frustrating. Since you've seen me, then you should go back to where you came from. Ao, who said coldly. When Ao heard this, he was instantly infuriated. If this was any other time, he would have killed any immortal spirit that dared to act so presumptuously in front of him. However, Ao also had his reservations. One must know that before he came, he had done his homework. Gu Fei and Ao, who were people with great backgrounds. Even Huang Tian, a holy sage, died in their hands. Ao really didn't dare to offend Ao, who? You what? Scram. Do you want me to invite you personally? When Ao, who said the word, invite, he purposely emphasized it. This guy pretended to be arrogant, but in reality, he was very weak. If this guy really attacked him, he would definitely be dead. This was a quasi-sage, while he was just an immortal spirit. Ao, who definitely didn't dare to offend anyone that had anything to do with the word sage. Unless Gu Fei was beside him, he would just admit defeat and run away. However, admitting defeat and running away wasn't Ao whose style. Humph! Ao sneered, stood up, and left with a flick of his sleeves. After Ao left, Ao, who wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Luckily, he managed to scare this guy. Ao, who heaved a sigh of relief. Blackwater sect. Ao left the city lord's residence and headed in the direction of the Blackwater sect. Tiansheng was dead in the Blackwater sect. This was no small matter. Tiansheng was the descendant of a big shot in the Qi clan. Although they were separated by a few generations, Ao had no choice but to make this trip. That hedonistic son of a rich family has been causing trouble everywhere. This time, he finally lost his life. Ao sighed and said indifferently. Soon, he arrived at the Blackwater sect. Boom! With a loud bang, Ao smashed through the door and strode in. At this time, Gu Fei was squatting by the pond. Seeing that a fish was about to bite the hook, he was startled by the loud bang, and the fish slipped away. Preposterous! Gu Fei threw away his fishing rod and stood up abruptly. He looked in the direction of the gate and happened to see an extremely arrogant guy swaggering in from the outside. Blackwater sect, come out and accept your death. That person's arrogance soared to the sky, and he directly roared. Io, where did this lunatic come from? Gu Fei looked at the arrogant guy with a baffled expression. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3946. Ao was overbearing and domineering. He smashed the door of the Blackwater sect with a punch and walked in with his hands behind his back. Black water sect, come out and die. Chi-Ao swept his gaze around coldly and roared. Where did this lunatic come from? Gu Fei was fishing by the pond and was scared away by this guy. The fish that was about to take the bait was scared away. Who is so bold to barge into my black water sect? An angry roar came from the hall in the middle of the black water sect. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the hall and a powerful aura exploded from this figure. The violent aura swept out, and a strong wind blew in the entire black water sect. The person landed in front of Chi-Ao. This person was the newly appointed leader of the black water sect, Song Ming. At this time, Song Ming had fully recovered from his injuries. Not only did Song Ming's cultivation recover, but his cultivation had also increased to the pinnacle of sage to be. A powerful sage aura exploded from his body. Even Chi-Ao, who was opposite him, could not help but be shocked. What's going on? Chi-Ao was shocked. Wasn't Song Ming only at the intermediate level of sage to be? When did he break through to the pinnacle of sage to be? How was this possible? But so what? Since Chi-Ao dared to attack in Eastern Baron City, he had the confidence to not fear anyone in Eastern Baron City. One should know that Chi-Ao was from the Chi clan, which was one of the 12 major forces in Eastern Baron City, with a king of supreme martial artists. They were extremely powerful. In Eastern Baron City, Chi-Ao did not need to fear anyone. However, since Gu Fei could kill a holy master with one punch, it was better not to provoke him. But the Black Water sect must be destroyed. Chi Tiansheng died in the Black Water sect. This matter had to be explained to that big shot in the Chi clan, and the best explanation was to destroy the Black Water sect. Song Ming die. Chi-Ao could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Song Ming. A huge hand the size of a small mountain appeared in the void and covered Song Ming in an instant. A powerful wave of energy spread out, and the void shook. You think you can kill me? Song Ming smiled disdainfully. In the next moment, he punched out. His fist collided with the big hand in an instant, causing a loud noise. The next moment, the big hand that was grabbing at him was directly blown apart. The speed and power of Song Ming's fist did not change. It was like a huge mountain as it blasted towards Chi-Ao. Chi-Ao stared at Song Ming's fist and suddenly grinned. He patted a gourd on his waist, and a sharp sword light immediately rushed out from the gourd. It turned into a dazzling sword light and rushed forward. With a flash of sword light, Song Ming's fist was split into two halves. With just one sword strike, Song Ming's right arm was crippled. The sword light made a turn in the void and attacked Song Ming from behind. My life is over. Song Ming's shock was no small matter. He had never imagined that Chi-Ao would have such a trick up his sleeves. He had actually brought the Chi clan's supreme treasure, the immemorial gourd, with him. The immemorial gourd was a genuine sage weapon. This sage weapon could release the immemorial sword light. It could kill immortals and gods. Even if it was against a peak sage, it might be able to kill him. Song Ming was only a sage to be. If he was hit again, then his body and soul would be destroyed. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Black Water sect were alarmed. Someone had actually attacked the Jin clan. This was something that had never happened in the last few hundred years. Clang! At the instant that the ray of light descended and was about to kill Song Ming on the spot, a hand suddenly stretched over from the side, and then it flicked the ray of light with a finger. It actually bounced off the extremely sharp sword light. The sword light flew in the air, and in the next moment, it exploded. Countless fragments of the divine sword shot out in all directions, breaking a celestial sword with a finger. Seeing this scene, Everyone was dumbfounded. It was just a flick of a finger, but Chi, whose killer move was actually broken. Moreover, he smashed his fist against Chi-Ao's chest. In the next moment, Chi-Ao's chest caved in. A bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resounded from Chi-Ao's body. Chi-Ao was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away from Eastern Wasteland City. He smashed into a huge mountain, causing the entire mountain to explode and dust to rise high into the sky. Humph, weren't you very arrogant just now? I thought you were an expert from somewhere, so you're just a piece of trash. Gu Fei shook his head in disdain. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. Chi-Ao was a sage-to-be, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Thank you for saving me, fellow Daoist. Song Ming hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by Chi-Ao a long time ago. It's nothing. Gu Fei waved his hand and returned to the side of the pond. He took out his fishing equipment and started fishing again. He paid no further attention to anything else. It might be a small matter to Gu Fei, but it was a huge matter to Song Ming. With Gu Fei there, Song Ming wasn't afraid of the Qi clan at all. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded Song Ming's expectations. Moreover, he already knew who Gu Fei was. Even the brilliant Sky Saint and the other saints of Eastern Wilderness City had died at the hands of Gu Fei, unless the Qi clan's founding ancestor descended personally. Otherwise, who could be a match for Gu Fei? At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Qi clan, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from one of the pavilions that were used to consecrate life tablets. Among the countless life tokens in the pavilion, there was one that had already been broken, and the name written on it was Chi-Ao. The news of Chi-Ao's death instantly spread, and everyone was extremely shocked. Wouldn't a quasi-saint be able to sweep through the entire Eastern Wilderness? However, the quasi-saint sent by the Qi clan had actually perished. This was quite a huge blow to the elders of the Qi clan. After all, that was a quasi-saint. The amount of effort required to nurture a quasi-saint was truly unimaginable. Send more people. The leader of the Qi clan gave the order. It didn't take long for a saint to leave the ancestral grounds of the Qi clan. Meanwhile, Eastern Wilderness City was bustling with noise and excitement. The various powers within the city couldn't sit still any longer, and they actually started fighting each other. The entire city had instantly fallen into chaos. Earlier, Gu Fei had been there to deter all the experts in the city. But now, Gu Fei had vanished, so the powers within Eastern Wilderness City had emerged. Some forces were like the Black Water sect, having internal strife, while others were fighting against each other, having a great time fighting each other. As for Gu Fei, he didn't care about what was happening outside. He was still sitting on a rock by the side of the pond, fishing. The bucket beside him was empty, as if he hadn't even caught a single fish yet. Damn it! Ao, who was fuming within the governor's residence of Eastern Wilderness City, and the guards around him were trembling in fear. These guys are trying to show me who's boss, causing trouble in Eastern Wilderness City, without a care in the world. They have no regard for me at all. However, these people didn't attack the governor's residence. The experts in Eastern Wilderness City weren't stupid. If they provoked Gu Fei, they would have to bear the consequences. However, the powers within the city weren't afraid of Ao Hu. At the end of the day, Ao Hu was just an immortal god. What could an immortal god do? An immortal god suppressing an entire city? This was like a joke to them. In the entire Eastern Wilderness City, there were many people stronger than Ao Hu. As for Ao Hu, in the eyes of the cultivators of Eastern Wilderness City, he was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Without Gu Fei, he couldn't do anything. Eastern Wilderness City was in complete chaos. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3947, Ao, whose cultivation was too low to keep the situation under control. The entire eastern Barren city gradually fell into chaos. Gufei and Ao, who were too ruthless in the battle at Giant Wolf City. They killed all the experts above the Saint Realm in Eastern Barren City. As a result, Eastern Barren City became a city without a Saint Realm expert to oversee it. The deaths of a large number of saints in Eastern Barren City threw almost all the forces in the city into chaos. The Black Water sect, in particular, had endless infighting. In the end, Song Ming won and became the sect master. Only then did the infighting come to an end. As for the other forces, such as the Qi clan, Tiger clan, and Tung clan, they fell into chaos after the deaths of their clan masters and saints. It was impossible for Eastern Barren City not to fall into chaos. Ao, who couldn't be bothered with them. The more trouble they caused, the better it was for him. Just as Ao, who was watching from the sidelines, a ray of saintly light descended from the sky and landed right outside the gates of the Black Water sect. The light dissipated, revealing 3 figures. The one in the lead was clad in white robes, shrouded in saintly aura. 3 strands of long beard swayed in front of his chest, making him look like an immortal. 2 boys with rosy lips and white teeth stood beside the saint. These 2 boys exuded a powerful immortal Tao aura. They were actually immortal emperors of the immortal Tao. The arrival of a saint immediately alarmed Song Ming and the others in the Black Water sect. Song Ming was already a quasi-saint, so he knew when the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the Black Water sect. The saint walked directly towards the door. When he was about 3 meters away from the door, the tightly shut door in front of him suddenly flew up without any warning and smashed inwards. The disciples of the Black Water sect were shocked. Not long ago, someone broke the gates and forced their way in. Now, someone broke the gates and swaggered into the Black Water sect. Halt! Someone from within the Black Water sect shouted loudly, and then 2 disciples of the Black Water sect leaped out and stopped that saint and the 2 Taoist children. How dare you? A Taoist boy stepped forward and took out a silver whip. With a wave of his hand, the silver whip in his hand turned into a silver light and entangled the 2 Black Water sect disciples. The 2 Black Water sect disciples were greatly alarmed. Before they could even finish their thoughts, they saw the Taoist child's right hand whip out, and the 2 Black Water sect disciples who were entangled by the silver whips were directly cut in half. The 2 Black Water sect disciples were instantly chopped in half at the waist. Hearing the commotion, the Black Water sect disciples rushed out and saw this scene. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Even the elders of the Black Water sect paled. The aura of the divine Tao, this is bad. A sage-to-be elder said such a thing. A sage-to-be had actually descended. Could it be that the Black Water sect really couldn't survive this tribulation? The moment Qi Tianxing perished outside the gate of the Black Water sect, the elders of the Black Water sect knew that they were in trouble. The Qi clan was one of the 12 great clans of the Eastern Territory of the primogenitor world. The ancestor of the Qi clan was a king exalted, and he was an overlord of an entire territory. Even though the Black Water clan had a king exalted as well, the Black Water clan couldn't offend those powers for the sake of the Black Water sect. Get your sect master out here. Meanwhile, another boy stepped forward and spoke loudly to the disciples of the Black Water sect. However, the middle-aged saint just stood there with his hands behind his back and looked elsewhere. He didn't take the disciples of the Black Water sect seriously at all. I didn't know you were coming. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Please forgive me. Song Ming charged out as if his butt was on fire, and he didn't even dare raise his head while trembling in fear. The saint suddenly stretched out his right hand, and Song Ming's body flew towards him involuntarily. The saint grabbed Song Ming's head. In the next moment, the saint used a soul-searching technique to read the memories of Song Ming's primordial spirit. Song Ming was shocked and furious. However, a quasi-sage like him was as weak as an ant in front of a true saint. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. What a bummer! At this moment, a displeased voice rang out from the side. The two boys next to the saint looked in the direction of the sound and saw a person fishing by the side of a pond not far to the left. At this moment, the guy who was fishing stood up and threw away the fishing rod in his hand, glaring at the saint and the two children in displeasure. "Were you the one who spoke just now?" The boy with the silver whip shook his whip and stared at the person as he spoke coldly. The person was none other than Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's opinion, fishing was a good way to cultivate one's mental state. However, he wouldn't be happy if he was disturbed. At this time, Gu Fei was already very unhappy. So what if I was the one who spoke? Gu Fei glanced coldly at the three of them and said, when he saw the saint grabbing Song Ming's head and reading his memories forcefully, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. His cultivation base was gradually recovering, but it wasn't fully recovered yet. It would be difficult for him to save Song Ming. Then go to hell. The boy laughed coldly and waved his right hand. A silver ray of light immediately shot towards Gu Fei. "Trying to kill me?" Gu Fei's eyes turned cold immediately. The silver ray of light wrapped around him in an instant. He reached out and grabbed the silver ray of light. With a gentle tug, the long silver whip flew out of the boy's hand. "Let go of Song Ming." Gu Fei looked coldly at the saint and said, "Why should I let him go?" The saint replied indifferently, "If you let go, I'll spare your life. If you don't, I'll wipe out your entire sect." Gu Fei looked at the saint and said, "Wipe out my entire sect? How arrogant! Why don't you come and see?" The saint's body shook, and an even more powerful aura of the divine path erupted from his body. Then, the saint exerted force, and Song Ming's head exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Father, Song Fei, who had just rushed over, saw this scene. She was overwhelmed with grief and almost fainted. Gu Fei didn't expect the saint to be so decisive. It was too late to save Song Ming, and he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Qi Clan, Gu Fei looked at the saint expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a dead man. "You're just a mortal, and yet you want to wipe out our entire sect? What a joke!" The other boy said disdainfully. "An ant. Mingyu, go kill him," the saint said casually. At this moment, he already knew the cause and effect of the matter. Qi Tiansheng had actually died in the hands of this seemingly ordinary fellow. Not only Qi Tiansheng, but even Qi Ao had died at his hands. However, to the saint, this guy was just a little stronger, physically. He was just like an ant. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3948. The Qi Clan saint had descended upon the Blackwater sect and killed Song Ming, who had just ascended to the position of sect leader. Song Fei was devastated. Her mother had died a long time ago, and she and her father depended on each other. Now that her father had died in front of her, she could not accept it and almost fainted. "Big brother, please seek justice for me." Song Fei came before Gu Fei and staggered. She was about to fall. Gu Fei quickly reached out to support Song Fei. "I said, let Song Ming go, and I'll spare your life. If you don't, I'll wipe out your entire sect." Gu Fei said indifferently to the Qi Clan's saint, "Hee, ignorant child. How dare you speak so arrogantly? I'll send you on your way now." The Dao child, named Mingyu, sneered as he took a step forward. He took out an item and threw it at Gu Fei. A ray of black light rushed out from Daoist child Mingyu's hand and turned into a black dragon. It pounced at Gu Fei ferociously. Sigh. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He pushed Song Feier to the side and charged forward, completely ignoring the dragon that was pouncing at him. Humph. Courting death. Does this fellow think he's the Black Dragon Supreme King? He dares to use his physical body to block a Dao item. The other child, Qingfeng, sneered. In the eastern region of the Primogenitor realm, there was a Black Dragon Supreme King. He was extremely powerful, especially with his physical body. He could be said to be the strongest among the Black Dragon Supreme Kings. The Dao item that Mingyu took out was a saint-grade Dao item called the Black Dragon Sword. It was a short sword that transformed into a dragon. The sword chi was so cold that the surrounding temperature dropped. However, Gu Fei did not fear it at all and charged forward. Boom! After a loud noise, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. They saw Gu Fei directly colliding with the black dragon and causing it to dissipate in the void. At the same time, the Black Flood Dragon Dagger also shattered. How is this possible? Daoist child Qingfeng and the others who mocked Gu Fei were already frightened by this scene. Gu Fei didn't care about these guys at all. They were all ant-like existences. Kill! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. His attack was extremely simple. It was just a punch, but its speed and power were shocking. What was even more shocking was that the saint was also retreating. However, Gu Fei was like a shadow, closing in on him in an instant. Impossible. The saint was extremely shocked. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Yun's fist smashed against his body. After that, the sound of bones breaking resounded from his body. The saint of the Qi clan was blasted flying, and a bang resounded while he was still in midair as he transformed into a mist of blood. His body and soul were obliterated. Master, the two children were dumbfounded. Even a sage was not a match for Gu Fei. The two children were scared out of their wits. I'm a man of my word. I'll wipe out your entire clan, Gu Fei said calmly. At this point, no one doubted Gu Fei's words anymore. This was killing a sage with a single punch. Run! The two children soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, a silver ray of light shot out from Gu Fei's hand and wrapped around the two children who were trying to escape. Then, Gu Fei pulled hard. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the two children were cut in half at the waist and fell from the sky. All the cultivators in the city were extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. It didn't take long for them to find out that Gu Fei had killed a saint from the Qi clan. This guy is too arrogant. He offended the Qi clan. It's only a matter of time before he dies in the hands of the Qi clan. What a pity for a genius. The most discussed topic in the city was that Gu Fei had killed a descendant of the Qi clan and caused a huge disaster. However, Gu Fei was fishing in the black water sect again. On this day, Gu Fei leaped into the sky and turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the starry sky. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei was shocked. Boom! Deep in the starry sky, a huge planet exploded and countless lives were lost. A figure stood in the sky. He opened his mouth and inhaled. An endless amount of life essence was swallowed by him. Gu Fei, who had just arrived, did not dare to be slow when he saw this. Little fellow, die. The expert suddenly turned around and opened his mouth. A river of stars immediately appeared between the heavens and the earth, colliding with Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the stars suddenly burst out. Gu Fei smirked and threw a punch. Boom! With a loud bang, the two forces collided in an instant. The resulting explosion formed a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. The two figures instantly separated. Chi Clan? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed as he stared at that person. He hadn't even used 10% of his strength. Otherwise, that punch would have taken that fellow's life. With Gu Fei's current physical body strength, he was invincible in the primogenitor realm. And now, his cultivation base was about to return. Kill! The Chi Clan expert on the other side roared in anger, his right hand reaching out to grab Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not care what the other party was using or what kind of mystic arts he was using. He just wanted to smash his way through. Everything in Gu Fei's path was shattered into pieces. Even the void was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks. Without any suspense, that expert from the Chi Clan was directly smashed into smithereens by Gu Fei. He died just like that. After Gu Fei killed the saint from the Chi Clan, he rushed into the depths of the starry sky. There was a huge planet there, and a strong life aura spread from it. It was a huge planet full of life. Just as Gu Fei approached the planet, another saint appeared and blocked Gu Fei. This was the base camp of the Chi Clan, the ancestral land of the Chi Clan. Who goes there? The saint roared. Swoosh! Gu Fei rushed past and continued to rush towards the planet. When Gu Fei was 1,000 miles away, the saint who blocked Gu Fei fell. Gu Fei's speed was extremely fast, but he still alarmed the elite from the Chi Clan on the planet. Just as he was about to rush into the planet, a ball of divine light exploded and enveloped the entire planet. Gu Fei saw this scene and could not help but be moved. It was rare to see someone set up such a terrifying killing formation. Boom! Gu Fei punched the layer of divine light, and a violent force exploded, causing the divine light to tremble. Countless Tao patterns appeared and intertwined on the divine light. At this time, on the ancestral planet of the Chi Clan, all the members of the Chi Clan were shocked. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3949. The Chi Clan's saint had killed Song Ming, the new sect master of the Black Water sect of Eastern Barren City. This had thoroughly enraged Gu Fei, and at this time, Gu Fei's cultivation had also gradually recovered. With this, the Chi Clan was out of luck. Gu Fei directly shot up into the sky and killed his way into the depths of the starry sky. He found the Chi Clan's ancestral star and shook the entire ancestral star with a single punch. This caused countless people of the Chi Clan to be extremely terrified. A massive protective array enveloped the entire Chi Clan's ancestral star. Countless Tao patterns wove together, forming ancient Tao diagrams. Each Tao diagram contained an endless amount of astral energy. In this endless starry sky, the ancestral star of the Chi Clan had set up a super grand array that could draw upon the power of the stars in the entire starry sky. Even if a supreme attacked, it would be impossible to shake the grand array of the ancestral star of the Chi Clan. However, a casual punch from Gu Fei had shaken the entire ancestral star of the Chi Clan. The entire Chi Clan's ancestral star trembled under the protection of the grand defensive formation. It was as if a terrible earthquake had struck the entire planet. Apart from the thousands of places protected by the grand defensive formation, the entire Chi Clan's ancestral star seemed to have been plowed through, and countless Chi Clan members had fallen. This was the result of Gu Fei's anger. Ever since he began his cultivation, he had never been so angry. This time, the Chi Clan had really touched his reverse scale. If he did not destroy the ancestral star of the Chi Clan, it would be difficult to appease his anger. Roar! At this time, on the ancestral star of the Chi Clan, in the ancestral ground of the Chi Clan, a terrifying sound wave directly penetrated through the layers of grand arrays and spread throughout the entire starry sky. What's wrong with Ancestor Chi? Is he going crazy again? In the next moment, countless divine, wills swept over from all directions. However, in the next moment, all of the divine wills were terrified and instantly retreated. Only a few extremely powerful divine wills did not retreat. Ha ha, old monster Chi, to think that this day would come for you. Hee hee, to think that someone would come to your door. Old monster Chi, you are such a failure. The three powerful divine wills mocked the ancestor Chi of the Chi clan. Countless people on the ancestral star of the Chi clan were shocked and angry. Someone actually dared to be so rude to the ancestor Chi. You three old monsters, get lost. A furious roar came from the Chi clan's ancestral star. The entire Chi clan's ancestral star had just calmed down when it was shaken by the sound wave again. Ha! The three supreme existences roared with laughter. All three of them were king supreme beings. Their cultivation was almost on par with Chizu. Hence, they were not afraid of Chizu at all. All of you get lost. Otherwise, I'll go to your place next time. Gufei said coldly. He didn't have a divine sense, but he could sense that these big shots were communicating with their divine sense. However, his words rang in the ears of the three supreme kings. No matter how far away they were, Gufei's voice could be heard. With Gufei's recovered cultivation, even if they were separated by a world, his voice could still be heard. The three kings of supreme martial artists who were far away were startled. The three divine senses did not retreat immediately. Instead, they turned into three blurry silhouettes in the distance. They were bewildered. Humph! Gufei waved his hand, and an invisible force slashed through the three blurry silhouettes like an invisible blade. The three blurry divine wills immediately dissipated in the void. In the depths of the endless star domain, the three kings of supreme martial artists roared at the same time. A drop of blood seeped out of the three supreme experts' foreheads. Their Yuan spirits had suffered a blow. Who is this guy? He can actually hurt my Yuan spirit. The three kings of supreme martial artists were shocked to the extreme. Even a peak extreme grade supreme martial artist could not hurt their Yuan spirit from such a great distance. A supremacy? That didn't seem possible. The supremacies of the eastern region of the ancestral world were all legendary figures. No one knew how many years it had been since they last appeared. Some supremacies had not shown themselves for hundreds of thousands of years. No one knew if they were still in the eastern region. There were some places in the ancestral world that even supremacies did not dare to set foot in. Even supremacies would die in there. It was definitely a place of great danger. In the ancestral world, there had been precedents of supremacies dying in a place of great danger. Supremacies were a huge mountain that stood above the 12 kings of supreme martial artists. However, if a supremacy did not appear, the 12 kings of supreme martial artists were the rulers of the eastern region. But today, the 12 kings of supreme martial artists' position had been shaken. Boom. At this time, in front of the Chi clan's ancestral star, Gufei punched out again. He did not use any divine abilities or great techniques, but this seemingly ordinary punch shook the entire Chi clan's ancestral star once again. Countless Tao patterns dissipated. The terrifying force caused the entire ancestral star's protective array to collapse. This caused the Chi clan's clansmen to be extremely terrified. The Chi clan's ancestral star trembled once more. Even the places that were enveloped by the grand formation were blasted open in hundreds of places. The people inside were instantly turned into mists of blood, all of them dead in body and soul. Brat, how dare you? A furious roar came from the Chi clan's ancestral star. The stars near the Chi clan's ancestral star exploded as if doomsday had arrived. However, the terrifying sound wave was like a spring breeze in front of Gufei. It only caused the corner of his clothes to flutter a few times. Why wouldn't I dare? Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently, "My clan has a great enmity with you." The Qi clan's ancestor said. "That's right." Gu Fei nodded. "Who the hell are you?" The Qi clan's ancestor had been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. He did not know what had happened. Even the current clan leader of the Qi clan would not ask about a small matter like the Black Water sect. But now, even if he did not ask, it was impossible. At this time, the big shots of the Qi clan were already scared witless. No one would have thought that a true dragon was hiding in a small Blackwater city in the eastern wilderness. No, an existence that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than a true dragon. Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked at the Qi clan's ancestral star indifferently. What? Gu Fei? The Qi clan's ancestor was shocked. The invincible supremacy of the southern region. Gu Fei? The Qi clan's ancestor was truly frightened this time. When Gu Fei had fought the southern region's supremacy, the supremacy's aura had shaken the Qi clan's ancestor. However, the Qi clan's ancestor had not come out of seclusion. Only a divine consciousness had traversed the boundaries and descended upon the southern region. He naturally knew who Gu Fei was. However, this person was not the invincible supremacy of the southern region, Gu Fei. This person's aura was completely different from Gu Fei's. "Haha, you're Gu Fei? What a joke." The Qi clan's ancestor laughed. "Believe it or not, I will destroy your Qi clan today." Gu Fei shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face before he charged forward. "You're crazy!" Chizu shouted. In the next instant, the power of a king supreme being condensed into a gigantic hand that was even bigger than a star appeared in front of Gu Fei, slapping towards Gu Fei. Rumble. Everywhere the hand passed, the stars would explode and turn into the power of the stars, which would be devoured by the hand. The power of the hand kept increasing. "You overestimate yourself." Gu Fei directly charged forward, completely ignoring the terrifying and monstrous hand that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom! Gu Fei instantly collided with the giant hand. In the next instant, he actually charged past it, directly smashing through the giant hand, and continued on his way to the Qi clan's ancestral star. The giant hand condensed from the endless power of the stars dissipated in the starry sky. How is this possible? Ancestor Qi found it hard to believe. This guy's physical body was too strong. He could actually use his physical body to resist my attack. Boom! Under the fearful gaze of countless Qi clan members, Gu Fei slammed into the protective array of the Qi clan's ancestral star. In the next instant, the entire protective array shook. "Haha, you want to break my array? Dream on." Ancestor Qi laughed maniacally. As long as Gu Fei could not break the protective array, the Qi clan would be safe. However, if this guy could break the protective array, he still had a trump card that he had yet to use. At this moment, Ancestor Qi made his move. Countless array patterns lit up in the void. This was a secret array that had never been used before. But this time, the Qi clan was on the brink of life and death. Ancestor Qi had no choice but to use his trump card. In the next instant, the power of all the stars within a radius of billions of miles gathered towards the Qi clan's ancestral star. Starlight, visible to the naked eye, rushed in from all directions and entered the protective array of the Qi clan's ancestral star. Buzz. The void shook, and countless Tao patterns that had previously collapsed reformed once again. The super protective array's power was fully activated, and it was even stronger than before. Roar! Gu Fei roared in anger, but he continued moving forward. The layer of divine light in front of him crumbled inwards like a rubber ball. Seeing this scene, All the important figures of the Qi clan could no longer sit still. At this moment, those who knew the inside story were filled with regret. They should not have provoked this madman. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to get serious. This protective array gathered the power of the stars from all directions. This power was too strong. Even with his eternal body, he would not be able to break this array in a short time. This array of the Qi clan's ancestral star was something that even a supreme existence at the supremacy level would not be able to shake. Only a monster like Gu Fei would be able to shake this super large formation. Gu Fei continued moving forward. He did not stop. Countless array patterns intertwined in front of him, and the endless power of the stars could not stop him. Damn! 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 Ancestor Qi roared in anger. Balls of extreme Tao divine light rushed out from where he was and strengthened the array. He was using his own cultivation to activate the array. Boom! Then, with a loud explosion, Ancestor Qi's secluded cultivation ground exploded. A figure soared into the sky, and a powerful and violent energy rippled out from that figure. Ancestor Qi could no longer sit still and personally came out of seclusion. However, at the same time, Gu Fei directly exerted his strength. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Guardian formation shook violently a few times before collapsing. Countless runes vanished in the void. The Qi clan's ancestral star's protective array was finally broken. For the fastest and error-free novel reading, please visit Chapter 3950. The fact that Gu Fei had single-handedly destroyed the Qi clan's ancestral star's grand defensive array, and even destroyed it, left the Qi clan's experts dumbfounded. Throughout the years, the Qi clan's ancestral star's grand defensive array had never been broken by anyone. One had to know that this was a grand defensive array that enveloped the entire star field. It could draw the power of all the stars within a radius of billions of miles for its own use. Moreover, this time, Qizu was directly in charge of the Starfield Grand Defensive Array and exerted his full strength, displaying the Starfield Grand Defensive Array's power to the extreme. Even so, Qizu still couldn't stop Gu Fei's advance. Boom! With a loud bang, a dazzling ball of eternal light suddenly erupted above the Starfield Grand Array. The ball of eternal light quickly spread out. Rumble, wherever the eternal light passed, the ancient formation runes that had existed for countless years were directly annihilated by the eternal light. The Starfield Grand Defensive Array was collapsing. It was as terrifying as the heavens and earth collapsing. The moment the formation runes collapsed, they tore through the void. Although the formation runes had disappeared, what was left behind was a void that was riddled with holes. Qizu was stunned when he saw the scene in the sky. He saw a person directly breaking through the blockade of billions of formation runes and pouncing towards him. Countless formation runes were like ancestral dragons condensed from lightning, entangling Gu Fei. However, as soon as these formation runes came into contact with Gu Fei, they instantly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. The power of eternity could break through all kinds of divine abilities. This was the power and terror of eternity. Kill! Qizu waved his right hand, and a ray of divine light immediately rushed out from his hand towards Gu Fei, who was pouncing towards him. It was a sword light that contained a supreme Tao artifact. As soon as the sword appeared, the power of all the stars in the world frantically gathered towards the sword light. A single sword attracted the power of billions of stars. This was how powerful a king of supreme godhead was. Every single move they made contained great power. Ancestor Qi was the supreme ruler of this star region. Under his ancestral star sword, billions of stars trembled as if they were about to fall from the sky at any moment. Without saying a word, Gu Fei threw a punch at the sword light that was coming at him. It was just an ordinary punch without any divine sense or great technique. However, when Gu Fei's fist collided with the sharp sword light, the sword light shattered. A divine sword appeared in the void and was sent flying. Then it shattered in the void. What? When Chizu saw this, he was shocked. His natal artifact was broken, and he suffered a huge impact. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. Bam! Gu Fei's miraculous punch directly smashed into Chizu's face, causing Chizu's entire face to collapse. Like a meteorite, Chizu fell from the sky towards the Qi clan's ancestral star below. Boom! With a loud sound, Chizu smashed into the ancestral star below, creating a bottomless hole in the ground. All the Qi clan's disciples were stunned when they saw this. Their invincible primogenitor was actually blasted down from the sky. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He curled up into a ball and directly crashed into the Qi clan's ancestral star below. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire Qi clan's ancestral star shook violently. Huge cracks appeared on the Qi clan's ancestral star. How is this possible? On the Qi clan's ancestral star, the Qi clan's higher-ups were all stunned. At this moment, Ancestor Qi, who had been blasted into the Qi clan's ancestral star by Gu Fei, rushed out. No! Ancestor Qi roared. Then, the entire Qi clan's ancestral star exploded and turned into a huge cloud of dust. Almost all the Qi clan's clansmen on the ancestral star were annihilated in body and soul the moment the ancestral star exploded. However, there was still a sacred mountain that rushed out from the ancestral star. At the peak of the sacred mountain, there was an ancient palace. At this time, inside the ancient palace, the Qi clan's clan leader and a group of clan elders worked together to activate an extreme Dao-grade defensive array to protect the sacred mountain. A fish that escaped the net. Gu Fei was like a god of death. He directly broke through the layers of dust and punched at the sacred mountain. Damn it! Ancestor Qi immediately attacked with all his strength. A giant hand sealed the void of heaven and earth, enveloping the entire star region. The giant hand pressed down, causing countless stars to explode. It was as terrifying as if he could destroy the entire world with a single hand. Ancestor Qi was one of the primogenitor world's eastern region's 12 kings of supremes. Although he wasn't a supremacy, a king of supremes was a supreme existence at the peak of the extreme Dao grade. When Ancestor Qi attacked with all his strength, the entire star region shook. Even the territories of the other supreme kings were affected. The entire void of heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a giant millstone that wanted to grind Gu Fei to death. "TCH, an ant," Gu Fei said as he pointed a finger. Eternal energy rushed out from the tip of his finger, directly breaking the giant hand made of stars. Then, in a flash, it pierced through Ancestor Qi's forehead. Seeing this scene, the Qi clan's clan elders' expressions turned extremely solemn. At this time, starting from the wound on Ancestor Qi's forehead, his head, body, and finally his legs, he gradually turned into dust and dissipated into the void, killing Ancestor Qi with a single finger as if it was nothing. From the moment Ancestor Qi died, the Qi clan was finished. Supreme Supremacy, please let us go. On the sacred mountain, the Qi clan's clan leader and a group of clan elders pleaded. In order to survive, they no longer cared about anything else. Let you go? Humph, why don't you let the Blackwater sect go? Gu Fei sneered, then punched at the sacred mountain. The Qi clan's clan leader and the others in the ancient palace were scared out of their wits. They desperately tried to activate the ancient palace's defensive array. However, it was all in vain. Gu Fei's fist directly smashed through the sacred mountain's defensive array, then through the ancient palace's defensive array. Boom! With a loud explosion, the ancient palace at the peak of the sacred mountain exploded. The Qi clan's higher-ups in the ancient palace were all reduced to a mist of blood. In an instant, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Then, the remaining power of Gu Fei's punch erupted. The sacred mountain collapsed, and countless Qi clan disciples on the sacred mountain were killed. No one survived. At this time, Gu Fei's anger finally subsided. Exterminating the Qi clan was a piece of cake for him. At this time, he had only recovered about 30% of his eternal realm cultivation base. On this day, Gu Fei completely changed the power structure of the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. The 12 monarchs of supremacy had become a thing of the past, leaving only 11 monarchs of supremacy. Although the Qi clan had been destroyed, it was only a Starfield's Qi clan. There were still many Qi clan experts in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. These experts guarded the Qi clan's territory in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. However, when the Qi clan's primogenitor died in battle and the Starfield's Qi clan's destruction spread, the Qi clan members in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory chose to flee. Even so, many members of the Qi clan died at the hands of the other major forces. The Qi clan's territory was now a juicy piece of meat. The other forces all wanted a piece of it. When Gu Fei destroyed the Qi clan, he suddenly realized that the 30% of his cultivation base he had just recovered was rapidly disappearing. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but panic. He was currently in the depths of the cosmos. If he got lost here, he wouldn't be able to find his way back, and would be lost in the cosmos. Swoosh! At the moment when Gu Fei's cultivation base was about to completely disappear, he displayed an eternal-level divine ability and instantly disappeared into the void. A moment later, a person suddenly appeared in the sky above Eastern Wasteland City, in the primogenitor realm's eastern territory. Then, this person fell from the sky. What is that? Someone saw Gu Fei falling from the sky. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators in Eastern Wasteland City, Gu Fei smashed into the ground and destroyed a house. Fortunately, there was no one in the house. Otherwise, someone would have been smashed to death. Even so, it was shocking enough. Gu Fei smashed a huge crater in the ground, leaving the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded. Gu Fei, who had lost his cultivation base, walked out of the crater in a sorry state. How unlucky! Gu Fei let out a long sigh and shook his head with a bitter smile. His eternal realm cultivation base came and went. It was really depressing. Of course, even if his cultivation base was gone, he still had the genuine, eternal, indestructible body. Even with that, he could still sweep away all supremes. However, with his cultivation base gone, Gu Fei couldn't fly. He directly walked towards the City Lord's mansion. At this time, in the City Lord's mansion's great hall, Ao, who was sitting on a throne, looking down at those fellows below. Ao, why haven't you gotten off the throne yet? In the great hall, a black-bearded middle-aged man stared at Ao, and said coldly, "That's right. No one can save you now." Another expert from Eastern Wasteland City said disdainfully. At this time, all the experts in the great hall didn't care about Ao, who was sitting on the throne. They could step forward and pull Ao off the throne at any time. The forces of Eastern Wasteland City finally broke into the City Lord's mansion. As for Ao, he could only watch helplessly as these people killed their way into the City Lord's mansion. These guys actually wanted Ao to get lost. Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from outside the great hall. The strong cultivators of Eastern Barren City turned around and looked at the door. They saw a silhouette standing at the entrance of the hall. No one knew when it had happened. Where did this guy come from? Go to hell. The leader of the group in the great hall stepped forward and punched the figure. The violent fist power was like 100 1,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, rushing towards the figure. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3951. Today was Aohu's most depressing day. He was the city lord of Eastern Wasteland City, yet his subordinates had come to bully him. The leader was the Sky Tiger clan, the strongest force in Eastern Wasteland City. The leader was a saint-level battle tiger. In human form, the battle tiger was a middle-aged man with white hair and eyebrows. He had a ferocious-looking appearance and wore battle armor. There shouldn't be any saint-level experts in Eastern Wasteland City, but this battle tiger was a genuine saint-level life form. He was extremely powerful. The battle tiger had only just broken through to the saint level. Even so, Aohu couldn't deal with the Sky Tiger Great Lord. The Sky Tiger Great Lord was the clan leader of the Sky Tiger clan. As soon as he emerged from seclusion, he gathered all the major forces in Eastern Wasteland City. Even the Blackwater sect had to obey him. Since Song Ming's death, Song Feier's prestige couldn't suppress the uncles in the sect. The current leader of the Blackwater sect was Xiang Xian. In the world of cultivation, whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Song Feier was weaker than Xiang Xian. It wasn't strange that she couldn't become the leader of the Blackwater sect. The Xiang clan was a major clan in Eastern Wasteland City. Xiang Xian was a powerful existence who was about to break through to the saint level. With Song Ming above him, he naturally didn't dare to have any thoughts about the position of leader. But now that Song Ming was dead, only Song Feier was left. Xiang Xian was alone, and his chance had come. Although Xiang Xian had become the leader of the Blackwater sect, he was treading on thin ice every day. That was because of one person, a powerful existence who could kill a saint with a single punch. The scene of Gu Fei killing the Qi clan saint with a single punch was deeply imprinted in Xiang Xian's mind. If that person called Gu Fei returned, his position as the leader of the Blackwater sect would be unstable. Xiang Xian had thought about killing Song Feier, but he didn't dare to in the end. Gu Fei was decisive. If he angered him, the Xiang clan could face extinction at any time. Since this Sky Tiger sage wants to stand up for me, then it's just as well. I'll let this fellow be my cannon fodder. Later on, when Gu Fei pursues the matter, I won't have anything to fear. At this moment, Xiang Xianzheng stood behind the Sky Tiger Lord and looked at Aohu, who was on the throne, proudly. How could a mere immortal god be the city lord of Eastern Wasteland City? This in itself was a joke. Humph, even a saint would not be able to sit firmly in the position of city lord. However, just as Xiang Xian was waiting to see Aohu make a fool of himself, a person suddenly appeared. This person walked into the hall step by step with his hands behind his back. When everyone saw this person, they were all scared silly. Gu Fei? Some people were so scared that their legs were trembling, and they almost knelt down. Who is Gu Fei? Is he stronger than me? Sky Tiger Sage, Monarch, said disdainfully when he saw everyone trembling in fear. Then, his gaze landed on the black-clothed youth, who was walking over with his hands behind his back. After all, this fellow is someone who killed a saint with a single punch. Of course, Xiang Xian did not say this to Sky Tiger Lord. Big brother. Just as Aohu was being forced into a corner by these people, Gu Fei finally returned. He stood up excitedly and couldn't help but feel surprised and happy. An ordinary person with no cultivation, Sky Tiger Lord was a little surprised when he saw Gu Fei. He couldn't help but feel surprised. What was going on? So many people were actually afraid of an ordinary person with no cultivation at all? Sky Tiger Lord was not an idiot. There must be a reason for this abnormality. He had just come out of seclusion not long ago, so he naturally did not know that Gu Fei was someone who killed a saint with a single punch. Although he was a little surprised, He never expected Gu Fei to have such a powerful background. Of course, Xiang Xian did not let anyone mention Gu Fei in front of Sky Tiger Lord. What's going on? Gu Fei sat down on a chair and lazily glanced at everyone in the hall. Big brother, it's great that you're back. Ao, who was overjoyed. These guys actually dared to tell me to scram out of Eastern Wasteland City. Haha, I want to see who's going to scram out of Eastern Wasteland City. A mere mortal dares to appear here? Why aren't you scramming? Said the Sky Tiger Sage coldly as he glanced at Gu Fei. From his point of view, Ao, who was simply insane. He actually dared to call an ordinary person his brother. What's wrong with these guys? Are they afraid of a mere mortal? Sky Tiger Lord was very unhappy. Hearing Sky Tiger Lord tell Gu Fei to scram, everyone in the hall was shocked. This is Gu Fei. You actually told him to scram? You're telling me to scram? Gu Fei said indifferently. Now that he had lost his cultivation, he was just like a mortal. Sky Tiger Lord could not see through him at all. A mere mortal dares to be impudent in front of me? As Sky Tiger Sage spoke, he casually pointed with his finger, and an incomparably sharp divine light immediately pierced towards Gu Fei. With a flick of Gu Fei's finger, the finger light that pierced through the void shattered into pieces. What Sky Tiger Lord could not help but be shocked at this scene. How was this possible? There was no fluctuation of divine power. How could he block my attack with his physical body? How was this possible? At this moment, the group of people behind Sky Tiger Lord retreated slowly. Even Xiang Xian was retreating. Sky Tiger Sage Monarch didn't know. Previously, that Qi clan saint looked down on me and was killed with one punch. Now, you're telling me to scram. Should I kill you too? Gu Fei looked at the Sky Tiger Sage and said with a faint smile, What did you say? When Sky Tiger Lord heard this, he was shocked. Although he had just come out of seclusion, he had vaguely heard that a Qi clan saint had been killed with a single punch. However, he had never imagined that the person who had killed so many saints was the mortal before him. A mortal killed a saint with one punch, and a Qi clan saint at that. This was absolutely impossible. No one would believe such nonsense. Swoosh! A divine eye suddenly appeared between Sky Tiger Sage's eyebrows, and this divine eye directly swept towards Gu Fei. This was the Sage Dao mystique that Sky Tiger Lord cultivated. The Sage Dao Heavenly Eye. Under the gaze of this Sage Dao Heavenly Eye, nothing could hide. This Sky Tiger Lord was shocked. The person in front of him was simply a mortal. The Sage Dao Heavenly Eye would not lie to him, but how could a mortal block his attack? What is going on? All of this was beyond the knowledge of a newly advanced saint like Sky Tiger Lord. You're in luck today. I happen to need a beast to guard my door. You'll do. Gu Fei said calmly, as if he was talking about something unimportant. You want me to guard your door? The Sky Tiger Great Lord was enraged when he heard this. A powerful saintly aura burst from his body, suppressing everyone in the hall to the point where they could barely breathe. However, Gu Fei was still calm in the face of such a powerful aura. For the fastest novel reading, please visit Chapter 3952. Gu Fei wanted the Sky Tiger Great Lord to guard his door. Everyone in the Eastern Baron City Lord's office was so shocked that their jaws dropped. This was the Sky Tiger Great Lord, a saint-level being. In the current Eastern Baron City, saint-level beings were invincible. However, when they thought about how terrifying Gu Fei was, the people in the hall felt that this was not something shocking. One had to know that Gu Fei was a ruthless person who killed a saint-level being with one punch. Even Shi Zu's saint level could not withstand one punch from him, and was killed with one punch. It seemed like it would be a piece of cake for Gu Fei to subdue a saint-level Sky Tiger to guard his door. However, The Sky Tiger Great Lord was enraged. He was enraged like never before. A mere mortal dared to say such things in front of him. He deserved to die. In the next moment, he reached out his hand and grabbed at Gu Fei. A tiger claw appeared in the void and grabbed at Gu Fei in an instant. There were divine patterns of the great path intertwining on the tiger claw. Even a saint-level being would have a large piece of flesh torn off if he was caught by the tiger claw. However, Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and the tiger claw of the Sky Tiger Great Lord shattered in the void. The Sky Tiger Great Lord screamed and was sent flying. He crashed into the people behind him and made them cry for their parents. It was a mess. A few unlucky fellows were turned into a mist of blood by the Sky Tiger Great Lord. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Sigh, I can't even take a break. Gu Fei slowly stood up from his seat. Roar! The Sky Tiger Great Lord flipped himself up from the ground. With a shake of his body, a white tiger the size of a small mountain appeared in the hall and roared at the sky. The entire city lord's office shook from the impact of the sound waves. The white tiger's roar shook the heavens. Everyone in the entire Eastern Barren City was terrified to the extreme. They've really started fighting? Countless cultivators gathered outside the city lord's office. They were all watching the show. A tiger's roar suddenly came from the city lord's office. All the cultivators were shocked. This is definitely the Sky Tiger Great Lord. Someone exclaimed, Roar! At this moment, Sky Tiger Sage revealed his true form in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He roared furiously and directly pounced at Gu Fei. The entire main hall was immediately filled with countless astral winds that resembled heavenly blades. The sudden appearance of the astral wind blew those fellows in the main hall to the left and right. Those with weaker cultivations were even directly blown away by the astral wind. A burst of exclamations came from outside the hall. The white tiger directly opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt his body tighten as a violent, devouring force enveloped him, trying to pull him forward. Ao, who was sitting on the throne in the middle of the hall, was already involuntarily flying towards the mouth of the white tiger. He was about to be devoured by the white tiger. However, at that moment, Gu Fei took a step forward and grabbed one of Ao-hu's legs, pulling Ao-hu back from the jaws of the tiger. This was definitely snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Gu Fei's legs seemed to have grown from the ground. No matter how hard the white tiger tried to use its supernatural power, he was like an ancient sacred mountain, not moving at all. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched forward. In the next moment, the void in front of his fist actually collapsed. His first move was to break through the void with his physical body. There was no suspense. In the face of absolute power, no matter how powerful one's supernatural power was, it was still not enough. Sky Tiger Sage, who had transformed into a white tiger, was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. He was sent flying out of the main hall. Boom! He smashed into a pavilion outside. All the people in the pavilion were smashed into pieces by this collision. They couldn't be more dead than they already were. Countless cultivators outside the city lord's mansion saw this scene and were all stunned. They originally came to see how Ao-hu would be chased out of the city lord's mansion. They did not expect to see a white tiger fly out of the city lord's mansion. That is Sky Tiger Great Lord. Those watching outside were in disbelief. Sky Tiger Great Lord was the strongest existence in East Barren City. Someone actually chased Sky Tiger Great Lord out. What happened? Everyone was extremely curious. Just at that moment, a group of people rushed out of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. They were the leaders of the major forces in Eastern Barren City. These big shots were actually in a sorry state, as if they had been chased out of the door. Plus, these important figures of East Baron City were not angry at all. Then, the countless cultivators outside the city lord's mansion saw a young man in black walking out of the city lord's mansion with his hands behind his back. "I knew it was like this," some cultivators exclaimed. Previously, when Gu Fei descended from the sky and walked into the city lord's mansion, countless cultivators outside saw him. However, no one dared to stop him. Oh no! Many cultivators' faces changed drastically. Gu Fei had returned. That terrifying killing god that made people despair had returned. "Roar! Who are you?" A white tiger rushed out of the ruins and came to the sky opposite of Gu Fei. It stared at Gu Fei and spoke in human language. A terrifying white tiger aura spread out from its body. "Me? Your master." Gu Fei stood outside the palace as he raised his head to look at the white tiger in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to subdue this ferocious tiger, he would have turned this white tiger into dregs with that punch. The power of the eternal, indestructible body wasn't something a sage-level Sky Tiger could handle. Damn it! Sky Tiger Sage Monarch was completely driven mad. This human cultivator was really going too far. He actually wanted to subdue him and make him guard his home as a sage of the Sky Tiger race. If I was to be someone's guard, I might as well kill myself. Guarding my house is a blessing that you have cultivated for several lifetimes. Gu Fei looked indifferent. In his opinion, this was the fortune of this Sky Tiger. When they heard the conversation between Gu Fei and Sky Tiger Great Lord, everyone was shocked. This Gu Fei actually wanted to capture Sky Tiger Great Lord to be his guard. Go to hell! Sky Tiger Great Lord opened his mouth and spat out countless light blades that slashed at Gu Fei. Every light blade streaked across the sky, causing the void to tremble. Gu Fei smiled and continued to stand with his hands behind his back, allowing the light blades to slash at his body. At the next moment, the light blades that slashed at Gu Fei's body shattered. The shattered light enveloped Gu Fei and formed a light barrier. All the cultivators who saw this were shocked. This guy actually used his physical body to resist a sage's attack.